Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. 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 The web structure was untouched. Bug spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was untouched. The spider can go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider can go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider will be and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket waited till Kathy the spider was exhausted. Kathy the spider
Crack Spider. Live your king. And now walk.
ended up as the crack spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider.
Happy New Year, everybody. Welcome back. I'm hope everybody had an awesome holiday season.
It was horrible.
It was all right.
I'm just kidding.
Nice. Nice.
Jordan's in the waiting room, so
Oh, okay. Let me bring him in.
Yeah, I got super cooties over the week, so it was great vacation from all things life.
You remember getting bit by a spider before this happened?
So I didn't get bit by any spiders, but my organs felt like somebody put miniaturized ninjas into my torso and kicked the shit out of me.
Very sorry.
And I say cooties, I mean, I don't know what it was. I didn't like get any fake ass tests or anything. I just took a lot of vitamins and slept a lot.
A lot of snow bunnies hanging out around your house, jumping around. No,
Nope. Nope.
no.
it's like 73 degrees here right now. So I haven't seen snow in years.
Oh, it
wow.
just snowed here. I need
We've
that
got
because it's like 10 out.
it is literally 68 degrees right now.
Very cold in Minnesota. It's been a while. Don't all say something at once.
I missed everybody.
Have we forgotten how to weave? We missed those flow
Well-
states on Wednesday.
No,
I'm
we.
emulating flow state right now and drawing as we speak. I miss flow state a lot.
So who all saw Matrix 4? Is that something that anyone wants to talk about?
Nah, I'm
Sorry.
good.
I didn't
I
see
took a
it.
white pill.
It's got some interesting connections. I was trying to see, I need to look up the date that they restarted it, but I was trying to see if it was connected in any way to CERN. Since they talk about,
Darn.
they talk
Shall
about
we talk
insects.
about CERN?
I'm still learning about it myself, so I don't know how deep I can get, but I do think it's interesting.
Well, it's definitely connected to the Mandela effect.
I don't know if I believe in the Mandela effect. I'm going to be real honest.
I'm with you
Okay.
on that one. I don't know about that shit.
I'm like, people say stuff and I'm like, okay, I understand how memory works, and I get why you think it's a thing, but
And the
I-
stuff that is at least somewhat convincing Mandela effect is like digital information that could be altered digitally.
well,
And
like
And then the other
perfect
stuff is just
one-
like, yeah, you just remembered the quote wrong, dog, or
Does
whatever.
anybody know when the Mandela effect began? What was the first sort of
It has to do
Mandela
with Colin
effect?
Powell, right?
Yeah, I think so. We talked about that on a previous show. How Colin Powell, or was it Nelson Mandela, or some black dude in a prison somewhere?
Which one? How much
Which
time do you
prison?
have?
Which prison? There's a lot of different prisons.
It was a movie.
A lot of prisoners. Some of them are in the Matrix, waking up and realizing that they're in the prison planet. But maybe that's just a Battlestar. No, what's the name of that movie? The Scientology film with John Travolta, Battlefield Earth.
John Travolta. You mean the other Scientology guy? What's his name? Short guy,
Mr. Cruz.
married to yeah, that one. Mr. Never been on a cruise in his life. These people won't let him, I'm sure.
So what is the sixth dimension and why are we going there instead of the fifth dimension?
Better snacks there.
You've already got your 5D body.
If any of you are a starseed, you have to tell me now. That's the rule.
I think that's
Oh,
my new
no.
website, bettersnacks.com. Is that already probably taken though?
But are your snacks, do they cater to starseeds? Like, some might have dietary restrictions or preferences.
I don't know.
If-
I know how Cartman feels.
If starseeds
is,
don't post to social media, do starseeds exist at all?
Well, you have to
That's just-
define.
They're like vegans and Jews.
That's scary.
They tell you.
I think that starseeds, if you are a real starseed, it's very likely that you're not going to go after social media attention in the first place.
I don't know. It seems like most of them have a mission. Anyone who feels like they are one has a mission. They're going to use whatever media available, like any celebrity who claims to be one. You know, I think it's normal for people who think they have a mission to use social media. How they go about it, yeah, you're right. Some people are going to project one way and some the other. But the only reason I would ever, here are my thoughts on starseeds, and it came from looking at human design. And the human design system has two different imprint dates for a human being for your astrology. So the first one has to do, it's very closely related to the Tibetan Book of the Dead, where they say consciousness enters
My
the
girl,
body.
Rachel. My girl.
It enters the body 88 days prior to being born, because that's when a human form can actually hold a consciousness. And this kind of makes sense, because could you imagine being conscious 2 weeks of being a fetus? Like, could you be conscious during that? I'm not sure. So
I was 2 weeks late when I was supposed to be born.
you
So
wanted to be.
I held on so tightly. My mom had to have a C-section because I did not want to go.
They're like, get her out. Well, so that's the first set of imprinting. And the imprinting happens based on neutrinos, which are subatomic particles that come from all sorts of planetary bodies. So the first set happens during this point. Okay, so the second point happens when you get your normal natal chart, your regular one that most people know about, because now you're out of the womb, you're exposed to more. So the way I figure it is, if you are a starseed, you are acutely aware of where your subatomic particles came from. That's the only way I can figure it. It's your ancestral line, like you just know, and you're here to know that. But I don't know that I'm into the whole, like, I got to brag about my ancestry type of thing. That's
It sounds like the royal family, which,
but see, that's the
judging by my
thing.
hat,
Most of
I don't
them,
trust.
like 70%, I think, of the neutrinos come from the sun. So that's a very large portion. The rest of them come from Jupiter. And if you're going to be like, oh, I'm from some sort of star system, that's great. They got into the mix. But whether some of them are better than others, I think that's petty and a waste of time. But that's part of
One of
being
my
here.
one of my best good friends.
If you don't have
who, by the
superpowers,
way,
what the hell does it matter? Like, show me some
by the way,
superpowers.
Jordan,
Bingo.
welcome back, Jordan. He's supposed to be our guest. Jordan, what's up?
Hey, Jordan. What are your thoughts on
He had
star
some
I
systems?
don't know what happened there.
Jordan is from the Divulgence podcast. I've done his show before. We talked about some crazy OSS Nazi, crazy
Cult, Ligandry,
stuff.
symbolism,
Gertrude
programming.
Ligandry, Bakara Ligandry's connection to the RFK videos. She's the one who took them, and all kinds of nonsense. So you guys can check that out and find that. Just Google Jordan and the Divulgence podcast with Frantic Missy. But Jordan, welcome. And what do you think about starseeds, to repeat what Rachel just said, because she's a darling?
Hey guys, my name's Jordan. Thanks again for having me, everyone. And I kind of caught a little bit of that, but I do agree with her comment on the pettiness of having to get so judgmental about, essentially almost like a different form of racism, if you want to put it that way, but or classism or whatever. But hopefully I'm not missing the boat here, but I think we should all just try to get along, and doesn't matter what side of the moon you're on, right? We're all on the same moon, so to speak.
She was talking about
moon, but
we might, who knows?
yeah,
We might, who knows these days? But she was talking about how when you're born, that you're given a certain set. Actually, Jordan, I'm sorry, Rachel, can you describe to Jordan what you were just saying real quick? So you
It's
can
from
catch up.
the
Neutrinos,
human design
man.
system. Yeah, subatomic particles called neutrinos imprint whatever, wherever they're coming from, imprint you with
and
your
sorry,
first set.
this is based on a certain period of time that you're born in. Is that
Yes.
okay?
Yeah,
So
so
like a
88
monthly thing?
days.
Or okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's when they suppose that a human body, in the womb can actually house a consciousness.
Okay.
The 88 is interesting because that's your divine Mercury, divine messenger, Lord 8, Hermes Mercury thing. What I want to
was
say is,
thinking
like, I
about-
think I've never met someone who claimed to be a starseed or seen them online who even had a clue of what you were talking about with neutrinos being why this or that imprint of this planet or system is on them. They just seem to want to have another way of differentiating themselves with an "I'm different, I'm special" label.
Well, that's because that's how my brain works. So if somebody says to me, I'm pansexual, to me, deep down, they have an acute awareness of their unity. They might not know how to articulate it or how to balance it within their body, but they have some sort of understanding of masculine and feminine within, and that they have to express that. But our societies doesn't handle that well. So to me, that's just, kind of the same thing.
I just posed a question to a friend of mine who is actually an astrophysicist professor, and asked him where neutrinos come from and what he thinks about their core, like where they exactly come from, and what he thinks the current science has in regards to them being interstellarly personal. So he's gonna, and he's
I'd love to know.
he's-
Yeah.
a very interesting dude. His name's Scott Funkhauser. I can't even make that shit up. That's his last name, Dr. Scott Funkhauser.
Mm.
And that's his real name. And he's also a professional guitarist. I'm like, how did that happen? He goes, well, my last name is Funkhauser. What did you think was going to happen? I was like, well, this apparently. But I asked him about the neutrino stuff. He's going to get back to me. Jim, I asked you for a live link as well, so I can post it and send my friend to that so he can give us a live feed update on what he thinks. Because he is the professional.
We found a Starseeds preschool next to a Sun and Moon that looks like a Thai restaurant next to an Alchemist bar and lounge.
Where is this?
So we know where the Starseeds go to preschool. It's on the map.
That's adorable.
I live in Charleston, South Carolina, and we have a place called Sticky Fingers, which is right next to a place called, it used to be called Granny's Goodies, which is right next to a place called Sticky Fingers, Granny's Goodies, and Hyman's Seafood. So, I mean, I think this happens everywhere. You know, birds flock together of a feather.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of people who look at that, some of them are heavily into things like the Anunnaki and all those royal
I hear
bloodlines.
eating sounds. Just throwing it out there.
Oh no, it's just this delicious placenta casserole. I've been baking it all day and it's finally ready. Just took it
Should
out
have
of
been
the
stir
oven.
fry. Should have been stir fry.
Next time.
Keep that up.
But yeah, so they're into these bloodlines. But what I do think is refreshing about the whole Starseed thing is that their goal is to kind of repair those bloodlines instead of keep the blood feuds going, because their mind is there. They're more inclined to try to repair it.
Okay.
But
No, I mean,
that could be a plus.
It's one of those things where, like, if you are the chosen one, right? You're not going to be like, hey, check it out. I got a ring. Doing this thing. Don't follow me. Follow me. Like, I don't know. I think people that are real starseeds won't tell you that they're starseeds. I think that even if they are, there's a lot of people that use that as grounds to make excuses for their thoughts being heard over others. It's a very shaky ground. It's one of those things where like if you are really good at something, you don't have to say you're really good at something. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that want to take advantage of people that had, ungrounded, unscientific, unbased, unresearched, like you, Miss Rachel, unresearched concepts and ideas. And they're just there to latch on to people that will pay them attention. And it's unfortunate, but I mean, it comes to them saying, so it's very hard to find true examples of, the classic concept of a starseed, I believe. So I don't think it's ever going to be nice. There we go. Yeah.
Well,
hey, gotta love a map. I love a map. I love a good map.
Like, that's one of my biggest problems with it, is that it has this like separation. I don't belong here. And like, if that's how you really feel, I get it. It's hard to be in your body sometimes, but that's something you really have to work on, because you're here. You are obviously meant to be here for whatever reason. If you're having a hard time, that should show you that you really need to dive into it. Okay, I picked this challenge. I picked these stats when I got here. That should signal a deeper dive instead of just misery. And you can
Jim, now you should put up the Kurt Cobain meme.
Right?
Yeah, if I can find it. There's like 600 memes in this meme bank.
A lot of
It's
memes.
incredible. Jim, why don't you tell folks where they can find your meme bank? Is it on Telegram?
Yes, it's on Telegram. It's called Gems Meme Bank, I think. Maybe I can drop a link in the description here. It's a place where we put memes to save them for posterity. And
It's the only reason I go to
Are you sure?
Instagram is to farm memes for the bank.
So
I go to
it's a
Pinterest
place
because that's where the dead
that you
memes
put
are.
memes. I was stuffing them in my mattress because I don't trust the banks. So can I get a meme credit card? Because I don't trust that card.
Yes.
How about a meme car loan?
Are they NFTs? That might work.
NFTs. So, yeah.
Not freaking time worthy. I don't make the rules. I just state them, obviously.
Have
Somebody
you all
has
Anyways.
updated
to.
your telegrams? How are you guys feeling
Um,
about telegrams right now? It's first of the year 2020. Durov just gave us the new update for the December telegram, and there are now reactions to chat items. Discord has had this feature for a while. The Weaving Spiders Welcome chat, called Chat Weaving Spiders Welcome, has enabled the ability to react to individual posts in the chat channel. So we're trying that now. And I see some bingo cards, so I'll heart those, and other things I'll thumbs up, and you can thumbs down.
and Jordan, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Y'all, Jordan is our guest just because he's our virgin newbie. We're breaking him in tonight. I hope he enjoys it, and I hope you get everything out of it that we're going to. Oh, there he goes again. Damn it. Look, I said the virgin word and his phone went, nope. Damn. Why is it so hard to be gifted? Rachel, I'm going to field that question to you.
It comes with the territory.
Was anyone else put in the special kids class and called gifted in
No,
I was
elementary
put in the
school?
thought that
gifted
was
class.
weird.
They
I
did
was in
that.
something called SAIL, which standed for Students Accelerated in Learning. And even there, they were like, do you want to skip grades? My mom was like, we don't want her to be weird. And me now, at my age, I'm like, I was always weird, right, Mom?
They called
I'm
ours
always going to be
alert.
weird.
Alert, but I don't know what that
He's
stands
back.
for.
So, Jordan, welcome, newbie. The topic of discussion is skip 5D, let's go to 6D. Rachel, the lovely Rachel, thank you so much. She started us off talking about star seeds. What is your opinion? And can you let everybody know how to find you since you're new?
My name's Jordan Vezo. I'm from the Divulgence podcast. Best way to find me would be you can hit me up at Twitter at DivulgencePod, and you can find my videos, interviews on YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, Odyssey, and then there's audio versions just about anywhere, Spotify, Amazon, Apple, all that stuff. Yeah, so I mean, check it out. We talk about Missy's been on once, and I'm hoping she'll be on again. I like to interview authors, filmmakers, researchers, truth seekers, like I'm sure all of you are. Talk about interesting stuff, myths, facts, fiction. Try to keep, if we're talking about fiction, it's usually about how other people are spreading it, but for the most part, conspiracy, true crime, all the fun stuff. So yeah, if you want to check me out, you can go to at Divulgence Pod at Twitter, and any info you can find there. So sorry, we're talking about skipping grades. Is that what we're talking about?
We're talking about how we're skipping 5D and going straight to 6D, as in the sixth dimensional paradox.
Oh,
Or not.
oh.
Here's where I want to
Paradox.
frame the question. Why do you think the Q phenomenon has all this 5D jive in it?
Because it goes along with the place where Trump plays chess.
Oh, that's right, the 5D chess thing. I forgot about that.
Oh man, I cannot believe the mental gymnastics I heard from people about how he went on and talked about how he got his boosters, and everybody get your cootie shot, and we saved 10 million lives. It's crazy. You just don't know what he means by that. Everything he says actually has 10,000 different layers of meaning, and you're supposed to be able to interpret that. And I'm a Trump interpreter, so I can tell you exactly, just like a priest reading your Bible to you, what it actually meant.
Chance, what it means is it's supposed to be circle, circle, square, square. Now you got it everywhere. You're not looking at it right. Here's what the problem is. The problem is you're not looking at it right. That's the worst Trump impression ever, but
It begins with education.
I still knew it was Trump.
Have you guys seen this?
Worst.
The GATE program, the Gifted and Talented Education Program. This happens to be from looks like
You bet.
California has one. This is from the Tucson School District website. The basic idea is that it is for gifted and talented students, and they have a special education program. I've spoken with members folks who have been in the GATE program when they were in elementary school, and they've had some interesting things to say about that. I don't know if anyone has any idea what the GATE, the GATE Gifted and Talented Education Program is.
How close was this to Jeffrey Epstein's, clone plant, his Westworld?
I'm not sure, and I'm not really the expert on the topic. I do know that the way this program works is you'd be in your classroom. They'd say, "Hey, you're a bright, young, smart student," and they'd take you out and they'd bring you to another room, and they'd have a different few hours of the day where you'd be in your GATE program. I know that Freeman Fly has talked about a time when he was in elementary school, and he remembers being pulled out of his classroom and brought to another classroom with different students, and they were looking at flashcards and memorizing facts, and they had a completely different curriculum. So when we're talking about Starseeds, education, preschool programs, and beginning to find the gifted students early to give them a specific and unique education, a lot of questions begin to arise. And Jordan, how was your preschool experience? Did you eat any Play-Doh?
Like the philosopher Plato?
Yeah.
The ripe old age of 5.
The product, yeah, like that. Yeah, it was. I remember it being very salty. It had a very salty taste. I never like actually ate it. I would just like almost like a salt lick. That's my Play-Doh experience. I never played with it. I didn't really eat it. I was just kind of a horse and just kind of licked it. So
It's all made in China now, and it contains wheat.
Because they know kids eat it.
Well, yeah,
Well, they should make it with peanuts that are really secure. It won't get in
Is
any
it
classroom.
gluten-free at least?
That'll really set them off. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no eating Play-Doh.
Distributed in New Zealand by Hasbro New Zealand.
What do you guys think about Montessori schools popping up? Do you know much about Montessori?
We have one here, but by the way, they don't call it like play, they call it modeling compound. I think that's kind of crazy. We have one here, a Montessori school. And although Montessori schools sound great on paper, the problem is you're also still relying on people that were educated by the broken education system to be the ones that decide what your kids do and do not learn. My child personally goes to a very small classroom. It's 30 kids in each grade, and there's 2 classrooms for each grade, and there's 2 teachers for each classroom. And it's very small, very private, very hands-on. And, it's Southern Baptist, which I don't have a problem with. I'd rather have my kid into Jesus and have them into, whatever it is they're doing in Arkansas at the state Capitol building. I'm okay with that. But the Montessori school thing, that's definitely popping up. But more often than not, what we have popping up right now are these things called pods. Are you familiar with those at all, Rachel? The pods that are popping
Only
up?
a little.
The homeschool pods?
Yep.
All over the United States. Just here in Charleston, where I live, Charleston, South Carolina, we have a whole bunch of these pods popping up. And it's my town of James Island, which is like a little suburb of Charleston proper. We have, I think, 6 different pods right now. And there's about 15 kids in each pod, and it's separated by age range. So you've got kids from age 3 to 6. And you got kids from 6 to 9. And there's kids from 9 to 12. And there's kids from 12 to 15 and 15 to, graduation, depending on what year that is, 17, 18, depending. And
So
there's about 15 of them.
Are they literally pods?
Yeah, they're little pods. They're
like a
homeschool
store-
pods.
Matrix pods?
Everyone puts in.
Dolphin
Yeah,
pods.
that's right, Matrix pods.
It's
Everyone
like a-
puts in to pay for a private teacher for those pods. There's no more than 15 kids in each pod.
Are they trailers or are they like storage unit?
No, they do it at different people's houses.
Mm.
Okay, so it's like
Yeah.
just
Or garages or whatever. Yeah.
okay, so it's a
We don't
it's
have
a-
basements here.
it's a personnel unit. It's a unit of personnel. It's not like a literal
It's a-
physical building that they move.
It's a unit of kids, and all the
Okay.
parents put in for a teacher, and they all split the cost of having a teacher
That's
for
smart.
Okay.
that class.
The language
But it's
does sound
homeschool.
like a splinter cell or an insurgency or something. And
an
we've
It's
had
not like
a-
it's Walmart.
our
Or-
government
Walmart.
has had a history of not liking people who splinter off, start their own
Yeah.
cells, call it a religion, a church, a cult, a family, a gathering, whatever.
I was thinking
So is that where we're
concentration.
being led?
I was
It's
thinking
just
concentration camp.
no, that's Walmart. Come
You've
on.
never been homeschooled.
No, but I mean they're getting them ready for it. If they, by calling it a
When you-
pod and by moving, it's like FEMA. It's like conditioning them for FEMA.
Well,
Here-
when
That's
you
what I
do
was
go to
thinking.
when you do go to the FEMA camp, what is your skill going to be? Because mine is going to be checking up on people's legal documents. That's how I'm going to get my suit.
nice. I like the thumbs
I know
up.
Slick Dissident has a slide ready for us on the topic of gates. Let me bring
Oh,
that
yeah.
up
Yes,
for you.
slick.
And BJ's,
BJ's,
are they sloppy? So how sloppy?
we're giving out sloppy BJ's.
No, I
sloppy
really
do
like
you
this
want?
art. It's
Jobs
quite
and
good.
gates. I don't understand how that's connected.
Yeah,
Gabe
these
will
are-
explain it to us.
yeah, so these are all initiation themes. Every single one of these is in, you just think of it as the beginning that you can never take back. All of these things. And so you're being initiated. And also these are thresholds where knowledge is to be found on the other side.
You missed
Uh,
one. You missed Jim Bob from the 19 Kids and Counting show.
Okay, what does, I'll write him down. What's his conspiracy?
It's Jim
He's got
Bob and
20
his wife,
something
and they've got those
kids.
19 kids. And the oldest child was accused of sexual exploitation of
the
minors for his two
Right.
sisters.
Rachel, are
Okay.
you seeing this? Can you read
Jim
some of these
Bob.
J's and B's to us on this chart for our blind viewers tonight?
Well, the John Gabar is one of them.
That's from Dune.
That's from Dune. Obi-Wan Kenobi. That's a good one. John the Baptist. Jab with a capital B. Joe Biden. Kamala Harris. I don't know how to say that. Joaquin Harris. Is that it?
That Joe Biden
Joaquin.
divided by
Oh, I see.
Kamala
Divided by
Harris equals Joaquin
Oh.
Harris,
Jim Beam.
conflating two politicians into one. That's a J and a B.
Mhm.
Blowjob,
the red bill?
Jack Black. I mean,
I
Black Jack.
How much
Blackjack.
How much Jim Beam do you need to drink to understand this chart?
All of
You get-
All
yeah,
of it.
Couple bottles.
more the
I don't
merrier.
want. I got a guy helping me build my deck, which is way funnier when you're from New Zealand because I got a big deck. But anyways, I got a guy helping me build my deck named JB. He's fired. That's it. I can't trust
Oh
him now.
shit, oh shit.
Well, okay.
Thanks
Hold
for
on.
letting me know.
Jeff Bezos, John Benet, Boris Johnson, Blackjack,
Jupiter,
and Blowjob.
Black Cube, Blue Pillar. So if
The
these are
J and the B
pillars,
together.
and these are the gates of initiation, who's the high priestess here? Who's the one that's going to let you go through these?
Madeline McCann, obviously.
Your school teacher, your preschool teacher.
Oh, I got an answer back, Rachel. Whenever you guys are ready about the neutrinos.
Oh, neutrino answer?
hmm
Yes. and we'll
Okay,
come back
here we
to
go
this.
through the gates.
He said neutrinos are fundamental particles that are produced in nuclear reactions. Stars are powered by thermonuclear fusion, and they produce neutrinos throughout their lives. So it's not just from the sun. Very massive stars at the end of their lives go supernova, and those explosions produce ridiculous amounts of neutrinos in a very short time. So it's not just from our sun, it's from any supernova or any thermonuclear fusion that happens to happen, because we still get that raining through atmosphere.
Mhm.
I'm waiting for, he's got more coming at Stop That Adding. I know that the way they found neutrinos in the first place is that they had to put sensitive equipment deep down under the ground, because they had to make sure that it was filtered out, because they wanted to make sure that it wasn't what's the word I'm looking for, corrupted by our actual sun particles. And I remember reading about this because they put them in these salt mines in places like Utah, like deep under the ground. I'm waiting to hear more from him, but yeah, he said that they come from very massive stars at the end of their lives because supernova, and those explosions produce ridiculous amounts of neutrinos in a very short time, and those eventually come here to Earth. So, and
Totally.
he said, "Thank you for asking," and then he's listening to our live stream.
I
Oh,
love it.
sweet.
Thank you. Thanks for the response. Yeah.
Yeah, Scott's the
and
jam.
I love it. And that's exactly like, that's the thing, is these people are putting their children into pods because people who homeschool, it's hard. You cannot always do this by yourself.
You
may
don't
not
want your
be
kids to be
equipped.
socially
Well,
abnormal.
Okay, here's the thing though. I used to work for a homeschool curriculum company. And a lot of those moms, their number one complaint was that their children were too socialized. So that's a total myth. I'm going to bust that right now. When you're interacting with human beings every day, you're going around with your parents every day, you do not lack for socialization. You just don't. That's just a myth. But you do need peer-to-peer interaction. I mean, if we're talking about the two pillars of knowledge, you do want to be sure who is in that position of giving that information away. If you're having somebody come in to teach a language or a subject that you're not great at, like math, you want to make sure that they're speaking a language that you speak or can get behind. I mean, that's what people are getting
God bless
upset
all
with
you
now.
math people out there. God bless
Seriously.
I don't do
So,
math.
Oh no, a bunch of people don't. But I like
I failed
turning minor leads
geometry like
about
3
that.
times. So
Yeah, I had to take night classes for that one, but I passed. So I was good at
I took
geometry. The
geometry
other
twice,
ones,
Had a girl.
and
not
then
so
I had to
much.
take it in summer school to pass it. Like I could not pass geometry.
It was algebra. Algebra was tough because I need real life
And when was
application.
the last time
I
you
think
used
most
it in real
people
life?
do.
Anybody on the panel? Let's go around the panel. When was the last time any of you used calculus or algebra in real life? Anyone?
I'm sure I
Algebra all
used
the
it
time.
yesterday or today at
Okay.
some point, but sorry,
How?
Sick had his hand up.
What did you use it for?
Cooking.
No, I'd love to hear it. Cooking. Yeah.
Leaders don't count. I got a burger for a cop. No, I mean seriously. Like when was the last time? Like Rachel, when was the last time you used any of that math or ever needed that math in life? I had shout out to my 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Hale, because she said to me, she goes, Melissa, you have to learn long division. I know it's hard, but you have to learn it. And I was like, why? She goes, because what are you going to do? Walk around the rest of your life with a calculator in your pocket? Well, fuck you, Mrs. Hale.
Yeah, I remember that one. Oh,
I mean,
Do you remember in math class the first time you were introduced to matrices and adding matrices, dividing matrices, and multiplying matrices?
I cheated on my multiplication test for
That
the 3s
scam.
and 6s. So whatever.
Jordan,
Still don't
why
know what
was it a
6 times
scam?
7 is. Couldn't tell you.
Tell us
Don't know what
about the
a matrix
scam,
is.
Jordan. I want to know.
oh well, I just know that it's another thing that I'm not using. Matrices. I mean, unless we're talking about the Matrix movies, there's no matrices going on in my.
We
in
can
my
certainly
world.
talk about Matrix. I think people have had enough time on their own, and anybody who wanted to see it had more than enough time to see it. So we can
Okay,
spoil
I literally
Matrix.
saw it this morning, so that's so good. So the cutoff point, we're past the cutoff point then.
Yep,
Nope.
yep.
Yeah.
We
January
are
1st was the day.
Sick.
we are allowing spoilers for Matrix 4. Maybe we need to spoil the first movie and then the second movie and then the third movie. And then maybe an hour from now, we'll be able to spoil the Matrix 4 after we get caught up with all the deep Matrix lore.
I just want to know who in the Brady Bunch I am.
We aren't the bunch yet. We need more
Marsha.
spiders.
Need more.
Marsha.
We need 3 more cameras.
Why do I feel more like Jan?
I will share this now while we're on the topic of spoiling the Matrix 4. And if anybody remembers a past episode, we were talking about this Brass Against band. There was a rock concert and this singer with a convenient name of Sophia. I think her last name is Yorista rhymes with barista, but sounds a lot like urinista because
like she's unemployed.
she delivered a golden shower live, and I don't know what that has to do with singing or
See?
the name Brass
Unemployed. I
Against.
called it. Called it.
But there was a lot of people talking about how this woman knelt down over this man who is willingly lying on the stage, looking straight up as she squats down and delivers the golden stream of knowledge onto his face. Now, I mention that because it's disgusting and because she sang Rage Against the Machine's Wake Up, her own Brass Against version with the horns blaring at the end of Matrix 4. That was the credit song.
That's
So
where that
her
shitty
name.
Okay,
They
that's where it came
botched.
from. All right, well that
Well,
leads me
nice
right
when they
into
used
my
to Rage
first
Against the
massive
Machine.
criticism of the Matrix 4 is
Don't
it felt
you
like
ever
one
say-
big advertisement for transgenderism.
Well, y'all do realize that the people that wrote the Matrix were trans, right?
I do realize
I
that
didn't
they
get- I
were
didn't get that at
not
all.
yet trans for the original trilogy. Also, them writing the
Mhm.
Matrix is a strong assertion, but they're the ones that were given
And this last
the
one was
credit
forced
for
on
it.
them. The last
So-
one was forced on them. They didn't want to write it.
Sure, I don't know about that either. Maybe that is the
That's
case,
what the
but
first 30 minutes were about. But they
Well,
didn't want to write it.
that's
Right.
interesting. Okay, so that's another. Let's take that topic and run with it too. But if we're going full spoiler, not that this is really important, what happened
Leave it.
was the male hero, the Neo character, was more or less a broken loser for the entire movie who lost his mojo, and even by the end of the movie never really, I don't think he ever even fired a gun. So his phallus was broken the entire movie, whereas in the previous films he always had some sick gunplay that was like part of the appeal. And for all the nostalgia they crammed into the movie and all the callbacks and all the referential stuff to the original trilogy, Neo not firing a gun is a symbolically impotent, I was going to say potent, but a symbolically impotent choice. And basically Trinity receives all the powers of the one by the end of the movie as well. So yeah, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, he loses powers. Like
They do it.
It's
They do
just-
it. They go full blown Trinity is the one now, basically.
So here's our singer,
And-
and I believe she's singing the Rage Against the Machine song.
Rage
Wake
with
Up
the machine now.
When,
Now it's rage on behalf of the machine. Let's be honest.
Rage on behalf of the machine.
Rage with the
Yeah.
machine.
So then here's the other article saying that this P-related fact will greatly improve your viewing of the Matrix Resurrections. Here's a very wet-looking Keanu Reeves playing Neo, and it does tell you that
Why is
the
it already
Wake
wet?
Up song here is the end credits. So kind of
See,
curious.
now I don't mind his hover hug. That doesn't bother me anymore. I'm like, don't hug me. You look gross.
So it seems as if she's pissing on the fans, and this movie was a piss on the fans, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
Mm.
But-
Mm-mm-mm.
My
But-
words, okay, so my words were not taken fully for the hyperbolic nature in the chat when I said that the whole movie is about being trans. Obviously, there's other things the movie has going on in it, but it does feel like when I say the movie is about being trans, it was about the transfer of male potency to the female and putting
I'm
them.
going to disagree.
Well, I thought they were kind
know.
of teamworking it at the end there. I thought they were just kind of running with scissors.
Well, so here's how I see it. Okay, Sophia, first of all, her whole deal is that she can create by herself without a man. She don't need nobody. Okay?
You're talking
It's her
about
choice. It's Sophia's
Sophia
choice.
from
Gnostic-
the
the
Gnostic
Gnostic.
ideas,
Mhm.
and not the singer who
Right,
pisses on fans.
right.
It's
But
Sophia's
it
choice.
is kind of a piss on the masculine. It is.
Right.
It
right.
says, I don't need you. And even if that was true, part of it is the choice to create, to co-create. So I didn't see Neo as, I mean, yeah, he was a broken sword. He lost a lot of things, but then he became the wand. He became the conduit. Instead of needing a gun, he was the gun. That was the transformation and the shift that he had to go through and relive and go through all that. Trinity getting extra powers, duh, because if one ascends, the other ascends too. So
yeah,
it's
I'm
not
cool
like
with
she was
that
getting
too.
them,
I just
you
think
know.
Neo should have shot some damn guns.
Oh no, I agree.
Because
That would have been
if we
fun.
saw Zardoz together,
Learn.
we would recall the gun is good, the penis is bad.
Right.
Her name is Trinity, though, which means
Right.
she
And that's a triple
empowers-
aspect.
Yes.
would have to be
and
balanced feminine.
Morpheus in this film is not played by the original actor. He's played by another actor. And how did you feel about that, Jordan? Missing
Larry
Morpheus.
Fishburne. Larry
That was one of
Fishburne.
the first things I said. I was like, Larry Fishburne is going to be pissed. I thought it was interesting. Like, I have no idea the story behind the casting or who was available, wasn't available, why things were written the way they were. But it was interesting not to see. I mean, he's the coolest cat in all the movies, man. So I don't know why Larry Fishburne wasn't in it. Is it Hugo Weaving? Is that the name of Smith?
Elrond from The Lord of the Rings.
Well,
Hugo
Yeah.
Weaving.
That's what we should name the
And
episode. Is
he
Hugo
is-
Weaving.
I was waiting the whole time to see him.
That's
And
cool.
I mean, other than the bust on the desk, that I hope you all noticed,
Mhm.
you know, yeah, I was just, I mean, just to quickly say, overall,
I haven't seen it yet. Who busted on what desk and why? Are you sure this is PG-13?
There's a lot of desk busting on different desks. We got to talk about it. right now.
Yes.
Just to give a general, my 2 cents or whatever, if this is the last movie, I was pretty damn disappointed. If there's going to be another movie, then I liked it and we'll see. But as for like the symbolism and like the stuff that they were just shoving down your throat, and yeah,
It's a nice little-
there was a lot of it. Yeah.
If
That
we were
perfect
allowed to
time
play music, we would play the song Wake Up by Rage alongside the
Yeah.
machine. And Paul has
Terrible.
just joined us.
I got this.
Welcome, Paul. Wake
What's up,
up.
Paul?
Couldn't hear
Hey,
anything.
how often do you comb your beard? The audience wants to know.
I have a brush. I have a comb.
Oh, that's a fact, brother.
It looks nice.
Paul, have you seen The Matrix Resurrections?
No, because I
I'm gonna ruin it for you. Don't worry. Just wait.
no, I have not, because I bought the trilogy that I wanted to get myself caught up on before I go see the new one.
That's fair.
Mhm.
That's
And
fair.
I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but within the next week, yes, for sure. I'm assuming. So you probably have seen it, huh?
We're
like your hat.
just about to
We
spoil the
decided
movie
the
for
cutoff.
everybody.
Yeah, we decided the cutoff date for spoilers. Actually,
Oh, son of a bitch.
Yeah, today's the day.
Well, let's hear it. Go for it.
They changed the only other black actor again. That's something, that's a pattern.
It was a black accident, okay? They didn't mean to. It just had to happen.
That's crazy. They did it-
I heard Lawrence Fishburne said that they never even contacted him about reprising the role. Like it wasn't even a question.
What
Like
the
he was
fuck?
completely left out
Larry-
of the conversation.
okay, I'm glad you.
Larry Fishburne's
added
very
that.
busy these days.
That's crazy. So that's supposed to be provocative, y'all. That's supposed to piss people off, you know? They did it to the Oracle. Now they're doing it to him. That's supposed to piss us off. This whole thing is just weaponized to the max. Fuck
But
it.
if we're talking about African American actors and actresses, they kept the Niobe character correct. The
Who's
right
that? Jada
actress, right?
Pinkett Smith? Is that who?
Yes,
Dude.
a very,
Oh.
very
Yeah.
old looking
Shocking.
Jada Pinkett
The
Smith.
only one that aged.
Hey, fun fact. Did you know that Elon Musk is an African American?
Yeah, South
Yeah.
African American. Yeah.
That's right.
Mhm.
Fact.
Yeah, just like David. Oh, what's his
Not
name?
Hasselhoff.
Duchovny?
Dave Matthews.
Dave Matthews is from South Africa. That's right. I forgot about that. We talked about that last time. Well, not him, but his,
So I'm
saxophone.
here in Seattle, and for most of Dave Matthews' career, that's where it was based out of. And so it
Oh,
was a
God.
big thing around here.
honey, I'm so sorry for your
The
loss.
summer
So-
I'm sure
festival
there's
all the time.
lots of people.
So Jada Pinkett Smith as Niobe returns. And Christina Ricci makes an interesting
Yeah,
appearance.
that was an interesting little.
She doesn't even look like
another
herself
person
anymore.
who never ages in real life at all.
I don't think she even looks like herself anymore, though. She looks like someone else.
Her. Wow.
She's way too thin. She looks like
Agreed.
what's her name? The chick from
Bad
Clueless
Men.
that got real thin and then overdosed, but didn't, and then her husband died. Oh, Brittany Murphy.
Brittany
She's kind of like
Murphy.
Brittany Murphy. She's
Brittany
gotten so thin and gaunt. Like, I don't know.
Did anyone
I mean,
else
I guess
notice
Hollywood does that to you,
the-
though.
Sorry?
Go
I
ahead,
guess
Rachel.
Hollywood does that to you, though.
Oh. I was going to ask if anyone else noticed the Sense8 cast that was in the movie.
Yeah, my friend did. She noticed. She started picking them off right away. Yeah.
Yeah. There were only 2 of them. Have you seen Sense8, Jordan?
I've seen a couple episodes, so I did recognize. I thought there were more than 2 people though. I thought there were like 3 or 4 people that were on the show. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought I could have sworn there were more.
I'd have to double check. I recognize 2 for sure. I was looking for others though. I was
2,
like,
yeah,
oh,
there were 2 that were
interesting.
part of the main squad, and then I think 2 not as main characters, I guess you can say. But
Mhm.
yeah,
So anyone who hasn't seen Sense8, it is about having a shared connection with 8 other people. They all happen to be people who have the same birthday as you. So you have shared experiences, and kind of like another story that I've read, they ultimately try to get together.
there's
Made a
people
note to
there.
watch that. Oh, God. Forgot about Larry Fishburne there.
Yeah, I can't believe they didn't ask Larry. That's not nice.
Dude.
That's
Yeah.
Pee-wee's
I mean,
Playhouse.
everyone, I mean, guys, who here wasn't like Pee Wee Herman's going to get in trouble for masturbating in public? I mean, I saw it coming. I mean, I knew that was going to happen. It's like Anthony Weiner, like, duh, he's going to get in trouble for sex weird shit. Duh, that was coming. His name's Anthony Weiner. Pee Wee
Mhm.
Herman's going to get in trouble for masturbating in public. That's going to happen.
Just the way
It's
it
almost
works.
dictated in the names. Pee Wee, Wiener,
Dictated.
like dictated. Ha.
That's when you see the future, but it involves dicks.
That guy was never on my radar. That show was too weird. I was like, no, thanks.
Yeah.
And then I
Which
heard
one?
about it and was like, yeah.
I had
You
to
know-
watch it because I had an older brother that loved the movies. So it was just like, it was like Killer Clowns from Outer Space, like destroyed my childhood. Like, I couldn't eat cotton candy till I was 22. Terrified of clowns. Still am. I really hate mimes though, because they're clowns that don't talk. And
Did
that's
you
just wrong
tell
on all
him
levels.
Large Marge sent you?
Large Marge.
Haven't heard that one.
I got a plot in the woods for her. Come get me, Large Marge. Come on, let's go. Pick me up. Mm-mm. Not cool. Scary. And we were kids too. We watched that stuff, like, and it was normal. The stuff that happened in the 80s in television shows was horrifying compared to what happens now in movies and television, right?
I've been having this really, I don't know what to call it, but going back and rewatching things I used to like as a child or things I remember from my youth and rewatching them now with the mindset I have now and how fucking disturbing almost every single, sorry, I don't know if I can swear here, how disturbing all of
You can
them
swear.
are and how like, oh, just
Grease is filthy. Filthy.
I wanna
good in my headphones
point
just fell
out a
out.
thing
I was so
about-
grossed out with what just happened. I just
Go back
lost
to the
AirPods.
Matrix. To go back to
Yes.
the Matrix, the
Yeah, back to
character of
Matrix.
Trinity, while she's inserted, takes on a persona the way that Neo becomes Thomas Anderson, and she is Tiffany, which I found to be an appropriate choice from a Kabbalistic
stripper name.
perspective, since Tiferet is the emanation of
For,
strength
Oh,
and masculinity and beauty.
Yeah.
Also a common stripper name.
Mhm.
So Tiffany as Tiferet, she is the emanation of masculinity and beauty.
breakfast
So-
at
Making that
Tiffany's. Right?
Yeah.
It was
Do
a
any of you
Tiffany
guys-
diamond that so again and I think the story had something to do with Trinity's character in the Matrix plugged into a marriage with a wedding ring, which was a diamond from Tiffany's, having to do with having a child, having children and a husband and a family is what kept Tiffany in the Matrix.
And in
then-
Arabic, the word tifl, Tifl, means a child, but one
Well,
that
then
is
there's
offered up for sacrifice, usually in the context that I'm thinking of.
That
Then
sounds
there's all
about right.
these crazy, like, there's like the Q people, and then the Q people, there's like an offshoot of them that are people that were obsessed with like JFK Jr. The JFK Jr. people are obsessed with Tiffany Blue.
Tell us about Tiffany Blue. What is that?
Oh God, I didn't really deep dive into it, but I mean, I bet I could look it up real quick. But there was this big thing, like they were saying that Tiffany Blue was a signifier. For example, the First Lady Melania would wear Tiffany Blue. There's Tiffany Blue in like different pictures where they
like
said
a color
that.
code.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, these crazy, JFK Jr.'s live people were saying that Tiffany Blue was a signifier that he was either around or involved in different, scenarios that they believed were implied in certain situations. So, I mean, there's also that. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Okay, so if you're talking about color codes, which might be related to the idea of occult correspondences, the idea that certain colors manifest certain energies or represent certain ideas as in corresponding to another idea.
So
The first thing that came to my mind when you said that, it's probably not related at all, but I've heard the theory floated that Trump and the red tie versus blue tie and the body double versus non-body double, the red tie is really him. If it's not the red tie, it's somebody else. I again haven't looked into it, but that's something I've heard floated.
I'm gonna take notes on that one. That's interesting.
yeah, body doubles are fascinating to me. I used to think I could tell the difference, but it wasn't by the tie, but I could tell just by his cadence that there was the smart one who never, and then there was another dumb one who probably was I assume was the double.
And there's the woman in the red dress.
Oh
that
God, yeah.
You may or may not notice.
Good point.
Then there's the devil in a blue dress.
Yeah, does someone have that image, the devil in the blue dress image? I think we've shared it before. There's a painting of that with Bill Clinton in a blue dress, I think is the image I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you got it.
So going back to Matrix 4 and our thoughts, critiques, criticism, explanations of it, and color codes, the original Matrix was heavily color graded with green. And this new movie, not being shot on 35mm film, had this sort of a super high definition digital look. And then people were talking about the sunlight and the color grading of the sunshine in this new Matrix movie. So the whole look of the movie Matrix 4 looked so different from the original Matrix. Visually, it was really different. I don't know if that's better or worse, but I was wanting more of that green Matrix. And then in one of the sequels, he sees the letters turn red. So the green letters turn red. If you remember, was it in 2 or 3, Rachel, where the letters of the Matrix that would fall down the walls, the scripts that looked kind of Korean, Chinese, Asian, Japanese, kanji looking scripts that would be the code of the walls. In one of the movies, the scripts turn red, which reminds me of the red letters, the words of Christ in the Bible.
Yeah.
So the green text of the computer script becomes red text. And then in the Matrix 4, Neo has a job as a programmer, a lead programmer, and a game designer. We talked about the video game awards on, I think, a Flow State previously, and the significance of that trophy. If you remember, the trophy for the game award show, the industry awards itself with this trophy that looks like something that comes out of the rocks. So something born of a rock, and this is the trophy that looks like an angel with some clipped wings. That trophy is in the Matrix 4 because it's given to Neo, or rather his name is Thomas Anderson. He receives the award for creating a multi the MMO RPG, what is it called? Multiply massively role-playing game.
Online.
So the Matrix Online in our real world was an actual MMO that people played. In the Matrix 4, they explained that as the Matrix movie, the first movie being an MMO that was designed by Thomas Anderson. Is it Anderton or Anderson? Anderson. So
Well,
he's an
wasn't the
award-winning video game creator. He created
Let's-
the world.
We're going too
Well,
far
he's
past the
working
color
with
grading,
Deuce
I think,
Machina.
Alan. I would like
Wasn't
to
the-
stop on that for a moment. And
Yes, thank
Wasn't
you.
the original
Because
one
what
real
we
quick,
have
though,
with
wasn't the
the
original one the green and black because they had the DOS,
Mhm.
the coding in DOS? That's why.
Yeah, that's why.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, duh.
Do any
Not
of
like
you
it's-
guys listen to Isaac Weishaupt?
Yeah.
Yep.
I know
Yeah.
Isaac.
He's
Good
been
dude.
doing a Matrix breakdown.
Yeah.
Pretty fascinating.
What is the name of his podcast, Paul?
Conspiracy theories and unpopular culture.
Thank you.
Yeah. Isaac's a good dude.
What were you saying, Chance?
well, I believe that there's a bluish tint, really, when you look at the
Mhm.
movie overall, and a strong theme towards blue in general with Matrix 4, in that Neo is prescribed to take blue pills to stay, or Thomas Anderson to stay in the Matrix. The
Interesting.
character who has replaced the architect is called the Analyst, and the Analyst has very strongly colored blue eyes, like blue contacts. He's wearing very bright blue rimmed glasses. The entire swing of the film towards the feminine rising to ascendancy has a lot to do with the color blue in
Oh,
the red and blue lodges. The blue is the feminine side of the spectrum, at least considered to be. So I think
Yep.
sorry.
It's that good old 6 finger. What the hell's
So-
going on there?
So analyst has all the letters for Azul, which is blue.
Plus, it starts with anal.
yes, the anal list.
Well, we did say that Lana Wachowski spell her name backwards and then say it aloud. Lana.
Speaking
Talk
of
about
Wachowski,
talk
I
about
was
come
not-
get your jab.
I did not know the Wachowski brothers are now the Wachowski sisters.
They are.
They have
Uh,
both
Recently.
transitioned and identify as
Hmm.
sisters now. Yes.
I've got some big news, y'all. I just found out that Cobra Kai is out now, the new season. So
That's
I've
gonna
not
be
seen
good.
it.
just me, just me.
Sorry.
I think
Okay,
it's
just
just
me.
you on that one, dog.
Yeah,
If it
I'm
makes
totally-
if it makes
It
you
is-
feel any better, it's been confirmed
It's
all those
good.
boys are over 18.
That's so good.
Oh, trippy.
So Chance,
speaking
where
of
are we on
analysts-
color coding and analysts?
Oh yeah, and Chance, I think there was a lot of yellow as
Mm.
well. I remember a lot of yellow, mostly with the sun rising. I think I remember a good portion of the end when they're fighting the choppers, and when they find out that Neo is basically nothing without a woman, and that Trinity can fly now. There's a lot of yellow there. I remember, and I know what you mean with the lack of the green. The scene where where Neo is fighting Smith, I believe it is. It almost looks like a set from one of the previous movies, but they've just grunged it up.
It
and
was
just-
the
it's
subway
called-
scene
Thank
that
you.
they fought
Thank
in
you.
the
Okay.
Matrix 1,
I
the
wasn't
iconic
sure on that, Chance.
final
Thank you.
battle.
Thanks, brother. Absolutely, man. So there you go. That's interesting. Okay. I thought I was just seeing things, but okay, fair enough.
There's a lot of detail in the movie, and I made sure to see
Yeah.
it in the cinema, to see it on a large screen. And I'm glad I did, because there's a specific character who has little pixels, shall we say, and I don't know how that's going to play on a much smaller screen, because they have such fine details with a specific character that I won't mention. Because
One
it's a
thing I
brand new
noticed in the Matrix 3, at the end of the original series, when the architect and the what's her name, Oracle, are sitting down on the bench. You know, they've concluded their game of 5D chess. The pawns are all put back in the box. In that scene, when they're watching the sunrise over the digital city, the color grading is no longer green. It looks more balanced and neutral or normal color. So
Okay.
there
Well-
could be that old version of the Matrix where things were more tinted to green was ended for some reason. Symbolism of that, I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Well,
The
let's be
analyst did
even
say that.
let's be even more clear, Chance. If you are buying a new version of 1999's The Matrix, different versions of the original Matrix film have been color graded differently, depending on the Blu-ray or the DVD or the VHS, or if you see it on HBO Go. So there do exist multiple versions of the original Matrix movie with different color grading. So
Well,
That's some
before
good
you
trivia.
go and say mandala effect, it's
Now you're talking
possible.
my language.
It's possible.
You
And
know,
do you
I
guys
have-
remember Sati at the end of 3? She introduced all that yellow.
Yes,
And the
the yellow
sunrise.
dress. Yes.
She was like, I made this sunrise for Neo because essentially she's showing that anyone can have these powers. She's just a natural born at it.
so
And
it's
that carries
interesting.
over. Sorry.
It's
go ahead.
interesting. The yellow and blue are the perimeters to the green in the Roy G. Biv. So the idea that it's both blue and there's that yellow in the transitional space, we're coming out of the green into two directions. So it opens the gates for the program to enter. It polarizes a little more theoretically. It's just interesting. That's the pattern I see with going from green into a blue yellow. We're
Well, that
jumping.
blue.
I have a question, and this comes from like I just don't know, but aren't the chakras lined up with colors? Isn't there like a color aligned to?
Mhm.
So which one's aligned with green? Which one's aligned with blue? Like I don't know
It
the
does
answer.
go yellow, green, and then blue higher.
Yellow is the
Blue is a
solar
pair.
plexus.
hmm
Green is the heart. Blue is the throat.
That same blue
Brown.
made me think, like, it was so brief, but it made me think of Tron, how all that stuff
Missy,
is
you're
very
muted.
blue, and like all the new technology. We have this
Knew
bright
that.
blue.
Blue
it is
light.
like I love it. I love that
Blue
color
screen
blue,
of
but
death.
it is.
I was also thinking about the
everywhere.
Marvel. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. It's like did something weird. Sorry, Rachel. I'm so sorry. I was
Okay.
also thinking about the Marvel universe and their color significance towards what the color in the stones in, let's say, Thanos' glove,
Mhm.
what they mean, right? There's also the concept of yellow. There's the stone, yellow stone, and what it does, and
That was
the soul
Vision
stone is
Stone.
red. And, huh?
I'm
You
just being
will.
a Marvel nerd. No,
No,
keep
that's
going.
good.
Sorry.
Baby shit green. my
Oh
favorite.
yeah.
Hey, see, this
Boner
is the
pill
color
blue.
we know. There we go.
White privilege.
Self-identified blue. That's what I'm gonna dye my hair next.
That's my favorite kind of privilege.
Jim, if
right
you don't
there,
send that to
privilege.
me, I will hate you forever. Please send that to me immediately. Thank
Statutory
you.
grape, boner pill, blue,
God, I'm
insufferable,
saving this-
vegan,
I'm
green,
saving this
baby
picture
shit,
right now.
green, self-identified blue, and presidential. What color is presidential? Oh, your parents' divorce was your fault, Peach.
Princess? That's deeper.
I
Breakfast
think
Club.
that's like
Oh, I didn't get to clip it in time.
Nice chance.
I'll
Somebody's
I'll
gonna
put it in the
share that, right?
telegram. Yeah.
oh,
We gotta
Chance,
start
when did
blocking
you
this
get so
blue light
close?
off of the screen for bedtime later.
So I just did a little decode here. We're talking about B to the J. Well, yellow could be spelled with the J. Blue and yellow, those could be the poles, the gates opening, the Joachim and the Boaz.
Damn, that's a good
Into
call.
the green.
Yellow could be spelled with a J.
Okay, so this is a totally just a random fact that I thought of the other day and wanted to bring to a weave, and it may not fit it anywhere, but a film that we talked about recently was Super Mario Brothers, and It occurred to
Someone
me
just got a bingo.
it occurred to me that the plumbers, plumbus,
Yes.
that is a
Oh,
specific meaning. Does anybody catch my drift?
yes.
What does that word mean?
The plumbus? Wow. It is from
E
Rick and Morty.
pluribus unum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm too innocent. I don't know it.
Isn't that? I'm pretty sure that let's see. Let me Google it just to be sure. Latin spelling of lead. How do you say lead in Latin?
It's PB, peanut butter. Close.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it means lead.
Exactly. So the plumbers.
That's how I
are
remembered it on the stupid chart. So
Anyway, so the plumbers and plumbing has a Saturnian symbolism to it.
Yeah, nice.
it's number 82. Uh-oh. That's the year I was born. Should I be worried?
Hey, me too. Welcome to the club.
Hashtag me too. Pound, I win. That's also something Mario does. Right? Punches up.
Depends on how you look at it. Does anyone else see?
Okay, here's what it says under the definition of lead. It says a heavy metal is essentially the most common materials. Lead is soft and malleable and also has a relatively low melting point. When freshly cut, lead is silvery with a hint of blue. It tarnishes to a dull gray color when exposed to air. Don't worry, it has a period like every other thing. It's got a period of number 6.
I have a green screen behind me, so now I'm in the original Matrix.
Oh, gee.
Yeah, plum bum.
Plumbum. Yes, that was just
Plumbum.
a thought, a relevant fact to call back to a previous weave.
Plum bum.
He's plum bumming.
My lady's fruit now.
Plum bum mers.
Okay, random thought before we get off the topic, but it reminded me, and it was because of one of the White Top breakdown, but you can look at the original Matrix #1, but then what I'm also referencing is Interstellar, where the overall theme of the movie is love is the piece missing from everybody's given perception of reality. Like when Neo dies in the first Matrix, the love from Trinity in the real world is what allows him to come back to life inside the Matrix. And in Interstellar, it's the love between Matthew McConaughey's character and his daughter that allows the transcendence of time and the quantum, relation, connection, all that. But that's the overall theme is love, which is, I don't know, might be.
Which is green in the color wheel.
Oh, nice.
That's even.
I'm glad you brought
It's
that up,
Soylent
'cause I
Green.
liked
It's
that a
people.
lot. It is though, and I liked that a lot about this one. Like the fact that the machines couldn't have the two of them in the same pod because it was just too much.
Wow.
And they
It
had
was
to be
it was something that
6 feet apart.
transcended their. Oh, damn it!
Like,
Stop
and,
bringing
I mean,
reality into it.
as much as I hated like the twin flame reference, I liked the nod to the masculine and feminine relationship. Like he woke up first, and he's got to go get her. Like she's still,
Well, it's awesome.
and she's
It's also a
the
nod to
female is the
Christianity, isn't it?
etheric, and the etheric gets really caught up in all kinds of stuff. So it doesn't surprise me that she has to be the second one to wake up.
It's
But
also
I
not
like
Christianity,
that.
isn't it? With
Hmm?
Mary and Jesus. It's also not. Sorry,
I
why
don't
can't
know.
I hear you very well? Can you check your?
I don't know.
She's fine.
It's my.
It's my stupid AirPods. Hang on, y'all.
There's so much real world stuff in that movie. It's ridiculous. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I love how one of the first real world places that they go to is somewhere where they're wearing masks. And it's just a reminder right away of this, shit that we're already, this trauma we're already going through. And throughout the whole movie, they're just parading different traumatic, trying to get traumatic responses. And I mean, depending on what we talk about, I mean, there's just so many different things in it that it was like, okay, I'm trying to enjoy the movie, but you're just shoving it in my face, you're shoving it down my throat. Yeah, it's just getting annoying at this point, and it's hard to enjoy a movie.
The demiurge is actually a psychologist is an important point. I think that's one of the things they're rubbing in people's faces metaphorically, what you're talking about, Jordan, that the new architect of the Matrix is the one that's feeding all the, the numbing pills to people.
Mhm.
That might relate
Yeah.
to what I was just about to fucking say, but like I feel like, so in the days of the original Matrix, like the predictive programming, the propaganda was like a decade before we see things. I
Yeah,
feel like the stuff coming out of Hollywood right now is like, you're gonna see this in a couple months, straight up.
Mhm.
And I don't know. I had no
Pretty
conclusion to
much.
that. It was just a random thought I had. So
Well, I have a
You're not
question.
wrong.
And how the
Um,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, it was for you, Jordan. I was going to ask you what you thought about the pills. When Bugs holds up the pills and she's like, the choice is an illusion, but yet he still goes through the ritual of choosing. Like, she tells him, to Morpheus, she's talking to Morpheus as
Sorry,
he's waking
what
up
was your
again. She's like, you can choose red or blue, but it's an illusion. The choice is illusion. Like,
Well,
so are
now
you
I
saying-
want to interject and ask the question point blank. Does the Matrix 4 tell you to throw out your crazy pills, stop taking your antipsychotics, and give up your medications and prescriptions for your antidepressants and anti-anxiety? Whoa. Heard some noise there on the line.
I thought so.
Because the movie is like, do you take a red pill, do you take a blue pill, or do you just don't take any pills at all? Is it an anti-prescription medication message,
Mm.
or is that just something they had to talk about because the script was like, well, let's throw in an analyst and make this a psychoanalyst Freudian sort of thing?
Or worse, why are we like children that have to pick our favorite color? Right?
I mean, it's
No, I want the
coincidence
red
that
one.
red and blue are the
That's
colors
my
that were
favorite
chosen.
color.
That's-
I want the red one. That's what kids do.
Well, again,
Yeah.
red or blue is masculine or feminine, and they're saying you're not going to be masculine, you're not going to be feminine, so you're going to reject the red, you're going to reject the blue, you're not going to be masculine, you're not going to be feminine. Masculine men are being made less masculine, feminine women are being made less feminine, so they're both rejecting the polarity of their own gender from birth, and they're becoming a amorphous blob in a pod with their minds connected to a neural link operating in a metaverse.
Yeah, when you break it down to something simple like color, it's making it child's play. Also, the color pink wasn't originally.
The color is relevant
Originally
for
worn by
the
men.
sake of
Forces you.
the color is relevant on a symbolic level, though. It's not just arbitrary.
Mhm.
Red
Yes, but
being
when you
the-
mix red and blue, what color do you get?
Purple.
We get purple.
And
You get
what is purple?
higher
symbolistic of?
chakras.
It's the crown.
It's the
Right,
royalty.
and interesting too that the demiurge analyst has speaking of the crown, has the new superpower of being able to slow time down
Mhm.
and control time. So there's a very Chronos
Which
type
person
of-
has this ability?
The
the
analyst.
the analyst.
Neil
Well,
Patrick
they're all
Harris.
chromatic.
yes.
Are
And
all
there we
colors
have,
chromatic?
And I
There we
hate
have-
how they casted him.
it's
Just
the,
throwing that out there.
there's the Analima. The keeping of the time is the
Mhm.
Analima, but the analyst. It's the list of the Analima. It's listing as it makes the 8.
That's a good
I haven't
one.
seen it yet.
I think
Yeah, even the
It's
fact that he's
interesting.
wearing glasses has an 8 to it, an 8
Right.
look to it.
It's interesting that you say
Well,
listing
there were
because that's what a
infinities throughout the whole movie.
Which is an
Infinity loops?
analemma, yeah.
Yeah, they were all
Well,
over the place.
listing is when a boat, right, goes to the left or the right when it's
Right.
sinking. It's called
Tip
listing.
over, yeah.
Yeah, to the starboard or the port.
Yeah.
So when you say the color is listing,
The analyst, yes. Even that's your bicameral politics.
well,
Left,
everything
right,
is subjective. So
Yeah.
Here's another possible Mandela effect memory. Do you guys remember this D12 band had Eminem in it?
Ah.
They released a
Yeah,
song
of course.
called
Oh, purple
Yeah,
pills.
no,
Purple pills.
D12 is shit.
They released a song called
Green, you're right,
Purple
and
Pills that
Purple
was
Pills. That's
explicit.
right.
No.
So they released a version of the song where instead of saying purple pills, they change it to Purple Hills, and you can see the Purple
They could
Hill.
Play it on the radio.
So they
or
could
something.
play it on radio and MTV. But again, you take a blue pill, you take a red pill, you take both pills, you've taken a purple pill, and you're off to the races into Crazy Town. Overdose.
Mm.
Definitely
Yeah,
remember
well.
D12. I'm pretty sure I have some songs in one of my old playlists.
Isn't it what they drink out of those red cups? Lean.
A purple
He's
drink?
gone.
I don't know anything about that.
Purple drink.
Purple, I know purple drank. I just don't know if it came out of a red cup. I'm pretty
don't
sure
want
it came
that.
out of
I want that purple drink.
cup. Styrofoam cup.
I don't need that. No thanks.
Also, to the masculine, feminine topic, if we're brushing on that with the Matrix, just a disclaimer, I'm more open-minded. I'm as open-minded as the next guy, but I mean, they really femmed out Morpheus with them waistcoat, belt line, tailored suits. And I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that, but I mean, I feel like they totally changed up who this guy was from the previous movies. And
Could
I
be
mean,
worse. It'd be Taylor Swift.
and I mean, hey, you can call me a gay hater all you want, but I mean, I'm just.
I'm offended by
Well,
your
okay,
take.
here
I'm
we
just
go.
speaking. I'm just.
No,
open-
you're
I'm just,
right, dude.
you know what I mean? Like I, if you want to say that, sure, but I mean, that's a thought that comes to my mind. I have nothing
He
wrong with
first
gay
meets
people,
Neo
but
in the bathroom and he comes out of the stall. That is a reference to homosexual encounters in my
You have to
opinion.
remember where it's coming from, y'all.
Wow.
So
Yeah,
what's
Which is
out?
too bad
thinking it.
because men
Look
used
at
to
all his
dress really
outfits.
nice.
No, I mean you're
Morpheus
right on
dresses
because I
nice
think
in
the
the
fact that they
episode.
She
meet
knows
for the
what's
first
up.
time in the
She knows
men's
what's up.
room and he's coming out of the stall and they have their clandestine meeting there in secret because he's hiding from everybody else. That seems really important to
Wow.
your point.
And so do two pillars. Two pillars
Which
at the
pillar?
gateway is
The
definitely
red
home,
pill or the blue pillars?
right?
So I didn't pick up on this earlier because I haven't seen the movie, but is the dude's name Morpheus or is it a different character altogether?
It's
It's Larry
Both.
Fishburne.
It's yes
the way they
and.
It's
explain
the
it.
same guy, but it's the same character, but it's
So
not
like,
really
it's
Morpheus
like one of these
though.
old
Same
Fresh
character,
Prince
though.
situations.
It's
where
not
they're just
actually
gonna switch
Morpheus,
out
though.
Vivian and pretend that nobody's gonna notice it's a different person.
What they were trying to do was suggest that the Morpheus that we all know was part of the game. And so the way that he coded this new Morpheus in the loop that he was trying to use to remember everything was that this Morpheus was a mix of Morpheus in the past and Agent Smith. So
Hmm.
I don't know.
Basically, New
Why?
Morpheus is a program, not actually a
Agent
human.
Agent Smith doesn't show up in this movie.
He
No, he
does.
does.
Oh,
He does. But he looks totally different because he got an upgrade. So the only thing I can think, and I mentioned this in a chat, is that Morpheus is kind of like Neo's brother archetype. So it's balancing the light and the dark of the self through your brother. And there's stories of twins, heroes, all that stuff. There's always a brother story. So
Flowers in the attic.
I don't remember that one very well. Sorry. I read it,
Not
but
good.
I don't. Yeah.
Not good.
But the thing is like in a lot of stories too, that brother dynamic is good and evil, kind of like Smith and Neo.
Star Wars.
So yeah, like in Star Wars. Yeah. So when they put them together like that,
Leia and
it's,
Luke.
kind of that attempt to, restore that in a way. I guess I'm just thinking of that just now, but maybe that's why they did
She's
it.
right on that because you find that a lot of the times with when they name solar systems, don't they follow the same rules?
Kind of,
Right,
yeah.
Rachel?
Kind of, yeah.
the male female brother sister concept, and that's also
That's
true in
old.
mythology.
Yeah,
It's
that's
true in
really old.
mythology. It's true, like it's true in Egyptian
Mhm.
culture.
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's true. That's why the
every
pharaohs
culture.
would marry their brothers and sisters. Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, the
yes.
British
I
royal
think
family, they
I-
married their cousins, but you know.
Well, if you're just starting out as humanity, your relationships are going to evolve like that. You're going to go from a completely innocent relationship of we just know each other. And then as you mature, you are going to have a different relationship. And that's with anyone. So it's gross now. And a lot of, cultures recognized that early on. But, that's how it started out.
The Egyptians married their brothers and sisters.
So did the
Yes.
Mayans. So did
Yes.
freaking
So
everybody.
did the Incas.
Everyone did
So
it.
did, yeah.
Hold on a
To keep
second.
the blood in
Everyone
the
did
family. So did the Habsburgs, apparently. Worked out not so great for them.
So I think there's one secret that you can invest in the black market. And that is the secret that this was Egypt.
North
And-
America?
And by flaunting that, this fact, you are in on one of the biggest secrets of all time. And when that secret rises up in the consciousness of what that means and the implications of it, it'll be one of the biggest revelations of all time. So here's where the name Matrix takes on an angle a lot of people don't think about. And that is that the metrics of America are Egyptian. We use the metric system. And so the name Matrix is just them saying, yeah, we know the true history. And we're just catching on to that. And we're putting all this meaning to it. But I'm quite sure by having incest and the brother thing and having all this pharaonic and eunuchs, the fact that eunuchs biblically translates to, or officer translates to eunuchs of the Pharaoh. What they're telling us is this whole system we're in is still Egyptian. They're just throwing it in our face. And so that's the biggest secret behind the title of Matrix, I think.
Well,
Besides-
all you have to do is follow the obelisks all over the world, the ones that were taken from Egypt,
Right.
that are
right.
literally like delivered all
Yep.
over the place. I mean, the Washington Monument's just a big, giant ISIS stick.
Yep.
Anyone gifted those yet?
Oh, nice.
Can
That's a
we
great
do
idea.
that?
That's a great idea.
Because I would love that.
That's a great
There's-
idea.
There's
Also,
really
ley lines. Can we
also
go ley line gifting?
Oh.
Y'all, the gifting works.
Man.
The chemtrails
The
are
gi-
not
the gift
hanging
that
above
keeps
my
on
house
gifting.
anymore.
Mm-hmm. I'm down.
have a thought.
But my neighbors hate me because I have my garage doors open now because it got too hot in my garage because it's like 69 degrees outside.
Fuck them. Fuck them. Fuck the
Or
neighbors.
don't. It's meaner. Don't fuck them. It's way meaner.
Or don't.
Deprive them.
Right. That would drive them crazy.
Deprive them of it.
Starve them out. What is that? What is that scene from Arrested Development where she's got the candy bar and she's like, "No, I'm withholding."
Oh yeah. I get off on being withholding.
Get off of being withholding.
Oh, that's such a great, terrible character. All of them.
Great
Oh,
show.
I remember. I
Bird walks
remember.
on my pillow.
I might be a little late now because I'm super late to remembering things. But talking about the obelisk and shit, okay. When billionaires are sending up space penises using old school fucking thrust properties, and they're not even exploring like advanced propulsion systems that don't rely on burning fuel, but yet their rockets are shaped like penises and they're just shooting them up into the sky, like there's something going on there. I don't know what it is, and I'm not
Jeff
making an
Bezos
conclusion.
puts a
I'm just
penis
saying.
on every box. Every box, sir.
Just saying.
At least one penis.
Yep. And it's pointing up.
That's why this Osiris
I
ritual
know.
has to take place on Florida, because it's the phallus of the country.
Or because they've got great weather.
Damn right it is.
Yep.
Maybe it's the
that's
family use.
actually-
Oh, great
Maybe it's
weather
the
is
bounty,
subjective. I don't like Florida's weather.
Yep, that's technically ejaculation, not space. That's not a phallus. That's ejaculate that's going up in the air. Technically.
Just like old dudes, they leave shit behind to get up in there.
No.
You were talking about old dudes.
Oh no.
Oh, there you go.
Someone
I'm sorry
said
to ruin
don't let.
Bezos for you. He doesn't have your best
Someone-
interest in mind. I'm so sorry, darling.
That's okay. That's okay.
Someone said don't let go, and I found this, and I was connecting it to the scene in Titanic where there's a sinking
go.
and they're in the water and like, Jack, don't let go, don't let go.
It's more like that
Oh.
scene from Ghost where he
There
saw
was
Leonard
room
build a
on that
pottery
motherfucking
thing.
door. I'm sorry.
It's
That's
it's way more like that scene from Ghost where like Joe Biden's behind her while she makes a pot.
Snoozlin. Sniffing it, snoozlin.
Guys, I don't know if this is very 5D conversation for us.
Sleepy Joe.
I'm still thinking
Wake
about
up.
5D. That's where I'm at. I'm thinking about the ascension.
Objects. Don't make a Morpheus.
I'm trying to find a appropriate
New Morpheus.
Pierre Sabak passage to illustrate the realization I have that perhaps the entire idea of ascension is from the offering of the votive or the sacrificial subject to the angelic host to take it up into the air, and it vanishes. And this votive being probably an infant or the firstborn.
Isaac.
Yes.
It's Isaac from the Bible.
Yep. They even
Like,
had to go up the
You don't
mountain.
have to sacrifice something, but you don't ask you to. So
Mhm.
I'll tell you
Right.
not
So
to.
I think that's where the idea of ascension is really coming from originally, to take it back. I
And
think
Enoch and Jacob's ladder and
yes.
Well, and-
and all and the other prophets that Elijah was taken up on the wheel of flame, and yeah, that's the ascension.
only
is
after you wrestled
from this
another
idea.
man, though.
We gotta wrestle an angel, of course. We get into that.
Or, you know, in some
on,
people's places, the cops.
Odin's alchemy. On this next one, we get into that idea of ascending and growing and going to the next level for sure. So yeah, we
There's
definitely
some very
talk about
interesting parallels to Nordic theology and Christian theology, and also the concept of there being an entire island. I don't know if I talked about this last time or not, but the island, which is called Doggerland, Doggerland,
that. Mhm.
that sank beneath the ocean right after the Younger Dryas period. And it was literally an actual complete apocalypse. Like the fact that the waters rose so fast and so high, thousands and thousands of people, there was no way to get off the island. They didn't have boats at the time that could get them to leave. And maybe there were a group of people that did form the boats, maybe there were not. And then there's also this huge correlation between that, like the sea peoples, and like it's very interesting how the theology coexists with the geology. And it goes back to looking at how things worked out during the time periods.
Totally. And I think, well, what's interesting is that because of all that, everyone has different ideas of what ascending is. You know, it's either a natural part of who you are, or I don't understand it as being a goal. You know, I don't get that. Like, why do people think that we're here to ascend? Like, no, you're here and you do ascend. It's just something you do. It's
If you're
not
in
something that
Nirvana,
we're
your wife will
here
take
to
care of
do.
it for you.
Right.
If you're in Nirvana,
right.
your wife will take care of it for you. She will
You will
make sure you
just
ascend.
do it.
wait a sec. You mean I'm not going to get plucked out of my chair here and brought up into the sky to a different higher dimension?
Only if
It
you want to.
depends. What Wheel of Time book are you reading right now?
Looking for a good man.
Oh my.
Nice.
Look yeah. Look deep inside.
The man inside
Deep
me
inside.
from Arrested Development again.
Yes.
What I would also want to point out, since we're talking about this topic just came back up,
Mhm.
well, the directionality of the sexual swap in the movie and with the directors, the Wachowski sisters, we're really seeing glorification of the male to female, which goes way back to the cults of old, you know, the eunuchs and
I was thinking
and
a lot about that too.
Templar
how
cults, because it's not easy. It's not nearly as easy, in my opinion, on the people who go female to male. I think there's a lot of surprises there for females to males about, now you're the bad guy, so to
Ooh.
speak.
Well, they
I think
call it
Jamie-
a high men for a
Right.
reason.
Hey, man.
Because you'll never have one.
Hey, man.
Hey, Janie.
What's up, Janie?
Hi, man.
Hi, man.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Oh, yeah, let's get into this.
Let go my Betty White.
He's dead too.
Oh my gosh, you guys, nothing made my fucking 2021 and me laugh harder than when this news came through on my feed. I laughed my hardest witch laugh I ever laughed. And
On
at
New Year's
least
Eve, no less.
a minimum, I feel like the transmuted happiness of people that contacted me that were like, holy shit, Betty White died.
Look, if anyone I
She-
know is
Okay,
going to be
how many
happy.
people
She
were
didn't
told
die.
Betty White died and then had to ask, is it for real this time or is this another hoax? Because how many times
I
has
just
she
want to
been
know what
rumored?
kind of children's blood she's consuming to keep her alive this long.
Wait, she's dead, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Sorry. Okay, you guys started making me think that she's not. Okay.
They say she is. I mean, who knows?
How much longer do we have for the queen, y'all?
I have a
that's soon.
theory
That's
about
next.
6 months ago.
Betty.
I want to hear Cheney's theory.
Okay, so we have Betty, we have Barbara, and we have Beth. So we have the BBB, the Build Back Better, the 666 of these like evil witch trinity.
The Better Business Bureau.
All
Same
of it,
thought.
because all lowercase, it's all lowercase b's, which is just 666. So the Queen of England, we have the Mayor of Hollywood. Betty White was the Mayor of Hollywood. She's the Queen of Hollywood. Some would say Barbara Bush, you could look her up, and some could say she is the queen of politics. Like you guys were talking about the obelisks earlier. You could take each of these three women for what Barbara represented to like the CIA and everything in Washington.
Well, her husband was Agent Timber Wolf.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Did Barbara Bush die?
Yeah, she was the first. And probably the queen's been on ice for a really long time, but she's probably had a lot more people play her than these other people have had play them.
But what if they're going to throw her off the back of the boat like they did Popsicle Pete, aka Osama bin Laden?
Popsicle Pete.
I heard something today that Betty White was Aleister Crowley's daughter as well.
That is some hardcore shit, y'all.
Really?
That's some hardcore shit.
Yeah.
That would be so easy to believe. I got to check that one out. I'm putting that on my list.
Yeah, Barbara Bush and Betty White were both. And
Why
then
couldn't
you
her name be
think
Betty Black?
of in their whole entire ritual of it all. Well, it's funny because what do they want us to do? They want to remind us that Black Lives Matter, why we take a knee and wear a mask and do their ritual. So isn't it funny on the last day of 2021, they would want to loosh us with taking white?
I figured they'd just come out with another
Oh,
Tanya Harding
shit.
movie because she was the first one to take a knee.
That was a good one, Cheney.
Oh shit, Cheney.
They had to remind us
Funny
all that
never
her
gets
100th
old.
birthday was coming up. They had to keep reminding us that her 100th was coming up. You can find
Didn't work out, did it?
what's your key to staying young? Hot dogs.
I gotta get me a copy of that.
Well, after they freaked everyone out with murder, because remember they brought
Walnut
out
sauce.
John Bonet. So first we're scared about death. Now we're scared about this death. We're sad about this one. We're scared about the other one. Now we're sad about this.
Dude, I'm gonna say something fucked up.
Yeah, what's
get
sad
mad if
about
you
a
want to.
99-year-old dying? They had a great
Everyone-
length of life. I don't get it.
Nothing.
A six
whole
six
internet
upside down,
population remembers who she
99.
was.
How many people in Hollywood make it to 99 years old and still remain in good graces of everyone in Hollywood?
Yep.
Fatty Arbuckle didn't make it very long, put it that way. But y'all can get mad at me if you want to, but I'm just gonna say it. It's better that John Bonet is dead than John Bonet is alive, knowing what they do to these kids.
Dominique would be Britney Spears if she was still alive.
Katy Perry.
She might.
There you go.
Who knows, man? Like
At least.
it
Perfect.
heart wrenching the stuff that I dig up because I do research on these kinds of things and these kids that go missing. And like, dude, it's way better to have a child that is John Bonet than it is to have a child that's Madeline McCann. Because you don't know. You'll never know. As a parent, way better to know. Even if you don't know who did it, it's better to know. Because it is just, there's monsters out there. And they walk amongst us. Matter of fact, they're heralded. They're told that, we're told that these people are amazing. We're told that these
Dexter.
people are awesome. Shit, the fucking queen married her cousin. And people celebrated that shit. Gross. Rachel, if a friend came up to you, Shady, if a girlfriend came up to you and was like, hey,
No, ask
I'm
Rachel.
getting married.
Ask me.
He's the perfect guy. He's the perfect guy. Oh my God. Like, it's gonna be on TV even, like he's famous. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah, he marched that Nazi funeral for his sister, but he's gonna be great. Like, he's a really good guy. And you go, okay, cool. Where's he come? Well, he's my
He has a
second
good
cousin.
family.
You'd be like,
He's from a really
Right.
good family.
He's from another branch of our tree.
I gotta go.
He has a really
That's
strong
what you would do.
bloodline.
Dude, that's what you would do as women, right? If your girlfriend came up to you and was like,
Yes.
I'm gonna marry my second cousin, you would distance yourself from that shit as humanly fast as possible. Like, you'd be like, okay, no.
Right.
No, you can't marry your cousin. You can't have a cousin.
I'm
You
from
can't
the
have a
South,
husband.
but not
That's
the
disgusting.
deep South.
Yeah, it's America, dude. Like,
That's
what?
the deep south. The deep south.
But these people, like, it's just.
Like, so
it's
you're moving to the
accepted.
South, right?
For
I wonder if
people
Betty
who are asking, did Betty White actually die?
Wetty bite.
I don't know, but on Deadline, they published an obituary.
Whatever. Ooh, Deadline. Never heard of it.
Do-do-do.
Deadline
Is this
is
the Chinese bot
the
run website
Hollywood
that
news.
we're looking at?
Deadline news.
No, Deadline
creative.
is
I
Hollywood's
know, I'm
news.
joking.
That's creative, though. It's creative.
So,
news.
so 9 by 9 is a magic square of the moon. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Speaking of
Yeah,
which, 5x5. If anybody doesn't know about the
There you go. And
bingo
that's-
system,
That's
Bingo over
that's
here.
the biggest magic square there is. A 9 by 9.
yeah. Yeah, the black cube and shit. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it's, what is it? Mecca? It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. You have the black cube, black cube of Saturn. You've got
Mecca Lecca High, Mecca Hiney Ho.
Could not have
Yeah.
put it better myself.
tell them Large Marge is buried in my backyard. I'm not putting up with that crazy shit. You don't scare me and my family. Bye, Marge. Ugh. Never liked her. Never liked that character.
I love
I
that.
hope someone steals my bike.
I love the Aleister Crowley angle. That's too far out. So just last night I started digging in on the Crowley, the Thoth deck, and because I'm new to this book, I'm on page 4, and already I'm seeing like a recipe for the World Trade Center, like Twilight written into some of these paragraphs here.
Wow.
Like,
Are you Team Jacob?
yeah, I had just done a show about how the two towers were private and public.
Thanks for that, by the way.
What's that?
Thanks for those 3 episodes.
Did you dig that?
Yeah.
Did that make sense of what I was trying to say with the private and the public switching?
It's an interesting
Oh,
theory.
shit.
I think everyone should go to your channel and watch those.
It was interesting because I made those
Yoshi?
before I got this book. And then I'm reading the book and I'm seeing them lay out secret and public. And then they invert it in the next paragraph where it's like Crowley is on top of Frida Harris, who is the artist who did the artwork, which is very interesting that the feminine does the artwork and he fills in the information. You know what I mean? And they even are in the same paragraph, they're talking about leaving original structures intact. Like the language around it was had just screaming 9/11 to me. But then I get to the Tree of Life, and I'm not very savvy on the Tree of Life. This is like my first time ever reading up on the Tree of Life. But I realized the top one is Kether, in the bottom one is Malkuth. Well, that's a M and a K. That's a M and a K. And if you tie this into some of the research I just did with the south tower going down first, the feminine, the female, and the north tower going on top of it, it comes out in the exact order of MK, like as in MK Ultra.
That's what I was gonna say.
And so that actually woke me up in the middle of the night when I realized that the M and the K of the Tree of Life has correspondence to the two towers coming down. And the female being put under, she leading the way, which is true to the Unum Sanctum. She led, but she got buried by the masculine going on top. And so now we have the spiritual is not the prime directive any longer. And the material is smothering it, theoretically.
You know, you brought up Lady Frida Harris, the artist of the Thoth Tarot, and I found out from looking into her We Keep Idea page, because you brought her up, that in Crowley's mystical order Argentium Astrum, which I believe is the, magical sodomy club, right?
You got it. Yep.
She took on the name of Saba, which in Hebrew means hosts.
Yeah, dude.
It's where we get the Yahweh Sabaoth, Lord of the Hosts. And then you pointed out, I mean, host has all kinds of connotations. I think that
aren't the angels called the hosts of hosts?
Yes, and a host is an invading army, and also comes from. There's also hostess, which in Latin I think has to do with like a flow of blood, menstrual blood,
and that also relates back to the ark.
But the hosts are also an anagram for shots, which Gabriel pointed out.
Bingo.
Well, Little John's an angel.
There's a lot of things that we could unpack out of the Lord of the Hosts. Because what is it called in computing language when there's a master drive that the other computers are linked up to, connected to? The host. Then there's the idea of hosting parasites. There's all kinds of possibilities with that word that are, a lot of Gnosticism in it. But
what about hostess cupcakes? Are they innocent?
With the host,
they're definitely innocent.
Don't they make Twinkies? Don't those things last?
They
for
got
like
those.
30
Do not
years
eat
before
that
they-
shit.
If
If you made it to 2022 and you're still thinking about eating anything like that, please don't.
This isn't
If Mark Woody Harrelson his father was
Please
totally a
don't.
murderer.
Talk to me privately. I will talk to you about food.
Janie, I want to hear your thoughts on Sophia. And I don't know if you saw The Matrix, but
yes,
I kind of think that's what they're leading to, is because I was noticing, like, how are people, first of all, how long has this been a thing? Like, how long have people been plugged into the Matrix? Second, how are they reproducing? If they're having this endless supply, are women being artificially inseminated? There is no love connection. Like, is the Matrix this big metaphor for Sophia?
And when you're done explaining that, I want to make a comment on that.
Because it's, pregnancy less.
isn't matrix? It's like matter to mother in Latin. Isn't that what it actually means?
I would love to know that.
And so this idea, even of
That is a yes.
spell,
Matrix is womb in Latin.
is a thing we all chant over and over again, is breaking the matrix.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting that we live in a day and age that bearded beings are carrying children, and that kind of Baphometed idea is breaking the mother. And so I do think there is a breaking of the divine mother. And then there is some bullshit that they're doing to the divine masculine as well, by Neo losing his ability to flight and like being like a hanger on her. They tried, it's like they're doing something, they're like ruining him. And he didn't have any words. He had grunts of syllables that he said, but never a full sentence, I don't think. It was just like, yeah.
Shell
Whoa.
shock.
Well,
Yeah.
words are power.
Mm-hmm.
He probably gets paid though by the word.
Good
Wasn't
point.
that
He's a nice guy, so he would cut him a
Salvador
deal.
Dali?
It's like
Mhm.
the same though that they couldn't, why not have the real Morpheus and then make this whole bullshit story to have. So the new Matrix has Agent Smith all sexed up. And then it has Morpheus as Agent Smith all sexed up.
Thank you.
And it has the psychiatrist. So it's like all three of these things now are the Matrix, like bad guys, but now the bad guys aren't really bad guys. They're just like they're trapped in the Matrix too. So the new Matrix is Neil Patrick Harris, the psychiatrist, and the pills.
Dr.
Awful cast.
Dr. What's it? Who
God
was
of the
it?
Machine.
Dr. No, Dr. Horrible.
Is that part? I haven't seen it. I'm just asking. So is
Dude,
that part of the storyline how the programs are also a slave to the same system? Is that kind of what I'm hearing, or am I reading that
I
completely
think that's
wrong?
what they're implying with Agent Smith and how
And-
he.
We haven't even
reprogrammed.
talked about the transhuman side of this, that the even in the real world, there are sentient artificial consciousnesses that have been given physical bodies and are able to interact with the humans there. And the lesson that humanity apparently learned after the original trilogy was that they needed to coexist and live with the sentient machines as this is my favorite meme. So there's an underlying message of transhumanism is inevitable, and we'll accept it, or we won't survive.
Well, that
Well, I
keeps
mean,
the-
isn't that on the list? Isn't that on the Alex Jones list of things that he's been proved right about? Isn't that the last one? Like on the list that transhumanism exists?
Well, and something that I was thinking of when I watched this was that salt and oil. If we're talking about alchemy and we're talking about matter, the Matrix part of it, all these robots, all these plugins, cybernetic type of thing, is kind of like the dark and the dense realm attempting to rise up. It's attempting to become more etheric while still getting closer to itself. It's really, I think it's complex. I think that we should evolve the dark and we should evolve the dense realm, but I don't know that that's the way to get closer to it. If I want to be closer to metal, do I really want to put it in my body? If I want to be closer to the etheric realm, do I want to become an antenna and take control of the vibrations and put up things in the heavy side layer and stuff like that? So that's what I was noticing, because it's playing on polarity with this red pill, blue pill. It's forcing you into polarity. And I'll have to find it, but they forget the three. You've got this. Like, I thought about it in the third movie when Neo's talking to the architect. He's like, you can choose this door, you can choose this door. And in my head, I'm like, third choice, take you out now. There's never this third choice. We're the third choice, so they kind of take out the middle realm by keeping everyone on this polarity. It's crazy. I love this meme. Portal's a great game.
And both the polarities suck.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny that when you look at when the first Matrix came out and then pills, how heavily they came into all of our lives, and then where the Matrix is at now. And even I just noticed the metal on all their necks and how you could almost feel it after you left because you have the fucking pain in your neck from looking down at your phone all the time. We're all like locked into our phones, like this weird like contraption up our spine. And
Wow.
Morpheus, once I saw the devil in him in this, I could not unsee the devil in him in every other Matrix before it. It's like, oh,
What do
he
you
is
mean
the
by that?
devil.
You mean just
Like-
as an archetype?
That balance of
whatever
dark.
the most amount of evil is. Him showing
Well-
up at all is the most amount of devilly thing he could have done to give the choice of like this or this. And his morph
It's the offer
us.
you can't refuse. It's the
Mhm.
Mephistopheles.
Yeah, he is the devil in all of them. Like he is maybe worse than Mr. Smith.
But he also has the most faith in Neo. So that's why I see him as like that brother, that light
Or-
and dark brother.
They actually
Does he
they
have the
do
most faith in
devilify
Neo
him
or
in
the
the new movie too, Cheney, because it said that basically like he was made the leader of the free humans of Zion after the machine war ends in the third movie, and that his faith that Neo had fixed everything basically fucked everybody up and they lost Zion because he was so sure that whatever Neo did was the end all be all solution to all their problems that he didn't take any action to deal with whatever problems they were having. I don't know.
Did they ever? Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. It's just that
it just had me thinking. So, thinking back to the analysis I've been listening to in the second movie, the architect said this is like the fourth or fifth time that we've taken down Zion, implying that humanity had to basically it didn't ever close that thought loop. So, just wondering if that came up in the new movie since I haven't seen that yet.
And
Like how-
there's something too, like if he was he wrong the whole time because was Trinity what they were looking for the whole entire time? Because so somewhere Morpheus's ego didn't let the right thing figure it out, and that's why Zion collapsed again. If we're here again, if we're led to believe we're here again. Yeah, I don't
I want to talk about the spinal tapping that happens in the Matrix. You get the plug into the back of your neck, and then going back to what was said earlier about Crowley helping her to the portals of the mystical order of the Argentium Astrum. She took the name of Zaba hosts, which adds up to 93, the number of the thalamic current, which she was trying to tap a current.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Shaka, that's nice. And there's that shot. Hosts being shot, the tapping. Wow.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Isn't it always?
So something is kind of to tie this idea, like that 93 is the big code. Something that we kind of touched on earlier in the week was how those fires in Colorado are taking place exactly 9 months away from the shooting at the King Supers in Boulder
on my birthday,
on your birthday.
3/22.
3/22, 9 months exactly. And Rachel, I mean, I don't know if you're familiar with Boulder like I am, but that the King Supers is just down the road from Joan Benet Ramsey. And then continuing in a straight line, all on the 40th parallel, you're going to land into that the Marshall Fires. It's all on that would be a longitudinal line.
Okay.
And it all is on the latitude of 40th degree parallel. But that was a birthing ritual.
I have to look at this now.
We went
Pull up a map of Colorado.
Yes, we went perfectly 9 months from the spring equinox, from the shooting, from the last terror, which was 1 week. That was 1 week after there was a mob riot up on the hill. A bunch of kids got unruly. The cops tried to stop them, and the kids just kept piling on.
Those kids.
And they flipped a car. And then 7 days later, there's a shooting from a guy he's from some other Middle Eastern.
And this is in Boulder. When was this in Boulder? So I can look it up.
3/22 of 2021 in Boulder. And just a week before was the riots. So the riots, think of this, think of the riots as the one night stand. The shooting is the moment she finds out she's pregnant. 9 months later, the fire is the birth.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
Well-
all right down the road from John Benet Ramsey's house. Like if the blood of John Benet Ramsey was whirling down the hill from baseline, it would roll down into King Supers, and then it would go in a straight line. The blood would run to this place in Marshall where the fire's on.
I'm gonna
I
look into that,
noticed.
and I'm gonna look at the maps on that and do some research.
Speaking of fire, I noticed that The Matrix premiered on a fire
12,
trine
22.
astrologically.
Oh snap!
So that was all 3 fire signs activated.
Triple fire, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord, good Lord. Oh,
Okay, you
that's-
probably just answered the question I was thinking in my, like, the equinox being the 21st. I was like, why didn't they release it there? But there was clearly a reason they did it on the 22nd.
It was during Yule. Yule lasts for about 3 days. So
The Yule Tide.
You
The
got it.
Yule
Mhm.
Tide.
So CERN 50th anniversary.
Got a better question. Why do all my
was
pins
on-
keep dying?
Well,
Rachel?
because it happens.
The wrong
CERN
alchemy.
was
Lead.
its anniversary was about Yule. I think I'm checking the
Wait,
dates.
wait,
when
wait.
They had
The
that.
CERN connection,
She's not wrong.
Hold on. the 50th anniversary of CERN was 12/22.
This, let me see. I just have it on my desktop. Yeah,
What if I
December
were to tell you
20th.
that-
It was on Yule.
What if I
Wow.
tell you CERN was about
And
trying to
then-
accomplish time travel?
Matrix premiered during Yule with a fire trine, Chiron in
Because
Aries,
CERN,
Moon in Leo, and Mars in Sagittarius.
because CERN is about trying to master time travel. They're not there to try to find a Higgs boson. They're not there trying to make black holes. They're trying to like make time travel happen.
Or give us the
Duh.
impression that they can do that. I'm more. in
Well,
the-
I mean,
don't
think
know
about
all that.
Mhm.
Deus Machina.
Maybe they already have. Because I mean, there's some shit that makes no freaking sense.
Chance, what did you say in your
Yeah.
meditation today about time?
A lot of stuff, but you gotta, if you want to have time, you gotta take time.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta make
And?
time.
I am sovereign over time.
Oh yeah,
Being sovereign with time.
Yeah, that's the
That
that
like
was the
writing a hit song
affirmation
right
for
now.
the crown chakra during the sound healing. Hey, speaking of, let me just plug that. Today, I did a group sound healing session for anybody that's interested over on my YouTube channel or Rockfin. Interverse Podcast is the name of my channel. And I went about 45 minutes or an hour of explaining the process of sound healing the best I could in that short of a time, and then did a group session and 2022 Key of Destiny Oracle spread. And I found it to be quite accurate, and it didn't really pull any punches about what 2022 is going to be like either. But the reason I'm plugging shamelessly is because I'm about to go. Yeah, I'm going to miss
Get
you
outta
all.
here.
It's been fun. You're
Right
beautiful.
on, Chance.
folks.
Good to see you, brother.
Happy to have a weave with y'all.
Yeah,
Looking
nice to
forward
meet you,
to-
Chance. All the best, man. Reach out some.
I'm looking
sometime.
forward to seeing your pick of destiny.
Yes, yes. POD.
Happy New Year, Chance.
There's
Love
those
your
Like the
shirts.
band?
Stay out of the pods, yo.
Yeah, this is my new Interverse shirt. It's pretty.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Good.
Peace out.
All
Hi,
right, bro.
Chance.
Hey,
Thanks
I'll
for
be
joining us,
listening for a
darling.
while on the
Nice.
YouTubes. Bye bye.
See you in the
We'll
talk
be,
pod.
we'll be sure to make fun of you when you're not here to defend yourself.
Okay. Thank you.
favorite.
So I was gonna bother Chance to explain the Yuletide effect that the Vikings were using to invade and raid cultures. He talked about this a couple weeks ago. Rachel, does that sound familiar? Did you hear him rapping about that?
I did hear about it. Yeah, just really briefly. Yeah.
So it blew my mind when he talked about it, because the first thing I thought was, oh shit, that's when they took us off the gold standard.
Hmm.
It a time in the seasons where epigenetically our ancestors, for however many flocks of butterflies before us, they remember being raided and pillaged on Yule tide. And so Yuletide becomes a trigger word. And I just found that profound when he brought that up before. And here we are decoding that they're in a big club fire sign and we're not in it. You know, that's pretty profound.
Well, and something that I do want to point out is that in the middle of that trine, there's actually an opposition going on.
Uh-huh.
And this is why the relationships are so important, because the North Node is coming out of Gemini. It's in an opposition to the masculine in Sagittarius.
Damn.
So what they're birthing, that's what my whole thought on this was, what masculine are they trying to birth? Because we didn't even get into one of the characters in Matrix, which we should get into, because I was seeing links for the Green Knight. We have Arthurian things and all that kind of stuff coming up. So which king are we birthing here? Are we birthing an old pattern? Are we birthing a new pattern? What kind of masculine and feminine dynamic are we giving birth to? What do they want us to give birth to by premiering all these things, by showing us all the events at these
combination
times?
of both?
Yeah, right. And some of it, you know, there's value and merit in some of it, because I think that as much as we see the dark, there's also still light trying to put their message out. Like, you guys, these patterns are working. Can we hang on to some of this? You know, there's a reason we go to the thrift store. Some of it's still good.
I like to buy suitcases from the thrift store, take them to a car wash. I know it sounds nuts, but y'all, I highly suggest you do this. In fact, I know, sorry, this is off subject real quick, and it is my pattern, but I'm going to run with this. Y'all just give me a second here. I like to go to thrift stores, and I like to, especially go, well, I won't donate clothes to them because they donate the clothes to third world countries, and I don't appreciate that or take value in that or participate in that. But I do like to go to places like Goodwill, and I have to buy suitcases, and I'll take them to a car wash, thoroughly clean them, dry them in the sun, and then I will take them to the nearest orphanage and donate them to kids with foster that are going to and from foster homes, because they're literally they're moving their clothes around using garbage bags. So if you do go to a thrift store often, Rachel, please buy.
I do.
Yes, buy suitcases, donate them, because it's desperately needed, especially this time of year. If you can buy a brand new suitcase for these kids, that's great. But it doesn't really matter, because the point is that they need something. Like, it's way better than buying a stuffed animal for these kids, because nothing says like, I'm nothing, I'm nobody, than moving your stuff around in a freaking garbage bag. So highly suggest that anybody listening, please participate in that. Small thing you can do.
That's sweet.
Back to you. Sorry. I am way too sober to have this conversation with you guys about The Matrix, which I've only watched
I love it.
like half of. I had to walk out of the theater. I had stuff I had to do. My kid got sick. So I was there like hanging out with friends, like trying to watch the last Matrix. The fourth? I can't even remember anymore. The one at the theater right now. And I was trying to watch it, and my kid got sick, so I had to leave the theater to go take care of my kid. So I didn't get to watch the whole thing. So you guys are like just spoiling it left and right, and I'm trying not to listen, but I'm listening at the same time. It's like bumming me out, because I wish I could participate in the conversation more, but like, it's because I haven't seen the whole thing. So
how far did you
But I
get?
did wear a hat. Like, I think it was 45 minutes in, and I had to leave.
Janie, have you seen?
Kids,
yeah,
they ruin everything.
Hashtag FTK. Fuck these kids.
Yeah, well,
I have a weird time one that I just think is interesting, because everyone keeps like, this is 222 and 222 Tuesday and this year and blah, blah, blah. 1977 was the last time the calendar was the same as this year.
Oh, damn.
it's also the New York riots. It's also the beginning of hip hop.
It's the year Elvis died.
It's also the year punk rock made it.
Yeah, it's like 1977 is an interesting year. But the end of 1976 and like, I think like 12/28/76, the end of the year, Freddie Mercury, the lead singer of Queen, died. So if we finally figured out these parallels, that we're on a 44 parallel, like we're
Freddie Mercury didn't die in 1976. He died in 19.
he didn't.
Died in, I think it was 89. Hang on, let me look it up. Freddie Mercury died in the late 80s. of AIDS.
Yeah, maybe he did.
Look at
die
that
in the
Mandela
80s.
effect. I told you it was real, Rachel.
No,
See?
maybe it
Boom.
is.
It's
No, he
not
totally
real.
died in the 80s. No, he totally, because he died of, yeah, AIDS that wasn't even announced until the 80s. He totally
Yeah,
died.
1977 was a really Son of Sam. We're talking. I mean, according to Kool Moe Deep, the whole reason that hip hop even existed and even came about is because they were able to steal the equipment they needed in order to record hip hop. They would have never been able to do that. It would have never been a mainstream thing. It would have never happened.
Well,
If it wasn't
Apple
for the fact that they could steal the
incorporated that
equipment
year
during the
too.
blackout.
77?
Apple incorporated in
77.
1977. 77 is a very crazy year.
So
I
that would
agree
be
with you
like
on that.
44 years.
When did Zardoz come out?
So Son of Sam was called the 44 Killer.
That's
Shut
right.
up.
The word kill is 44. The 44 means double doors. It's the doors of death.
91 for Freddie Mercury.
Okay. So Cheney, you
Damn,
said
91?
Mhm.
Holy shit.
So,
So-
is the 70s year the year he left the band then? That might be relevant.
Maybe did he
And I'll
leave
find out.
Queen in 76?
That's what
Could
I
have
was
been. I'll
thinking.
check right
The
now.
last
But
day
they got
of
back
the
together.
year?
They got back
Okay.
together.
Did
for
Queen
Bob
break up the last
Geldof.
day of the year in 76?
They got back together for. I'm gonna look it up right now. They got back together for Bob Geldof's Live Aid, whose daughter
Uh-huh.
Peaches Geldof had the OBO tattoo, who was murdered because died of a heroin overdose because she outed Ian what's his name for raping babies and children. Good times.
OVO or OBO?
OBO is an
Okay.
the order, the OBO order.
Oh, Tio? Is that what you're talking about?
OTO. Did I say OBO? My bad. OTO. My bad.
I was
got
thinking
some
I'm looking at all this
OVO. I
Freddie
was
Mercury
like,
shit. So. I'm looking at this Freddie Mercury shit at the same time. I can't do two things at once. You see me driving on the phone. It's a nightmare.
No, but the 77 thing is the 44 years later that I was just like, okay, did anything happen in 76? Like when the 77, when I figured out that today, I just started looking up
The
76.
Morrison Hotel Gallery pictures
Because-
were all taken in 1977.
So I was thinking, I was
Those
just thinking
major
if I
pictures
could
of taken of
layer
them?
up like
All 1970.
2021 on 76, then could we layer up 22 on 77? And then finally, maybe we can start predicting events before they happen.
Yeah. You know,
All
some-
right. What happened in 77? That's where we're
Well,
going.
This was
now.
just like an idea that I figured you guys would be so
And
much
on
better and
December 8th
geekier with the symbolism
December 8th
of it.
On December 8th, 1977, Queen performed at the Omni Coliseum in Atlanta, Georgia, in USA for his online tour. That's when they had their big, the big movie they had for Queen. That was in 1977. Like that Queen live movie they made was in 1977.
that's not far from Guidestones.
Star Wars opened in 1977. The very first Star Wars was released.
Oh, that is perfect.
Mercury
What day
doesn't
did
like
Star
it.
Wars open?
Holy
Because then wouldn't that be perfect for the alien blue
Dude.
beam to have it
Yeah.
on the same day?
Cheney,
Oh my
Cheney,
god.
listen to this shit.
Oh, Elvis
Bob
Presley
Harris.
died.
Yes. She just said that. Bob Harris and his Old Gray Whistle Test crew came with the band on the tour in 1977 with Queen and a penny documentary in mind. Hundreds of hours of footage were reportedly filmed on and off stage. Later this month, Bob would say he filmed the band in various cities. He initially cited Fort Worth, Houston, later Las Vegas as well. All major mass shooting sites, by the way, at concerts. Footage from Atlanta, Fort Worth, and Houston has since been seen and released, mostly in documentaries. In the winter 1977, Queen Fan Club magazine, he said, hour-long Old Gray Whistle Test special should be aired in January of 1978, but the project will ultimately be shelved with the possible reason that the Old Gray Whistle Test producers wanted to focus on punk and the new wave instead of an older band like Queen. But they did record the version that everyone's seen of We Are the Champions in 1977 in black and white.
Wow.
So yeah, that's
very
weird. They
brilliant.
shelved
Mm.
that all that footage, which came out later.
We are getting to
Right.
past the 2 hour point, and our guest has a few final words before he leaves us, and we will be taking an intermission. So, Jordan, where can we find you?
Hi, everyone. Again, my name's Jordan Vezo. It was great to meet all of you. Chancey, I know we didn't get a chance to necessarily meet you, hopped in a little later, but my name's Jordan. And yeah, everyone else, it was a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for having me. You can find me on Twitter at Divulgence Pod. And if you want to find my material, I'm on YouTube, BitChute, Rumble, and Odyssey. But yeah, that's about it for now, guys. Wishing you all the best in the new year, and hopefully we could all chat again sometime.
Thanks for joining
Definitely.
us tonight, Jordan.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Nice to
Thanks
meet
for
you.
Is that? Are you in a
everything,
hotel
Missy.
room? Are you in a
I
hotel
am,
room?
yeah.
right now?
I drove. I'm not allowed to fly because I'm, so I drove home to Thunder Bay for the holidays. So yeah, I'm in the hotel room. Yeah,
Thunder Bay. That's the name of your next movie.
yeah, exactly.
Driving home to Thunder Bay. Nice. Well, thanks for joining us tonight. We
Yeah,
really
thanks for having me, Missy, and
appreciate
thanks
it.
everyone for having me. So all the best, all right, guys. So enjoy the rest of the show, and to talk to you guys again soon.
Right on,
Hey,
Jordan.
Jordan,
Peace.
take
Right.
care.
Thanks.
Peace and love.
Jim, do you have some intermission music for us? We'll
Oh,
take about a
yeah.
3-minute break,
Here we
and then
go.
we'll be back for part 2.
See you soon, guys.
Nice web.
It's hot as balls.
Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. Nice web, Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. Bug Spider, Mr. Crack Spider. Nice web, Mr. Crack Spider. The web structure was unaffected. The spider can go 100 centimeters of the web. The spider will be and raised over 100 young. But the mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket. Waited till Kathy the spider was exhausted. Kathy the spider.
Crack Spider. Live your king. The marijuana.
That's the crack spider. That's the crack spider.
Happy New Year, everybody. We'll be back here in a second.
Happy New Year, everyone. We have more questions from Harpo Crates. What are you wondering about, Jim?
What do I wonder about? That's a really good question. I wonder. I often wonder about many, many things. Nothing comes to mind at the moment.
Do we have any bingo winners? Harper creates wonder. Why do we play psychic bingo if we already know the winner? I don't know if we have a winner. Has anyone called bingo?
I'm not a winner yet. I've got too many untouched categories. I mean, I don't want to bring
So-
up the categories that'll make me win, but nobody said cat hole lick.
Okay, that doesn't count. You were just giving an
Yeah,
example,
it
so
doesn't
that
count.
doesn't count.
And we don't have a full house of hat wearers, so that one doesn't count for me either.
Are you bundled up? Is it cold in your space tonight?
It's very cold in my space.
Would you wear this jazz cabbage outfit and go skiing in it?
I would love to have that jazz cabbage outfit. That's freaking awesome.
Do you
I'd
have any
wear it.
announcements about RX only and how people might be able to find those archives?
Yes, definitely go to the YouTube channel called SB Alger, and you can find most of the original RX only picture shows, which were with me, SB Alger, and Tracy R. Twyman. Quite a few of them, anyway. Some of them got taken down by YouTube because we said words having to do with a doorway that fences have that you walk through, and a food with pepperonis on it. Gates of Pizza,
Oh, okay.
something like that.
Sweet.
Probably got us dinged.
So yeah, it looks like there's a playlist here, and there's one where we can find episodes with Tracy in them, all available in a playlist.
I'll
If
drop
you're looking for them.
in the description, in the thing here.
Welcome back, Gabriel.
Well, thank
Benjamin
you.
Balderson's here.
Mr. Balderson, top of the evening, sir.
You guys doing?
Hail, hail.
Doing good.
Howdy.
Nice to see you.
You bet. You bet. I always end up somehow I end up working every Saturday evening late, and I come in and see what's going on. You guys are live, so funny timing.
Sweet.
Nice surprise.
So, Mr. Balderson, kind sir, what can you tell us about the Yuletide rating technique that the Norse used to ride in on the Norse or on the Yuletide to beach their ship and then raid the countryside? Did you have anything to do with all that?
Well, I mean, that is the night of the wild hunt. So I mean, you know, so that's the wild hunt going on there. I don't know if that was if there's any real correlation to rating or not, but the Yule would be the night of the wild hunt when that goes into effect. And that's when your mercurial beings, like Odin's often identified as leading the great hunt. And then they go out and reap the souls from throughout the year that are just, you know, hanging about.
Interesting. Because we're at the gates. We're at a gateway of sorts, right?
Yeah, you bet. Exactly. And you got the Halloween times when the veil's very thin, and you got all the people that have died roaming around, hanging out throughout the year. and they've got, you've got them, whether it's Mercury, Hermes, Odin, you always got that psychopomp type action where they're the champion of or they're leading the soul over where it needs to go. So from the way the stories are given, it would appear that that's, at least once a year that, there's at least some kind of a cleanup action that has to happen, that they go around and collect all these stray ions that are just kind of floating around, that because whenever you look at, like, if you look at it as a battery, the electron, or that moves, that's the masculine side, and that moves in a very direct line. It goes from cathode to anode directly, where it's the feminine ion side that floats freely out into the mercurial fluid. And you look, it's sacred geometry. The feminine moves in circles, the masculine moves in straight lines. So it's out there collecting the souls specifically, or the ions that are out there just floating free. Probably just too damn many of them throughout the year, I guess.
Mhm.
And if the heathen people actually went raiding on that same day, I'd have to say that that's probably in in honor of that type of thing, of the wild hunt. It doesn't really, because those people would be Christians, so it'd be a different deal, but doesn't really pan out. But I could understand tying it to the wild hunt, I guess.
Mhm. So Betty White, she got harvested in the
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah. Gonna go up there and
There's
make some
cheesecake
comedy.
in heaven.
Ben, did you hear? We have reason to believe she might be a child of Aleister Crowley. Very.
No shit.
Yes. It's a theory.
She does
It's
look like
just-
Barbara Bush. She does look like
Doesn't she-
Barbara Bush right off the top of my head. Just like, now that you say that,
Yeah,
they're
doesn't
very
she?
similar looking.
Yes, and so the theory even goes that Barbara was the brother, and that Betty was the sister. And, and here we have like a very obscure gender reveal happening on the gates where Matrix just got released, and apparently Neo is handing the masculinity over to Trinity.
Do you think that that's what it was, though? I mean, throughout. So I got I thought that this was just really pissed me off too. So I got the HBO so I could watch Dune, the new Dune. And so I go and get it, and the little advertisement says Dune and everything, and I get it for the month or whatever, and then it doesn't have fucking Dune. And that's not on there anymore, and it's Matrix or whatever. I'm like, you cunts. And so we did, but I did end up watching it, and I love Marcus Allen's picture over here. That is just great.
Oh, thank you. AlanMarcus.com. If you're looking for me, that's where I'm hiding, on the website. And while I'm still on the line here, I wanted to show you guys briefly how you can find our Telegram. We do have a public channel. Think of it as a replacement for Twitter. And you guys don't need to have anything installed at all. I'll show you really quickly how you can find that. On the web browser here, you see this t.me/weaving spiders. If you click here where it says preview channel, it brings you to the link t.me/s/weaving spiders. And you can see here where we've posted links to RX only. So if you're not finding those links through search, go to t.me/s/weaving spiders to find the Telegram channel. This is not the chat, that's a separate thing. You do not have to have any application installed or have any membership or account with Telegram at all to view this webpage, to see the links that we share. Thank you, that is all.
So because of this, I'd already gotten it, so we watched The Matrix, and honestly, I didn't see near the programming in there that I expected, especially for everybody making such a giant deal out of the transsexual director and all that, and them losing their minds and everything. But honestly, it's not like they made Neo out to be some kind of a sissy. Like in the final scene of it, he's like freaking deflecting bullets from a damn helicopter, and then one fires a missile off and he slings it into another helicopter. She's just the one who flies. So like, is she not allowed to have powers? Is that the deal here? Like, does she have to be some like sissy ass? I mean, I thought it's a duality, and she's just showing the other half of the duality is what I kind of got out of it myself. I mean, I don't see where they made Neo like worthless and weak. I mean, it didn't, I just didn't see the extreme programming. One of the things I did see is where the old general or whatever, she goes on about how they need the machines to get along and how they've had peace and this world's better because they've got the machines. But then the younger generation's fighting that and trying to actually free humanity and saying, you just sold us out. So it's not like they're programming you with it. What's her name? The main character chick, she
Trinity.
Trinity, when they're in there, when she's fully in it, she's like, I don't know if I wanted to have a family, but I don't know if that's because of my upbringing. And she spouts a bunch of really mainstream programmy crap, but she's programmed at that moment. So she should be spouting mainstream programmy crap. Like, she frees herself like 20 minutes later or something. So why would you expect her to not be spouting dumb shit when she's still in the program? So, I mean, I just didn't think it was that bad.
That's what I thought with the whole nod to, I don't know, the cowpoke and all that stuff. Like, they're showing it in the Matrix in the context of the program. They're telling you none of this is real. That's what they're implying, So to include it, yes, it's very contemporary. That is the current, Matrix that we're in. Like, nailed it. But, I didn't really see the kind of programming I expected. And I didn't really have a lot of expectations either, but
Do you think it was less about transsexual and more about transhumanism? And so both the pills were chrome, they get out of the Matrix, and the robots are their friends now. The robots are sentient, and that's why they didn't do it right the first time. It was kind of like
emotions.
And it was this twin flamey soulmate idea that you're not enough by yourself. It's the longing for being just close enough to you. So that always search for that other thing to always, pacify you. There is no such thing as Neo. There's only this true love idea, which I think is kind of psyopy as well and brainwashing. So I think,
Janie, why do you think they didn't do it right the first time? Like, can you elaborate on that, please, ma'am?
Well, one of the things in the Matrix is that why they didn't achieve what utopia, or I don't even know what they were on their search for after they left the Matrix the first time. So it was a big, huge failure. And one of the reasons is because the robots they needed the help of the assistance of the sentient AI. And so there's these like two pets of theirs that are robots that like help them and help free them from the Matrix. And then also there's this bird manta ray type thing that also visits and is one of the sentient robot beings.
See, I think
That's-
they did it perfectly the first time because I think that you have to fail in order to succeed. So they had to do it wrong
Well-
the first time, right?
It depends on whose perspective. So from like, if you're just looking for peace, then like the old general said, they did do it right. They had peace. They got this better world. They live better. Everything's better. Now, where they failed is completely freeing humanity from the Matrix, where they're still living in that world. The entirety of humanity was not freed. So if your goal is to free all of humanity, then they failed. If your goal is to just have this happy medium where everybody's just kind of meandering along, kind of like we have with society right now, where it's like, are we going to have this really awesome world? Or are we all going to just be this homogenized blood?
Well, and that's the thing. I think with a lot of the superhero pushing and all that stuff, they have this idea that we have to save everyone from the Matrix, forgetting
Mhm.
that there are people who are going to choose to stay. They will choose
Yes.
that. They will choose
Amen,
it.
Rachel.
I mean, that's
It's
sad.
their choice.
But that's their choice. That's the
And
life
that-
they want to live.
That was
Yeah.
highlighted in the very first movie with Cypher.
Hmm.
Like, I just want to take the blue pill. I want to enjoy. I know the steak doesn't
I want a
taste
nice
like
steak.
anything, but I want to enjoy it. Like, that was highlighted very early in the whole series.
Well, and with the robots too, like going to that, we do have beings who know more than we do. So I kind of like that the robots, some of those chose to be on the side of the humans. Do you think that humanity could have solved the black sky problem? Is that something we're going to have the technology to do if we break out of a matrix?
No, if we
So
don't
to an
study it.
extent, yeah, unless we have brilliant minds coming out of the matrix,
If we believe in it.
right. If you even believe in any of that, yeah, that's a good point.
There's a lot of people that, think everyone has a ghost story, but
Mhm.
no one wants to talk about it. Like seriously, they've got a ghost story in their family, they got a ghost story at their house, or they got a ghost story at their grandma's, or they got a ghost story that goes and passes through their family, right? But they don't want to talk about that like seriously. Like if you were like to say, okay, well, I'm a scientist, or I'm Dr. Missy. Let me come and ask you questions about it. They're gonna look at you like you lost your mind, because for them it's like a fantasy thing, but it's a real thing that they've experienced, but they can't look at it that way, because once it
So-
becomes reality, it's something they can't handle.
I'm glad you brought that up, because they brought that up in the second movie and the third movie. They brought stuff up there that they didn't touch on in this one, and I really wish they would have.
I knew it was the fourth one. Damn it, I was right.
Right?
Fourth one.
So in the second one, they had the ghosts, and they bring up Merovingians. But that's the thing, they bring up that time frame as an old version of the Matrix, but some of those things still linger. Why? Because those beings still exist, whether they're in your face or not, they still exist. So they
Just don't
had
like-
a nod to vampires, they had a nod to werewolves, they had a nod to ghosts. And then in the third one, they touch on astral projection and dreams, which would have been a way to bypass the Matrix, in all honesty. But
I just don't think like movies we're ever gonna get the truth from movies. We're gonna get what they want us to see, and it's a very slippery slope where, like, as much as I love discussing this stuff as the next person, I feel like it is playing into their whatever you want to call the lizard people, their game.
Yes.
I'm not calling them elites. They're not better than me.
Right.
You
No,
know,
they're not.
they don't have hearts. They don't have they don't care about other people. Like the big they,
Yeah.
they wants us to discuss movies rather than like the real stuff that's going on, and like that
You-
worries me.
Yeah. Distraction.
You could look at it this way: the original trilogy might have been predictive programming or prophetic, where because of how it's taken over pop culture, this movie right now is more propaganda than anything.
Yeah.
So whatever message you're going to get out of this movie should be taken through a propaganda framework, as opposed to trying to discern anything that's going to happen in our future.
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta cut loose and say goodnight, but I really want to make a point on this because it's prime. So eventually I want to get in touch with the occult rejects, and I want to talk to those guys about their experience in secret societies. And
I can help you with that.
Yeah, one theme that I'm sure that they're going to have a lot to say about is that whole leading you on with like, oh, you need to come to us. We're the source for your gnosis. We're the ones who you got to come to if you want to know the next level of the next answer. And the whole, every stage of the process is predetermined to be a mislead, so that you never have a sense of your own standing, and that they're just kind of dragging you on through and through and through. And I'm pretty sure that's why we see a large degree of like unmaking of the old, what we thought we knew about the Matrix, and now they're shuffling it around. So you got to come to them for the next fix. And ultimately, it's like you were saying, Missy, it's like a big disempowering.
It's not because they want you to come to them for the next fix. It's because literally, like, they are giving you information as they come upon it. Like
Right.
they're giving you up to date information as they dig through it.
Yep. Yep.
I know because I mean I'm on very close terms with New York Patriot 19. Yeah, like I almost called him by his real name just a second ago again. Faux pas. I almost said his real name, but I can put you in touch with him. But
Nice.
just remember that they're doing this like as they get that information. It is not something they're withholding to like suck you back in. It's not like tune in for part 2, like a TikTok thing. It's not like that. It's because they do deep dives on information and they give you information as soon as they have it. A lot of the stuff that they do, it is the darker side of society that a lot of people do not want to necessarily know. So they do have to do a lot of like informational, like paperwork, looking at maps, looking at, going to the Secretary of State's office to find out who's connected to who, looking at, addresses, who's connected to the, the proprietary owner through the Secretary of State's office, stuff like that. And it's a lot of deep dive work. And they give you the information as soon as they have it after they clean it up and make it presentable. So do not ever think that they are withholding anything from you. But they are also like, out of anybody, they're going to be the first ones to like tell you, like my friend, New York Patriot, God, I'm going to say it again. New York Patriot, 1970, I think it's 78 is what he recalls himself. My buddy, he basically, he's extremely callous about a lot of the stuff he sees. He was also in the OTO. Did you know that? Yeah, for years. And so he's been already brainwashed by a group of people. So for him, he doesn't want to release information unless he knows he can back up the documents. But contact me through Jim and send me what you want to talk to them about, and I'll be happy to hook you up.
Yeah. I shot him a line today, and we'll see if he recognizes me, because I go by.
I will. What is the name you're going by, and I'll text him and let him know to pay attention to that.
Well, I put in the line there, Slick Dissident. I think he knows me by that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to talking to those guys. So
I'm letting him know right now to contact you back.
Nice. So I started a list tonight, and I'm going to keep it going, but you guys can help me out with this. I've got a list of words that have HG or GH in the word. And these all signify Mercury. And so I'm going to build a meme up, and I'll bring it to the table next week.
Oh, whoops. There you go.
Sweet. So I got, so all of this is Mercury, we're at the thresholds, we're at gates, we're at passing through, we have
Mercurial.
Mercurial. So we've got hourglass, H.G. Wells, high grade. The number 78 is a G, is 7, and then 8, gate. And then you switch it and you get 87 as a H and a G, which is the atomic number for Mercury.
Pressure. A pressure gauge is a mercury gauge, and it's measured in Hg.
Oh shit! Sweet.
Dude, my favorite story involving Mercury is how the first Chinese emperor like buried himself with like all the terracotta soldiers and
Yes.
then built an exact replica of his entire empire and
Yeah.
had streams for the yellow and the Yangtze River made out of mercury.
Flowing around the whole thing. That is so crazy.
Yeah, so now they can't like dive on it. They can't do like a archaeological dig
Yeah.
because the mercurial like content of the soil is so high they
Right.
can't dig any further. They had to actually seal it up because they were
Yes.
worried about the mercury getting into the atmosphere.
Right. And then they took some of the paint off the warriors and they put it in almost Kelvin, like 0 degrees Kelvin, where the molecules stop moving. And then they apply a magnetic field and it drops out of the third dimension into the second dimension.
It's a different kind of mercury than we can
Wow.
get access to today.
Yeah. So there we have crossing over a threshold. We dropped out of the third dimension into the second dimension. We crossed over into another dimension. That's the
Who said dropping out never paid off, Ferris Bueller?
Yeah, man, that's so crazy.
Have you heard of the
Lewis, my bad.
Nazi bells? You know,
Uh-huh.
the spaceships that the Nazis made in
Yeah.
World War II. Their motors were mercury vortex engines, so they would have mercury and they would spin it around and then run a
Yeah.
high current of electricity through it, and it would like counteract gravity, I guess.
Wow.
Well, you know where a majority of the mercury that comes from, like the Earth, you know where it comes from, right? It comes from the same part of Peru where they find those elongated skulls, Machu
True.
Picchu and shit. It's the same mountains, same
True.
Andes out mountain area.
Peru is Europe in reverse phonetically. Just an interesting point.
Close.
That's
Phonetically, right? So then I got Hug. Hug is HG. Hugh Hefner. His name is crazy full. So it's H8 is 88. 88 days is Mercury's orbital period. But he's got the GH in the Hugh, and he's got the PH, which is another threshold crossing over in the pH scale. Hugh Hefner's name is like crazy mercurial, and he's sitting on all kinds of secrets we know.
What about the 88 in fuck me, Kill Bill?
Yeah, crazy 88. Those also
The
signify
crazy 88.
because you put 8 and 8 together, you get 16. You add the 1 and the 6, you get the 7. So they also signify the 7 of the Pleiades.
Doesn't that go to like back to centurions and the Roman army setup? Isn't it 16 soldiers per?
And she was doing some organ harvesting on those mofos. She got the
Well, they're
chop-
still doing that in China. They're still
Yeah.
doing that in China right now. Uyghur, how does that fit in your plan?
Yeah, she got her chopping them, and she said, "Leave your limbs; they're mine now." So-
Uyghur lives.
I got guest house, guard house. I like guard house a lot. It's a G and a H because it's guarding the gates at a threshold. Hemoglobin and Hermione Granger from Harry Potter. She's got a Mercury in code in her name, and that's it. So that's my list for now. We'll keep it going for a while. See how long we can make it.
Who is the guy that's the singer of the band At the Gates? Isn't there like a guy from the band At the Gates that now does conspiracy theory shit?
Not familiar with the band. Sorry.
There's a band called At the Gates.
At the
It's
gates.
a Swedish death metal band.
Hmm.
At the Gates, yeah.
Interesting. Well, T in no, that doesn't work. No, that wouldn't work. But you got at the gates, so at could be an 8. 8
What
the
are
gates.
we doing?
We're playing with signs for Mercury. HG and GH. Holy Ghost. Holy Ghost is another HG. Mercury.
Oh,
Yep. All right. I'm cutting loose, guys. I got to say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Good night, Gabe.
Much
Happy
love,
New Year.
spiders.
Swear to God, someone in connection with At the Gates was doing conspiracy theory shit. It's gonna drive me crazy.
I have
You'll
one
figure it
thing
out.
queued up while Rachel's still here. I want to share my screen. I'll show you. Going back to Matrix series again, and we need to do more research on this. There's a character by the name of Merv. Who's Merv? Merv is the Merovingian. The Merovingian, yes, Dagobert II. Of course, who is Dagobert II, and what is Dagobert's revenge? What is King
interesting.
Dagobert, and who is the author of Dagobert's Revenge? What is Dagobert's Revenge talking about? The Merovingians. Who is the author of Dagobert's Revenge magazine? And since 1996, what have they been writing about? But the Merovingian bloodline. And what does the Matrix borrow from? Probably Dagobert's Revenge magazine. If we can further this research, that would be very interesting.
What about Dagobah?
And relevant. Is that a Dagobah swamp from Star Wars? We're talking about Dagobert.
Who is the author?
France?
Tracy R. Twyman as the editor and author of Dagobert's Revenge magazine. Of course,
I didn't know
Dagobert's
that name.
Revenge having to do with the Merovingian bloodline, and the fact that there's a character with the name Merovingian, jokingly called Merv in the Matrix 2, makes you wonder, who is Dagobert 2? Who is Dagobert II? And why is Dagobert having a revenge? So if you don't know anything about this, you might want to ask some questions and do some research.
Yeah, because in
Jim,
4,
got any ideas?
Oh, I'm just yeah, I don't. I haven't read Dagobert's Revenge yet. I've seen like one I flipped through one of the magazines, but I haven't had a chance to deep dive into them. Do you have copies of them? Are they in the archive?
No, I don't have copies of them. And I bring it up because we're talking about the Matrix. Rachel is still here. I don't know how many more minutes she has with us. Maybe she had some thoughts about the Merovingian bloodline. And the question I ask is, whoever authored the Matrix, we've mentioned in chat whether or not other men or women had written stories that resemble the screenplay to the original Matrix movie, what went to screen. So there's a lot of people saying that there's plagiarism, whatever. The question I'm asking is, the character of the Merovingian, whose wife is played by the buxom babe in latex, whose character name is Persephone, and they go to Club Hell, Hel, Club Hell. Why is he called the Merovingian? And does that have anything to do with the research that Tracy Twyman was bringing to the table around 1996, 97, 98, while they were finalizing the shooting script for The Matrix? Because the Merovingian stars in the 2003 Matrix film. So that's the question I'm asking. And
Look at
we
the
have to do some more
scepter.
research.
The scepter of Dagobert.
Not the Shocker?
Can y'all see?
It does. Yeah,
That's crazy looking.
Was that a bird on top? We'll have to.
well, he shows up in the 4th one.
Zoom into just the
being
top of the
discarded.
scepter, Missy.
I was already on top of it.
Oh,
Yeah, it would be
Oh.
Claw hand.
the
Ugh.
hand.
huh.
Yeah, how about no? Hard pass history.
Yeah, I looked him up a little bit. And looking him up and reading
Throne.
some of those articles made me think of the movie Kingdom of Heaven,
Bumba Ross.
which does have ties to Arthurian legend. That specific movie has a very
got inside my
specific
head.
time frame. One of the ancestors, I have a bunch of notes, claims to have been related to Percival in King Arthur's court. So we have these bloodlines, the Merovingian bloodline tying to Camelot and all the Grail stuff.
Yeah, well, you look at his tomb. It's very similar to the stuff you hear about from Arthur.
Yeah, it's close to that same time frame. I think his reign was in like 400, 500.
Well, it's It's so weird because like there's no like
600. Sorry, he was born 650.
yeah, it's hard to like nail that one down though because again, like it's very there's no documentation to back it up. It's very strange.
It's
You would think there would
it's
be.
rough. It's some rough stuff, and I'm only barely diving into it. But so that ties them to the Crusades. So they're invested in Israel, all that kind of thing. He is in the Matrix part of a program that was a past program. In 4, they're barely hanging on as programs. Like when they have the fight scene and they have all these ratty looking people, those are the people. He's one of them. And the whole time Neo's fighting, he's pissed and he's just ranting. He's like, you're all on your technology. And in my day, we used to have conversation. So he's being the voice of the material realm. He's the old past, the old dense realm. And that bloodline claims to be basically sons of Satan.
I wonder what relation it has to Tartarian.
Yes. Hold
shit.
on a moment. Here's the
Yeah.
other significant detail. The Feast of Saint Dagobert II happens to fall on December 23rd. So
Mhm.
that's also around the Matrix 4's release. That's when we're watching the Matrix 2 and 3, and we're seeing the character of the Merovingian, whose wife is named Persephone. They are the owners and proprietors
Persian
of the
City.
club Hell, Hel. And again, do they go into a bathroom situation where Merv, the Merovingian, has his wife Persephone, and Neo's there, and Merv's like, hey, Neo, you gotta go and kiss my wife like you mean it. You need to show her a real kiss. And Trinity's like, what is going on? Who is Neo most loyal to here? Myself
Well-
or this hoe, that hoe over there? Is that what they call them?
They were these are all traditionally people that have lost the battle traditionally,
Right.
historically. Persephone annihilated. Greece is the capital city
So-
of Persia, right?
So that's
Persephone?
interesting. That's interesting that Persephone's not in this one at all. And Persephone, and
Got taken
you're
out.
talking,
So
we're talking about the different levels, like through an evolution of cycles. And Persephone, during one point, gets taken to hell, and
I was
then
wrong.
she hides underground.
Persephone is a goddess, Demeter's daughter by Zeus, wife of Hades, and queen of the underworld.
Yeah.
She's
So half the
Dionysus'
time,
mother.
she's this beautiful,
Dionysus.
she's this beautiful being that half the time spends half her time in the underworld, which is basically a seedling. So it's a seedling. It's the same idea. It's the same concept as hell in the heathen or Norse cosmology, where it's half beautiful, half death. It's the same idea.
That's why hell's
Wasn't
always a
The
club.
mother of Dionysus. Dionysus is like where you saw like I think it's the goddess of the wine, where they would have these huge festivals of Dionysus.
wasn't
Am I
the
not
hell
mistaken?
of the gods to Taurus?
I hadn't heard that.
Wait, what?
Sounds about right.
Tartarus? No.
Tartarus.
No. So like, Tartarus is basically where the Titans got locked up, and that it's very interesting because specifically
Tartaria.
it's surrounded by metal, and then the gates are made of a different metal. And if you read like the Iliad and things like that, they're very specific, and their metals are not necessarily metals that are made for war, like bronze and things like that. And they had the ability to work these other metals, but they put specific metals and jewels in all their shields and whatnot. And then you see that the gates that hold the Titans are specific metal alloys like that. So you start understanding it's more about holding back energetic forces. Where with hell, some gods do go to hell, but it's mostly like Balder goes to hell because he doesn't complete the the cycle. He fails basically, but when Balder gets to hell, there's a celebration. Everybody parties. It's a good time. Hell doesn't have that same horrible negative connotation. It's just you come back the next cycle, and specifically in the next cycle, Balder returns, Hodor returns, a handful of gods that did not end with this cycle. So not quite the same.
According to Pat Benatar, hell is for children.
Maybe you're a rebellious
I know,
inner
I know.
child.
Sorry.
Is the Alice in Wonderland story when she falls down into the Underland a story of Persephone going into the underworld?
Could be.
Well, I do know that the quantum computer they created is called Alice.
Wouldn't surprise me. Shoot, I just lost my train of thought and left without me.
I was stating in chat that there are reports of the Matrix crew members being given copies of Grant Morrison's Invisibles comics. There are a lot of cultural influences that were gathered and siphoned and put into a blender and spit out on the screen in the movie The Matrix. Whether or not any of the writers were reading Dagobert's Revenge, I haven't seen any reports of that. But in my mind, the one person, the one magazine, the one cultural force bringing back the idea of the Merovingians and Dagobert's Revenge after Holy Blood, Holy Grail in the late 80s, getting to the mid 90s, that was Tracy Twyman and Dagobert's Revenge magazine.
Well, I've got a list of metal bands I have to name now. So,
Holy Grail being one of them, I hope.
Holy Grail, Holy Hell. If that is not a Iron Maiden song yet.
Holy Grail would be an HG too for the Mercury.
Holy Grail, Holy Hell.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's interesting that The Matrix brings that up. Of all the movies to bring up that bloodline, of all the movies to nod towards this entire concept of a bloodline claiming to be spawn of Satan, or, and I think it's interesting that these bloodlines back in the past, for whatever reason, went along with a narrative that may or may not have been part of their country, because a lot of countries converted to Christianity under pressure of annihilation. Okay, so how do you keep things going? By bloodlines. It's not too far-fetched to say, oh, you know what? We descended from Jesus. We probably have some proof to keep somebody investing in your bloodline. So to me, whether they are or not, sure, totally could be. But they've created this whole narrative, this whole existence. Some people might even believe it in their families. If it's true, okay, sure.
The only reason we aren't all Islamic today is because Vlad the Impaler was such a shit show from the get-go that he scared the piss out of the Moors.
Oh, look,
and they were
at
like,
Saint
we're
Helga.
not going to do that.
Saint Helga's a badass. You should look her
Very
up.
interesting. Yep.
This is just a thought on bloodline.
If she was real. But again, like this, that's the problem with like the Catholic history of stuff, is that, even if these people were real, the things they did were real. It's got this occultist, that's the problem with most religions, is that even if they're right, they're still taken from a Catholic paradigm, and the fish rots from the head. So unfortunately, we can't trust anything that we're given. Yeah,
The head of
saw that in the
Neo.
chat.
This is the head of Neo looking at the word Temet Nase or Naske or Nashe. I don't speak Latin very well.
Sounds like a great
It says
magazine title.
it says know thyself, and yet Jim has us looking closer. Is this
She's a
like
nasty
a
woman.
what is this image here? Is this like a
That's
Habsburg
That's
double-headed eagle?
It's a that and a flying penis.
Oh, it's one of those flying penises.
The disembodied flying
Crap, I
Isn't
forgot about
that-
the ones that fly.
Again,
Isn't
I
that,
don't.
Yeah,
He
That
had
looks
to
more-
go.
Is that
More on
Phoenix
that- zoom in
symbolism?
more on
Is
that little scribing in the center, please.
Isn't that the family crest of the
Oh.
Maxwells?
No,
Is it?
on the eagle.
I was just looking
Whatever
at family
was
crest
there.
involving that.
The Maxwell
room.
Gates, I like to say. Yeah, but that's the Maxwell family crest, I think. It's just a black bird with that X.
No.
And it's pronounced Ghislaine, and she's got a submarine license. And the terrifying thing about that, y'all, I don't know if I've said this before here, and I'll say it again. The terrifying thing about Ghislaine Maxwell, she's got a submarine license. That means she had to learn how to drive a submarine. And that means that there are civilian flipping submarines out there, y'all.
Who
Now
told
you know.
you to assume she's civilian?
Well, and one last
What a
thing.
perfect way to
When a
rescue Robert
civilian-
Maxwell off a boat if you had a submarine
She
license.
did a terrible job. Terrible job.
Well, I don't know. They're pretty good at replacing bodies.
Pretty good at replacing girls too. So
Well,
we can't
I
all
wanna
we can't
say
all
that-
have a gym that goes to hell, but they manage it on that island. And y'all, if you think that Jeffrey Epstein's island is the only sex island out there, you're the one that is failing yourself, because they're all over the world.
The
They're all over the
Canadian
world.
dude, what's his name? Nygaard? He's got an island. He's under investigation for the same shit. I'm pretty sure
just
Branson,
the
Virgin
islands.
Mobile guy. What's his
Ranches.
name?
Branson
that
has an
douche
island in the same region too. You think they're not all connected underground?
What about
You think
Keaton
Elon
Island?
Musk has a boring company to fucking make hyperloops?
There's a lot of
So weird.
Jonestowns. That's just the one we found out about.
His father is, to be fair, Elon Musk's father
Hell
is
is
the expert
located
at
in a
mining.
lot of places.
So if anyone's
Hell
going to be
is
digging,
a lot of
might as
places.
well be him.
Well,
Children.
hopefully they found a way to get to South Africa quicker than fucking 16 hours from Atlanta, because that's bullshit.
This is
You know-
Persephone. Do you follow her yellow dress and go into the underworld with her?
She looks like Kim Kardashian, but I bet if she turned around, her butt doesn't look like crap without camera special.
I remember when this movie came out,
Facts.
I would have followed Persephone anyway.
Yeah, she looks like Kim Kardashian.
In contrast to female characters in
Oh.
Matrix 4 who are not as made up and glamorous, to put it politely, as this
Oh my
character
God.
of Persephone.
So I just read the surname Maxwell is a Scottish surname. And I had this theory for a long time that the woman in charge of things was a cousin of Queen Elizabeth. Hang on, y'all. I've got to think. Just give me a second here. I've got an interesting point to make. I just got to make sure I get all my names right here. Interesting. It was Glamis Castle is the woman who.
I have a Maxwell crest image coming up here for you. Are you seeing the Maxwell crest?
Oh,
Mhm.
Is that a hedgehog in the middle there?
yep.
It's Sonic.
There he is, a golden hedgehog.
Who is Eggman? Eggstein?
It's in the center of an X.
Don't they play croquet with hedgehogs in Alice in Wonderland?
Where's Epstein's penis to be the bad guy?
It flew
It
off.
fell off a wall, but we're trying to put it back together again.
Two
Apparently that
heads
wall
on
hung
one
itself.
body.
Golden hedgehog. What does a hedgehog do with itself?
Inside of itself.
Spike ball.
Where does a
Is it-
hedgehog go?
Well, what is a hedge of protection? What is a
haven't-
hedge, and what is the hedge of protection, and what is
I don't
a
know.
zero hedge?
Is it a
Seen
hedgehog?
that South Park
or a
episode.
porcupine?
That's a good point.
Could be a porcupine. Is
I mean,
there
hedgehogs
like a
are
hedgehog
not
to me.
particularly like they're really just kind of cute. In that even though they look spiky, it's not like I've touched them. It's not painful.
Well,
Like,
so a
it's a-
porcupine, if you just lay out a porcupine, it's something that could look cute, but the second you go to try to fuck with it, it's going to hurt the shit out of you because all of
Right.
it.
That's what I'm saying. At least a porcupine's got like some defense to it. Like a hedgehog's just kind of.
I'd like to see a Maxwell crest that was
I'd like to know
painted
what
and not
you-
not a computer graphic to see how they resembled represented this golden fuzzy little creature there. 4 feet, big nose.
Hey, fact, if you get your finger stuck in a hedgehog when it's rolling itself up, it could break the skin and it could even break your finger. You don't touch a hedgehog when
Interesting.
it's like doing its
Ah.
thing.
It's creepy.
Mhm.
While you figure that out, I'm gonna go shortly. And
Rachel, do you have any social links or Telegram chats or anything that
do.
you need to share with us?
I have Telegram. Channel is called the Sun Forge. And I'm on Minds at Valkyrie Sparks. And I will touch on Satan shortly. Briefly, very briefly.
Could you send your link to Minds Telegram and then I can screen share that so people can find that more easily?
I can do that.
Thank
I
you.
hope you do it
So-
right before morning.
It'll happen. It'll happen. Cool your jets.
I just put it in the chat for you.
I see some more art here.
So Satan is a construct, part of a dynamic that is specific to a cosmology. And I wanted to bring up the word appropriation earlier. It is appropriate for you to appropriate your culture. It is not appropriate for someone else to appropriate your culture. What did the Greeks do? Appropriate everyone else's culture, specifically people's gods. So when we're sitting here and we're saying, this is like Hermes, this is like whatever, you are buying and feeding the Greek machine. That is how they processed other people's culture and took it on.
Like a Roman.
So, well, the Romans copycatted everything Greek. That's just what they did. I learned that in art history. You guys made a nice sculpture, make it again. And then they destroyed
Did
the
you
Greek
see how
version.
did you see how they use the remnants of the Spartan culture for like little
yeah.
plays?
Oh yeah. It's
Gross.
It's just what they did. So,
Gross.
you know, that's how it goes. But so when we were talking about things like God and Satan, we're talking about polarity, but it's very specific polarity, cosmology. That's what we're talking about. So when I say things like, you know, these bloodlines taking this stuff on, it's a survival technique. Whether they are or we're not, sure. Now, on a very real level, they can be very dense. They can be dense entities that we would label demonic. They would be titans, the Nephilim. They're dense beings. So for them to switch their cosmology up makes total sense. And when we look at hell being this massive party, well, because in one cosmology, it was a massive party. It might not have been the way that we see it now, because we have a lot of Christian influence on what hell is. You know, we've got Dante's Inferno on what hell is. And that's not to say that's an inaccurate journey through whatever your experience was. Everyone has that part of them. I think that's very real. I think whatever you believe, when you go, you're going to experience that. You know, because that's what's in your world. That's where you get dragged to.
I think this is hell.
I think this is the middle realm, and I'm content with it. I'm here for it.
I legit think this is hell.
Chance pulled the
I think it's heaven.
the tower card. I agree with you, Cheney.
I just think
it
it's
is
a
too.
slow peel away. I think if it's heaven overnight, people will lose themselves. So it has to slowly
Yes.
happen to level
Yes.
up.
When I find out what happens to these kids,
Yeah,
no.
totally. Totally. That's why we're the middle. That's absolutely why we're the middle. Because we're that harmony, trying to balance out heaven and hell. It all exists here. And I've heard about people who
Oh, and
had
everything we
visions
do
of
is
going to
like,
hell. And it's like, yeah, you're witnessing a point in time for someone else.
and
You
everything
don't know how
that
long they were there for.
everything that we're influenced by is like trying to drag us to the dark. And
Well-
sometimes you are in hell. Sometimes you're in heaven. Sometimes this is hell.
Here's the thing. I have had entities try to drag me down into the dark.
They can't. They have no power over you.
Truth. But also I have a new view on what the dark and the deep are.
Is that a
That
spoiler
is-
for the Labyrinth film? You have no power over me.
It is. Shh. But, you know, the dark and the deep are, I mean, the Gauls were the sons of the dark. They came from the earth. There are, you know, hints that Rh negative blood and people with very pale skin and red hair were able to live underneath the, you know, there's underground cities, for crying out loud. They worked in the mines. Mines were sacred sites to them. You know, you're close to the earth when you're there. You have this oneness.
Fire Club. Thanks, Ben Franklin.
So, you know, I have a very different view on what's dark. And yes, there are things that are wicked. And those are dense beings that aren't growing. They're stuck. So that's my view of dark beings.
Rachel,
That's-
this is my first time
yeah.
meeting you. You were amazing, and I appreciate everything you've had to say. And you're extremely intelligent. You know, I highly look forward to talking to you again about this kind of stuff. Also, it's Lindsay, right? Schwarman, right?
Sorry?
You know Lindsay Schwarman, right? From
Yeah, loosely.
check out the podcast I did with her about
Mm.
dark entities and what I thought about them. And I would love to hear what you think about that as well, because again, this is always a learning experience. We're all just
Totally.
growing, you know, no one's ever right.
Totally.
We're all just doing the best we can to stab in the dark at what we think we're dealing with, because it's brutal out there.
And I've enjoyed her episodes on that kind of stuff, because it's like when you have experiences, you're like, somebody needs to talk about this. So yeah,
Thank you
totally.
very much, Rachel. And I look forward to talking.
Yes, you are a peach.
Yeah,
thank you
thank
for
you
being
very
Hey,
here.
much.
Rachel, one more thing. Didn't you do something with Balderson? Are you talking about
did.
runes? Better plug that right now.
Thank you for the reminder. We have been doing a rune series on Odin's alchemy, and we're doing the 3 sets of runes. We did the first one. We're doing the second one, which premieres on the 6th, I believe, and then we'll be doing a third at some point. So that's been really
And-
fun.
And we agreed to do a bunch more talks afterwards and dig into these things together.
Yeah, thank
So-
you. Yeah, it'll be cool. So I'm gonna go. Lovely seeing you all.
Thanks, Rachel.
Yeah, thank you, Jamie, Paul, Jim.
Have a good night,
Mhm.
darling. Sleep well.
Good night,
Nancy.
Rachel. See you soon.
Another 2-hour mark yet? Okay.
This is like New Year's Eve, where every time zone celebrates the ball dropping at midnight, and then people are just like, "Okay, my ball dropped. I'm going to bed. Good night." And the stream continues to weave.
It is the hangover special.
So I think that the ball dropping probably signifies New Year's being on the 25th, and that being the sun of that year going down for the final time, and the next year the one that rises is a new sun. And there's just all kinds of weird conflict going on. I think that's probably where Christianity then also gets the birth of the sun at that point in time, because they've got so many things mixed into their stuff. It's just weird.
Happy Saturnalia.
Happy Saturnalia. Put your Phrygian caps on, everyone.
I can't.
I took my hat off.
Like who actually celebrates Roman stuff? Like, who's a Roman pagan? Like, it drives me, that one, like, that's like one of my weird pet peeves, because like every time you see anybody put an article up about some horrible weird thing, they're like European pagans, and you open it up and it's always fucking Romans. You're like, were they yeah, you know, always like they
I
always
thought-
do the weird stuff.
I have some fun facts for you. So basically, they did. You remember the World Genome Project, where like everyone like haphazardly gave their DNA to different government organizations in order to
PCR
form
tests.
something like that. It was no, it was a DNA project. It's called the World Genome Project.
I know. I'm
But they
just
took
kidding.
DNA from across the world to try and find out and trace where the origins of humanity came from. Well, when they took DNA from people from Herculaneum and what was the other one? Pompeii. The DNA from those peoples related the most closely, and that's as close they can get to original Romans, right? They related the most closely to the Romani, or as we would call them, the Gypsies, more than any other race of people. So therefore, the modern day Romans do exist. They're called the Romani, and they fist fight each other and have light up LED dresses, at least in America.
Is Smurfette perhaps a Romani?
I don't know.
What is the lineage and DNA of a Smurfette?
I don't know. The Germans do love that shit, don't they?
Blue-skinned people.
Yeah, but then again, don't make me state graphic, disgusting things here on the internet.
Isn't it colloidal silver? High doses of colloidal silver that turns skin blue.
Oh yeah,
Or
you're
just
right. No,
silver
that
in
was
general.
that's right. They had the blue
silver
children.
poisoning.
They found blue children in the mountains of
Kentucky.
the Appalachia here in America. Yeah, that's right, Kentucky. That's right, and it was because of the high sulfur content within the water. And the fucked up thing is that these mining companies like follow that and we're like, hey, I want to buy your property from you. Fuck. We live in a crazy world.
Really? No.
You gotta have goals.
So speaking of crazy, we've been talking about black goo all week, and I just saw Spider-Man, and venom isn't referred to as venom, and it's referred to as black goo.
Well, did he come out of his hand? Because I don't trust it.
They don't even actually show it. They show a little drop. I'm spoiling the after credit.
Is it like so it's like tentacle porn? Isn't like it's there, but we're not gonna acknowledge it.
Yeah, that it's actually black goo. Yeah, they referred to it as black goo in the comics too. It was no secret. It was always black goo. You guys watched Lindsay's last show on the black goo, right?
I have not yet. It's on my list. I've got a list.
Yeah.
It's like third on my list of things to watch. I got so much stuff to catch up on right now.
Same. You guys keep putting out stuff I can't even watch. I don't have time. But I'm missing all sorts of cool stuff.
There's not enough time in the world, I know, right?
But okay. So I came to tell a story. So last night I'm doing kind of so yesterday I did a little gifting. I got a new garden trowel for what's it called? For a drill. It's a drill bit. It's just a big drill bit. And for gifting orgone pipes, right? So I did that a little bit yesterday. 2 hours after that, it started raining. It kept raining. And I'm like, okay, New Year, I've got to do like a grounding, right? Oh.
Drill bit.
Nice, Alan. Thank you. Thank you for derailing a heartwarming story with your Smurf porn.
Now it's a dick warming story.
So I go out in my walk.
Auger.
It's an auger. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
Gargamel
Benjamin.
did it. It was Gargamel's fault.
He was augering. What's her name? Smurfette. Anyway, so I'm thinking the first few minutes of the new year, I'm going to go out, do a walk, and ground myself. Figured it'd be a good thing to, go out, be grateful, and, stick my hands in the dirt and get the vibe, right? Reclaim my own, our earth vibration kind of thing. So I'm out there. I've got those, what you've got, Missy, the Bluetooth earbuds in my ears, and I'm listening to, I think MU, and I can't listen to it because my mind's going a million miles an hour. I just pull them out and I'm like, oh, I should listen to the owls. So I stick them out, pull them out, stick them in my hand. And I think I stick them in my pocket. And I'm walking around for a few more miles, and they followed me for about 4 miles. The owls, you could hear them, because in the dark, you can't see them, obviously, but you can hear them.
I have a Chihuahua. He knows when there are owls. He
Oh,
flips
yeah.
out.
Yeah, and they should, because they will be eaten. But so I'm walking around and I pull them out because I'm listening to it. And as soon as I hear this big hoo-hoo and a recall, because they'll do a call and recall back and forth to each other, because they're always in pairs. It's always the mated pair together. And I hear them, and I pull up my headphones and I see this big flash, like right behind where I hear I'm trying to locate it, trying to find where they are. And there's a big flash in the sky. So I'm like, oh, that's weird. And it was west, which is only Green Valley. And there's really nothing but desert between here and Green Valley. So it wasn't anything in town, and it wasn't anything from the base. I don't know. Anyway,
Very
here or there, I get home and I don't have my earbuds. I'm going through all my pockets. They're gone, completely gone. So the rain and the wind start picking up. I'm like, oh crap, it's getting really cold out. So now I've got to look for these things. So I'm checking in with intuition and figuring out, oh, I think I know where they are. So I run out and go to where I think it is. And I'm like, no, I'm just going to listen and see if my owls tell me where they are. And I get this, it's at the end of the pavement in the dirt. And the only place that was end of pavement in the dirt was this little corner. And I go there, and there they are, right there. And this is 4 miles of desert it could have been in. It would have taken me years to find these things. But it sent me
Did you
right to
remember
them.
to check? Did you remember to check the last place you saw them?
Yeah, that's exactly where I went first. Yep. Yeah.
Sorry, bad joke.
But it was there, and they sent me back, and they're guarding over me all the time. But I'm kind of thinking that these guys are my babies. They're the ones, I think, from the previous, maybe from the previous clutch, because they'll take like a 7-mile stretch of territory where they find a center, and then they'll kind of scope out for roughly about 7 to 15 miles. And I'm about that from my work, where the parent owls are. So I'm thinking that these may be maybe my babies, but they would know me because I saw them, first few days up until they fledged. So maybe it's an imprinting thing, or it could be my spirit guardians.
Or it could be Charlie Sheen's The Wraith,
The Wraith?
the best movie nobody's ever seen.
Definitely not seen.
Is that the one where he turns into the car?
Yes, it's a car movie. It's brilliant.
Brilliant.
He's an alien, right?
No, he's a ghost. He's a wraith. To quote, what's his name? Damn it, my brain just broke. The guy that was the kid from Damn, my stupid brain. Clint Howard. Clint Howard. He's a wraith, man. He's a ghost.
If you squint, you can imagine Clint Howard's face is here, turned blue with a white beard, like maybe from the Ice Cream Man.
I
This is a
always try to
guy-
remember that friggin' movie for like a decade, maybe even longer, and I can't ever find it anywhere. Remember Charlie Sheen was in it, and I try to bring it up to people all the time. I'm like,
I
they
found it
race
in a
on the
$5
mountains.
bin. I found it in
The
a
Wraith.
$5 bin.
I saw it when I was like 10.
There's so many like jokes. It is so well done. It's so badly done. It is so bad done.
I need it in my
Best.
life again.
Of course, dude. I bet you could find it for free online because like nobody gives a shit about that movie. Nobody's like claiming copyright on that.
Does it stream to Amazon Prime? I think I watched it
bet it does.
recently.
It is terrible.
It's already
Just
starting
terrible.
sexy.
Quote. Tom, it's about
Off the
time we got into
sunglasses.
some ass, didn't we?
Serious.
It's what's his name?
Oh, this is
He's
great.
a famous director now.
Oh, look how terrible this is. This is awesome. Oh, I do need to see this.
Awful. It's
It
awful.
looks terrible.
We'll watch
He's a
it on a
ghost,
movie
man.
night. Our
Yeah.
Mystic
He's
a
Nights
wraith.
of the Midnight
Oh my
Movies
gosh,
can
he has
watch.
a Punisher helmet on.
What?
There's Clint
They already
Howard
try.
being totally cool.
They used the same car accident like 3 times in the movie.
Yeah, that's Clint Howard looking
That's,
awesome.
That's Clint Howard and what's the other guy's name? He's a director. He's a famous director now. Fuck me running. Hang on. I'll find out.
On
I
Howard?
can't believe I'm looking this up. Can't believe I'm doing like I'm gonna end up on a list if I'm not already.
Oh my gosh. And yeah, I totally just
Nick Cassavetes.
Looks like a
Is he
Dune
a
suit.
s- Yeah,
Not from
it's
around here.
Nick Cassavetes, Charlie Sheen, Sherilyn Fenn, and Randy Quaid.
Ooh, Sherilyn Fenn. Ooh,
He's so good.
I'm definitely going now.
The character, the punk rock kid, like drinks. He drinks brake fluid.
As you do
No,
when you're a kid.
Especially if you're punk rock, you gotta fucking show
Right.
how.
best
Well,
quote in the
how
movie
punk
is
rock you are.
the best quote in the movie is "Hey Skank," it was the punk rock kid. "Hey Skank, I think I smell French fries." He's like, "Nah, you son of a," he slaps. Oh, it's terrible. So good.
So fill me in. What did I miss?
We were talking
all the
about Charlie
spoilers.
Sheen.
Matrix 4
And about-
spoilers.
He definitely didn't touch Corey Haim. Ever.
Oh yeah, that topic. Was it about a year ago when Corey Feldman released his documentary talking
Jamie, who
about what
was
happened?
Jamie, who was supposed to be on here tonight, who probably is listening right now because I gave him a hard time. Shame. Jamie was supposed to be on, and he's the guy that blew up the Corey Feldman, Corey Haim thing.
Sure. Jamie Deluxe, we want you on the show some Saturday
He was
night.
supposed to be here. He was supposed to be here, but he got busy.
Still
He's got
welcome.
kids.
Yep.
He's got kids, you know. It happens.
I'll
He
know
said,
about
uh,
any
we'll
other-
we'll start right on
Sorry.
time and get
Sorry, I
them in
waited
early.
till 11 and I didn't realize it was happening. I promised I'd be back. I waited an hour on my B with the letter B.
That's all right.
What you gonna do? Gonna be a baller, shot caller, brawler. You can be dipping in the bins with the spoiler. I mean, come on, there's just too many options. I took my hat off.
I don't know
Where
if
are we
we
at
have
on
any
the
bingo winners yet. I haven't seen any announcements. I don't know.
Oh,
where I'm
yeah.
looking for them.
I'm
Bingo.
close. I'm getting close.
Oh,
Jim's
yeah?
getting close with his bingo board.
I'm getting close. There's just a couple things that like if
let's see, Mario, placenta.
if somebody said Baphomet, Baphomet, ooh la
Ooh la
la.
la.
I said Baphomet. But
I think this is the part I missed from before. So
BAFA Club Met doesn't count.
is there a pre-existing board, or do I make my own? Because if I make my own, I could hit a bingo by the end of the day. here.
Everyone makes
Alan
their
Marcus?
own. I will relink the blank board.
Alan Marcus, would you like to go through the rules?
I'm still determining what the rules are. It's still a Wild West game, and by playing it, we determine how we're going to play. And I think the way you win is by declaring that you have won and then proving to us how you have won. We like to see the grand prize of a blackout, which would be all 25 squares highlighted. But you can win by diagonal lines of 5, horizontal lines of 5. 5 in a row, it's bingo, or 4 corners and your free space in the middle could be a winner. But you've got to tell us you've won. You have to tell us you've won and show us how you've won and announce that you've won. And then we'll verify that you've won, and then we'll announce your name and say you have won. And then there'll be a prize pool in which you can draw from.
And you need
We talked
to
about Mario. What else?
send a picture of your bingo board after you make it. Present it via some sort of public forum.
See, but that's the thing, though. Like, then people can work together to like.
That is
You should have
totally
an
fine.
email.
That is,
I think you should have an email.
That's
or
part
a
of this. That's the
special-
thing, though. There are, the rules are, how did you describe them, Alan? Not loose. What was it? Hoary? No, that's not what-
they're Wild West rules, and we will become more enforcing of them if we need to. But right now, the way you win psychic bingo is by predicting before the show starts what topics will be on the show. We might add a rule in which winning ideas, things that were blacked out or highlighted on the bingo board, will be retired, and then you won't be able to use them for the next show. We might instigate that rule, we might enforce it, but for now, the point is use hashtag Weaving Spiders Welcome, post it to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, wherever publicly, and then include a link to the Weaving Spiders Welcome YouTube channel so people know what you're talking about. And because it's time stamped, we'll know that you posted it before the start of the show and you weren't filling in 25 squares during the show. And then after the show said you win because you listened and filled in your blanks. It's psychic bingo because you predict what we're going to say before the show starts streaming.
I bought a T-square and it came with a mustache sticker. Put that in your bingo.
Naturally.
Random ass shit right there.
Fuck.
Mr. T Square.
Shouldn't
Pen.
have-
Because pin 15 was taken, I guess.
Yeah, there's a missed opportunity there for sure.
Don't
It
do a
needs to have-
mustache ride on that.
Oh.
Sorry. Someone said blacked out square, and I was like, that reminds me. I bought a new T-square. I need to open up and make sure it works. And it
I'm
does.
sure
But
I've been called a blacked out square at some point in my life.
We're still asking, why do we play psychic bingo if we already know the winner? Well, maybe the future has not been written yet. There's still
Maybe
a
we're
chance
looking
for
for
you
winner.
to win. Write your bingo card now, post it now, and during next week's 61st episode, you can play your bingo card. You will have all week. If you've posted before the show starts, you have 6 days, so you don't have to tune in live. Not everyone can watch the entire live stream live, but if you want to watch on Sunday afternoon, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can announce by Friday before the start of the next show that you won from playing the previous week's show. Just like people have to claim their lottery ticket winnings, it may take time for people to find the ticket and realize that they are the winner. It may take you a long time to realize that you can claim a winning on your bingo board. We just encourage
And
everybody
maybe-
to play.
maybe you get nothing. You get nothing.
Well, your name will go on a leaderboard.
What is it
There
with the
will
golden
be-
ticket? Like
There will be a list of
nothing.
lifetime achievement winners who have played enough bingo boards. We will be tracking this.
There will
There'll
be
be
prizes
leagues. There will
announced.
be prizes.
I'm making a square right now.
Nice.
You need to borrow my mustache T-square because it's good at it. I cannot believe it came with a freaking mustache sticker. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this one. I know exactly what. Never mind. Disregard. Yeah, I had to open it up to make sure it was real because it looked like it was two pieces or two pieces that fit together, but it's good now. I am a little bit drunk.
Were you drinking brake fluid, or did you put?
Yes, yes.
Did you
in
did you
honor
replenish
of-
your blinker fluid in your vehicle so your blinkers work?
That's hilarious. I actually got my dad that for Christmas, a big jar of blinker fluid. He didn't think it was funny. He was like, "Why couldn't you give me brake fluid? I need that."
They should do a drunk slam dunk contest
Oh, that'd be awesome.
with
Especially
that
with
trampoline, like
exactly like the gorilla.
mascots.
Yeah. So I was thinking, like, all the mascots just get really hammered. They have to do the drunken thing where they do the baseball bat trick where they spin around and then they have to run into the
I don't even
trampoline.
care if there's
Can
no
you-
basket and then the
Can you-
basket or no ball, just a huge basket they have to go through.
Oh,
Gordy,
that'd be
can you
great.
give us a quick example so we could know exactly what you're talking about?
I don't drink anymore. Sorry. Not gonna happen. But you want me to see it? You want to watch me dunk?
I just wanted to watch you find a baseball bat in your house.
Oh, I do not. Do I look like a jock? I sound like a jock though, right? Do I look like a jock?
You look like you've seen a couple straps.
That is true.
On that note, geez.
So
Isn't that where the attorney says, like, if you have a baseball bat in your car, always travel with a glove as well?
That is when your doctor tells you if it's the size of a baseball, you should definitely get that checked out, Gordy.
mm. Nah, I don't trust him. I just poke it and until it goes away. Just drain it.
Sir Lancelot.
That's right. Just let it drain. Oh, that'd be a good channel.
Oh man,
Like Dr. Pimple Popper.
I tell you
Sir
what,
Lancelot. That
if
is
you are gonna
great
drain, if you
marketing.
are gonna lance things on your own body, a fucking X-Acto knife is not a scalpel. I tell you that.
That is true.
It is
That
not
is
a
true.
fucking scalpel at all.
That's right.
You look at it and you think scalpel, and you're like, yeah, that's pretty fucking sharp. And it's not. It just isn't. And it tears the skin rather than cut it. And then the cyst you're trying to drain, the damn scalpel won't get in there. And then your wife's got to jab it over and over again with a damn syringe and then plunger it until the thing like explodes, all while you're on no pain meds and holding a board. Like
And
it
the whole
sucks.
time-
Don't use an X-Acto knife. I'm just saying.
And the whole time he sounds like freaking Chris Farley doing his Am I wrong? Does that sound like Chris Farley being like the Bears? He's like, and then you're gonna stab your wife with the just me.
I know the skit you're talking about.
He sounds like sorry, darling, but you do. You sound just like Chris Farley doing the Bears. Where are you from? Chicago?
No, I'm from South Dakota.
Dakota.
And yeah, I realize I've
Where?
got a northern accent. But Chris
South
Farley,
Canadian.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's a skit where they are sitting in
I
a bar
remember the
and they
Bears
are from
skit, but it was Chris
Illinois.
Farley?
They're all from
Yeah.
That was
Illinois.
Farley?
Chris Farley was in that one, yeah.
I gotta find that.
John Goodman.
The Bears.
Yeah, it was
It was
John
John
Goodman.
Goodman and Chris Farley, yep.
Rest
And
in peace, John
sometimes-
Madden.
Norm,
And over
is
the
that the
weekend.
other one who played in
Yeah.
it?
That's right. I watched the Chris Farley documentary a couple days ago, and it was so like the person who got the most bummed out and like freaked out about the whole thing was John Goodman. John Goodman like was losing his shit. Like when he was still like trying not to like cry a whole bunch talking about Chris Farley. It was sad, man.
He's a good one.
It was Bill Swirsky super fans, Da Bears.
That's right.
Yep.
I was scalded by the cheese of a flaming hot nacho.
It was so
Bill
good.
Swirsky's.
Alan's delivery too. I was scalded by the cheese of a flaming hot nacho.
This is why they give you a mustache.
Da Bear.
You guys were talking about not going to a doctor for something.
For anything.
Last week, I cut my finger, and in my head, I was just going to wrap it up and call it good. I ended up having to go get 7 stitches and probably have to have a hand surgery because I cut a tendon in my finger. But
You say a tenement like a person that's like shacking up in your finger?
no, tendon. I don't know what I said. I meant to say tendon.
You said
There's an X-Acto scar, Ben, right there.
how exacto is it?
Exactly to the bone.
Nice.
So this
was
is not
fun.
medical advice, but you can get antibiotics for fish, goldfish, and it's the same antibiotics that they give people.
I can
I thought you were
confirm.
gonna say to
Same with
toddlers at
dogs.
lunch.
My dog just went through a round of fucking antibiotics. It's the same exact thing I got prescribed for my finger. Same exact dosage and everything.
Yeah.
Same drug, same dosage, same everything.
And you can buy it over the counter for a fish at the pet store. And scalpels, you can get real scalpels at the feed store for there's a lot of medical stuff you can do with animals. That's where I get
Sometimes. Some days they don't have them, and you go try an X-Acto knife, and then that's just not a good thing.
Y'all hear it now, right?
We're hearing the whole story now. It's all coming out in little bits.
You
Oh,
hear it
believe
now,
me, I
right?
tried the feed store first, and then when the feed store did get them, they had this weird reverse hook. So then when my wife did it again, she's like trying to do it with like this weird reverse hook, and it was all fucked up. But at least it worked that time.
Yeah. I've only seen the reverse hook ones there at the feed store. So I like them better. I use them for work. So I go through a lot of them, but they're pretty precision. They're sharp. Got myself with them a bunch of times by mistake, cutting stuff. So be careful.
Here's that Glamis castle that I had. loaded up.
Yes. It's creepy, isn't it?
Those minarets look awfully sharp. Don't dig
That's
up the
where
tips.
Princess Margaret was born. The sister to Queen Elizabeth. And the woman that was living there, her name was, God damn it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. The one that lived there for like the longest time. There was actually a website called Glam is famous or something.com. And it was like this, it was like a cute like search channel. And it was this woman from Glamis Castle being like, take down Alex Jones. And I've got all these screenshots. I gotta find them. I'm gonna send you that stuff. It's very interesting.
Where's
That
Glamis
clock-
Castle?
That clock looked way out of place on that castle. Like in
Yeah, let me
after-
open that up again.
It has all the old look of the Tatarian buildings with the, free Tesla energy
turrets.
at the top. But
The
then
turrets,
it
yeah.
also has that metal roof that's tarnished. What does that? Copper? What does it? Bronze?
Copper
What turns
goes
green
green.
like that?
Copper goes
So-
green.
This is what happened to the channel that it used to be a website called glamis.com.
Oh.
And he's all this crazy shit. And now the website.
That's because America's grandma died.
By
Betty White.
gritbrokage.org. Interesting.
Yeah, did we all congratulate Cheney? Good job.
What, did she shoot
Yes.
another
did
person?
it.
I mean, never mind. Wrong Cheney.
Glamis Castle in Angus, Scotland, pronounced Gloms. It's Gloms.
Shut up, Cordy. Why do people keep telling me to shut
I
up?
don't use a gun.
There it is in the middle, right there.
Mhm.
Is it Scotland?
Yes, and Scott. I know it was glamiscalling.com. That's what it was. Fuck me. Glamis
Angus,
calling.
like the beef. Like the movie. You guys remember the movie Angus?
That one's gone too.
I remember the Black Angus
I remember Angus.
steak restaurant.
I remember get in my belly.
That was
Michael Myers.
Austin Powers.
Yep.
Free.
You know, it's awesome when you're hanging out with your family and then someone just randomly brings up, oh, that's right, Angus. Yeah, I remember that.
Geez, I do not.
A long time ago. Wow.
With
1995.
Dawson's Creek.
Agnes
The
is
other day.
Dawson's
I was like,
Creek and the girl from Jurassic Park.
Oh, that I think the girl from Jurassic
she
Park.
quit acting, didn't she? Probably, you know why, but
She wouldn't put
wasn't.
out.
Wait.
She had to quit.
That kid they just showed, the redheaded kid or the freckly kid with the ears.
I was looking
Was
for
it-
Dawson Creek guy. Here he
was
is.
it being
Y'all, I'm
Christmas Story?
creating
He
a
was-
today
he
years
was
old
in-
right now. I was today
he
years
was-
old when I realized Angus was Tim Dillon.
No way.
oh God,
Is it really?
this isn't
No,
This
it
is
doesn't look
Sesame
close
Street.
enough to tell people
this
that.
isn't Sesame Street. This isn't Barney, okay? Nice try though.
Really?
Oh my god. That is the joke you need to run with.
Start the memes.
All my today years old are
Put up,
fake.
put up a meme.
Like if the Full House didn't come back out with that bullshit, I had people going for years with I was today years old when I realized that Scarlett Johansson was Kimmy Gibbler.
Full House was too busy doing meth. At least one of them.
What show was Kimmy Gibbler from?
Stephanie's got a problem.
Is that Full,
Full
House?
House, yes. With the Tanner family.
Candace Cameron's like, I know nothing.
Dude, Tim Dillon playing Angus, though, you can tell everybody that, and they will be like, "You just blew
No
my
way!
mind."
What?
They'll even
This
look
is
it
that
up and see
Mandela
the
effect.
cover and be like, "That is him."
Oh my God! It is him.
You start a Mandela effect.
There you go. There you go.
It does look like him. Let's see.
Oh,
Ooh.
You're a handful when you're not shooting people, huh? You did apologize though, right? For that quail incident.
It is 2022. Here we are.
Deuces, man.
1 2 2 2 2 2022. So many.
2020 part 2.
Hard to.
You say tutu, and I think Ace Ventura.
I saw a documentary last night on Times Square and some murders that happened down there, and they called it the Deuce because it was 42nd Street, Times Square,
It's not because it smells like shit.
and they apparently it probably smells like shit too. And they had a Hellfire Club. It was like an S&M club, but it was the Hellfire Club, which made
Not
me
the
think
original.
Benjamin Franklin. I'm sure it was connected.
The original is the one in England where they built it out of the chalk mines.
And they had hookers dressed up like nuns, and Benjamin Franklin would go there.
What you have to understand about the day and age is like that's a very normal thing. Like everyone used to go to these things called like the Valhall, pleasure gardens and like caves and tunnels. Like for example, every single major estate had a residential hermit that would tell people their fortunes. Like that was a thing. And they would have these pleasure gardens where you had to be seen at, the same as the opera or the same as the theater. the same as being seen at these like tea dances and stuff. Like a big part of like sociality, especially in the Regency to the Victorian era, I just said era was these pleasure gardens, and they would have balloon rides where you'd be able to get on a high hot air balloon. They would have residential hermits who would give you your fortune if you gave them change. You would have dark paths where you go hook up with hookers. Then you have light paths where it's like just regular people, like the ladies would walk, and they would have fire breathers and like all this crazy stuff. And like that was a normal thing. So for the Hellfire caves and all to be a normal thing is not that far fetched, considering the same thing was going on above the ground. It was like this pleasure den society, usually in gardens, except there ladies were allowed. Underground, it was just allowed. It was like the ultimate dark path for these pleasure gardens.
Interesting. Sort of like a carnival.
Place for
Carnival.
entertainment.
Yeah.
I was looking
Basically.
into the Millennium Dome in London. Do you guys remember this? I have found a promotional video for it from 1999, the Millennium Experience.
Oh.
So it's very much 1990s VHS quality. And
Well, that's
they're-
the crystal palaces that were built by for the World's Fair. Prince Albert.
They're talking
Never made him
about
a king.
this area on the Thames River to build this Millennium Dome. It was getting to be poverty stricken, so they just bulldoze it and they build this brand new huge dome to be the largest dome ever constructed. And then when they opened the dome, they had the Millennium Dome show, which ran for 999 days as a ritual event.
Do you think they saw a biodome prior to that? Like they saw like the Truman
So
movie.
Well,
It was like, we could do
what
this.
they did, they were building a large entertainment complex. So it was all covered by a dome. And when it was wet and cold in London, you could go into this dome and it's like this giant mall with escalators and shops.
How'd that
And
work
they
out
could
for
have
them?
concerts there. It did not work out as well as they thought it should have, because the outside of the dome looked like it had constant scaffolding. The media at the time kept lambasting it. There's a lot of people who absolutely hated this
That's right, I remember that
project.
now.
It was featured in the 007 James Bond movie.
That's
with
right.
Pierce Brosnan.
Right.
What's the name of the movie, Gordon?
Yeah, no, I don't know. They all blend together.
The World Is Not Enough, with
Okay.
Slap job.
Garbage singing the song The World's Not Enough.
What was that
And
thing
they
with
featured
the-
that.
So it looked like there were mirrors like on the sides of that guy's head. What was that?
That's
Is it
part
the
of the
video
show.
game? Is it in the video game?
Hey,
The 007
is-
video game.
is this where they're
Uh,
going to put the ABBA stadium? I wonder.
I
'Cause this
don't.
is- This is coming
it's-
down, right? London doesn't have a hell of a lot of real estate.
Right. This is what they were building to open for the new millennium in 2000.
Traditionally, the site where Prince Albert's Crystal Palace was, where they held the, I think, one of the first World Fairs.
This is kind of going back to the 1850s, talking about the World Fairs and the Crystal Castles
Yeah.
that they were building. So they're
There's
saying
some
this is a
dark shit.
modern, futuristic Millennium Dome, and it's going to be a modern commerce center and entertainment facility. And if you don't know what happened, there's a Millennium Dome show in which there's a tower that's built up and a tower that's destroyed. There's a mitochondrial Eve character in this storyline as well.
Damn it.
Christopher Knowles on The Secret Son gets into some of this stuff.
I'm never going to run out of stuff to like freaking research thanks to you guys.
Dude,
Whenever-
we've got to get Christopher Knowles at some point. And-
Whenever I think of New Year's Eve, I always go back to 1999 And then
Who's
I go
that?
back and watch all the old videos.
Is that Michael Jackson?
Thought it was Ghislaine.
No, I'll have to link you to the video. And there's a very drab voice kind of talking about this. This is a promotional video, and they wanted to promote this dome to have business interests coming together to make this a great success. And as you can imagine, it wasn't a great success. But here's the important part. The artistic ritual of performing 999 days in a row, the same play with the same storyline, ushering in a new storyline for the new millennium. 999 times beginning in 1999. Look at the Millennium Dome show. Look into the Secret Sun.
666.
It's on my stupid list. Damn it. I'm never going to run out of stuff to look into thanks to you guys.
Why did they need to build the world's largest dome? And why did they need to have it available for the new millennium? And why did they run 999 days in a row with the Millennium
Who's behind
Dome
it?
show?
Who's behind it? Whose idea was it?
And what was the, when did it close down, this thing?
And what was with the alien ceiling thing right there? That looked like the freaking the debunked alien ride, the like the failed alien ride from Disney World. What's up with that? Look at the ceiling if you go back with a couple clicks.
Yeah, all very good questions. It's still a mystery.
What day in 1999 did they take it down again, or did they stop?
They never finished it. They never even started it, I don't think. Did they?
No,
what-
they did complete it.
No, it's-
They opened it. A lot of students went to this place. It was a place that had museums. They had arts exhibits. They had the body world. So if you remember those people that had their skin removed, they were
The
dead and had
Chinese.
their skin removed. So you could see the
Chinese.
muscles and the bones of the bodies. They had that human exhibit there.
Bodies
And
exhibit, yeah.
a lot of students in England, UK, Scotland, Ireland, they all drove over there to go to the Millennium Dome show, to see the show, to see the exhibits, to learn the mysteries. And it was a lot like a World's Fair type situation. And they had
Let's-
acrobats, a lot of entertainment.
And when
Let's talk
did
about
it
that
close
bodies
down?
exhibit.
I'd have to get the exact dates on that. There's so much
Probably
information about
But in
this.
the year of 1999, it closed down.
No, that's when
It
it
started in
opened.
1999.
Open.
Because it ushered in the new millennium.
So
They
for
called it the millennium.
999 days. So like,
Yeah. And it has these big protruding towers, protrusions.
when did they open
It
it
looked really odd.
in, because didn't the, what is that? Eye of London, the Ferris
Right.
wheel,
Yep.
wasn't that at the exact same time? Wasn't that built in 99?
It was completed in December 31st, 1999. December 31st, 1999 was when it was completed.
Huh. That means they didn't
And-
finish it in time, but it was important that they finished it in time in the 1999 of it all.
hmm
It doesn't say that's the day that opened. It opened December 31st, 1999, 21 years ago. 21 years ago. It was 48 acres, occupied the dome, estimated at 48 million. That's nice and neat. The structure itself still exists and is now the key exterior for the O2.
So
The
it
Prime
was,
Meridian passes to the western edge of the dome, which is nearest to the London Underground Station at North Greenwich on the Jubilee line. That's according to Wikipedia.
What did you find?
I'm going to put it up on the thing.
I've got more to share.
There you go.
So, yeah, the Eye of London too opened on December 31st, 1999. And the Ferris wheel is super big for them. It's also funny that this is called the OVO, the Millennium Show, because the OVO of it all is isn't that the
egg? Isn't it ovum?
well, the owl, isn't that
This is
the
Peter Gabriel's show.
Oh, Peter Gabriel, huh?
hmm
Interesting. He's got some skeletons in his closet.
There's this tower that eats people.
Oh, right, the oval owl. What is that? That's the is that the Egyptian one? Ovo owl?
Bohemian
It
Grove
doesn't-
has an owl.
It doesn't. Yeah, the Moloch.
Moloch eats people.
Mhm.
No, Moloch is where they do the cremation of care
Can you
ceremony.
can you see these images? There's these guys. They build up this tower, and then the tower is destroyed in like a controlled demolition, or
Like Notre Dame?
somehow they build up a tower, and then the tower is destroyed. And that
Like
is
Notre
the
Dame?
story that they told 999 times in a row.
Wow.
December 2001, it was announced that the Meridian Delta Ltd.
Drake
Meridian
is
Delta
OVO,
Ltd.
isn't he?
Yes, has been
Isn't it
chosen by the
Drake?
government. Drake, Canadian Drake.
Yeah,
2001,
Ovo.
it was announced by the Meridian Delta Limited Ltd. That they've been chosen by the government to
That's
develop the
the-
dome as a sports and entertainment center and develop housing, shops, and offices on 150 acres of the surrounding land. There's also hope to relocate some of London's tertiary education establishments to the site. Meridian Delta is backed by the American billionaire Philip Anschutz, who has interest in oil, railways, and telecommunications, as well as a string of sports-related investments.
Yeah.
A report in 2005 of the House of Commons Public Committee found the cost of the process of selling the dome and surrounding land, which increased to 170 acres, the initial offering of 48 acres enclosed by the dome, and managed by the dome until the deal was closed, at 28.7 million pounds. 33 million pounds were expected to be returned to the taxpayer. By 2009, the value of the 48 acres occupied the dome was estimated at 48 million, which would have been released by the demolishing of the structure, but was considered preferable to preserve the dome. The dome was publicly renamed the O2 on the 31st of May, 2005, in a $6 million per year deal with telecommunications company O2 PLC, now a subsidiary of Telefonica Europe. This announcement, which staged a major redevelopment of the site that retained little beyond the shell of the dome, gave publicity to the dome's transition into an entertainment district involving an indoor arena, a music club, a cinema, an exhibition space, and bars and restaurants. The redevelopment was undertaken by the dome's new owners, the Auschwitz Entertainment Group. Whatever am I saying? Too fucking close. The Anschutz Entertainment Group, to design by HOKSBE and Bureau. Not British at all, huh? At a cost of dude, this has been a freaking ground until the 2012 Summer Olympics. The artistic gymnastic events, along with the medal rounds of the basketball, were held at the O2. Also, a wheelchair-based basketball events for the 2012 Summer Paralympics. I didn't know that was a thing. For sponsorship reasons, during those times, the arena was temporarily renamed the North Greenwich Arena. There's a whole section on Wikipedia about the effects on political careers. Very interesting. Wow.
Yes. So the music by Peter Gabriel includes the voice of Elizabeth Fraser from the Cocteau Twins, which is significant for other reasons.
There goes 10 days of my life. Gonna be doing a deep dive on this one. Thanks. I don't know if I should say thank you or thanks.
It's just a very curious thing.
Very curious. Well, I mean, I've been deep diving into all the World Fair sites, big time,
Yes.
and the effects of the World Fairs had on and it goes all the way to like H.H. Holmes, and then like the what was it called, the White City is what they called the World's Fair in Chicago. And then there was the whole 1964, 1965 World's Fair that like put Disney like World on the map. Matter of fact, they moved a lot of those exhibits to, It's a Small World came from the 1964-1965 Olympics. I'm sorry, 1964-1965 World's Fair.
Yes.
And they reused all that stuff in all these crazy buildings. It's very interesting.
OVO is the 11th album from Peter Gabriel. And they released it on June 12th, 2000. So there's a lot of stuff happening in the year 2000 And this Millennium Dome show may have been the largest and one of the more expensive projects that not many people in America talk about.
Interesting. On the Wikipedia article, one of the when you go back to the article itself and it says see also, one of them is the tunnels underneath the River Thames.
Right. So let's be even more clear about what is the significance of London and Greenwich Mean Time. And if we're announcing the turn of the new
Why?
millennium, going to the new year, to the new year would be from 1999 to 2000. And if the Greenwich Mean Time, GMT, declares itself to be the time zone in which the new year is actually turned over, then that happens to be on a prime meridian in Greenwich, London.
Let's go back to London's ties to the central banking system.
The city of London.
I mean, that's why Julian Assange has been in prison there.
It doesn't, no, never mind. Different. It's Aurora. I was thinking, doesn't Boulder have a big connection with LIBOR? But it's not.
No, Boulder is in Colorado, and to get there, you have to use the Denver National Airport, where you find Lucifer, which fell on its own owner.
Lucifer's cute. We should embrace Lucifer. He's a
Lucifer,
sweetheart.
Lucifer did its job. It killed its owner. Some people have to wait years for that kind of breakthrough.
Well, if you control the time, then you control the world, right? And if you are the Royal
That is true.
Observatory in Greenwich and everybody sets their watches by your standard,
And then you have to look into the fact that London itself is not even part of the rest of Great Britain, technically. It is its own entity.
There's a lot of numerals in that clock. What's going on there? There's like way more than 12.
I don't know.
XX 123, it's
23.
24.
24-hour
with the
clock.
0. Yep,
I thought you were
55. So it
trying
goes
to-
to 60. It has the hour hand, the minute hand, and a second hand. So they get you down to the second with
I
a
get-
galvanomagnetic clock here. Shepherd.
I'm gonna take
patentee.
that clip. I'm gonna take that clip you just said where you said XX123 and turn that into a freaking TikTok dance. Because I can.
Go for it.
XX123.
The Greenwich Mean Time dance.
When you're out of time, meantime.
Why's time gotta be so mean?
It's the average time.
Well, you know, time doesn't really exist except for when it is necessary to program our lives.
Well, that's going back to when someone dies and you say, well, how long did they live for? Did they live for 99 years? Why were they not allowed to live for 100 years? So we're not, again, to be clear, if people are getting upset that we're making fun of or jabbing at a nice old woman, we're not. We don't know her personally. We've never talked to her. We don't know her
We're not talking
character.
about Betty White.
We're talking about any celebrity who lives to be 99 years old, who didn't live to be 100, who had magazines published announcing her 100th birth, who has a new movie going to theaters to celebrate her 100th. And now, is the celebration going to continue or not? There's questions asked, there's trauma enforced. Other questions are, why do certain people worship certain celebrities or elevate them above other people on earth? Why are we looking at specific people and we don't know anything about them except what is publicly available and given to us by the public relations, the PR people? It's a curated story
And that's even
that
how
we
old
received.
they actually are. Because a lot of them lie about their birthday too.
there's a lot of stuff we don't know about. But when they publish a story telling us this is what happened, it's fair game for us to pick it apart and ask questions about it.
I like that you're being so nice. I don't make excuses. Sorry, not sorry.
And
You
when we
wanna- I
find
mean-
other patterns relating to numbers and names and other things that become significant to us and the research that we are doing together, then we'll point it out because it has to be talked about.
Hey, Jim,
It's part
you
of
know-
our weave, it's part of our web, and we have to discuss it. Even if it makes us angry or sad or triggers us or frustrates us, then we need to determine what is it that is triggering us and why are we getting so angry about coverage and talk and paparazzi and invasions of celebrity privacy. And if they are a public figure, they are by definition in the public spotlight. So we are talking about everything that is under the public spotlight: politicians, celebrities, social media influencers, anybody on Instagram or Twitter, anybody in public, including ourselves. It's the game that we are all playing.
Hey, Jim.
We are all fair game for discussion.
Fun fact. So when my mom was growing up, my grandmother was a smoker and she smoked in the house. But turns out my grandmother's entire generation smoked everywhere. They smoked on planes, they smoked in offices, they smoked in the house. There's an entire generation of people that grew up smelling like old, nasty cigarette assholes. And no one knew because everyone smelled like freaking cigarette butts all the time, 24/7. So
That was my
that
house
doesn't
too.
tell you that is okay. So your reality, your perception of what you smell like even is conducive to our time.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, makes me think that this generation is going to live longer than that generation.
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe not.
I mean, maybe spinach did build strong bones because they don't need it. It did come out of aluminum cans though, so Alzheimer's, I don't know.
That's true. Everything comes out of aluminum. Now it's aluminum pop cans that are lined with hormone modifying plastics.
Supposedly, but they might have fixed it. I don't know. I do know that one of the top reasons that you find people that are in their 80s and 90s now that have Alzheimer's is because back in like the Depression era, they would literally take the cans and just put the cans on the stove. And
Oh,
they
I've
would
done
eat
that.
the food.
I've done that.
I'm not saying I haven't. I'm not saying I'm
I mean-
innocent. Just saying that for an entire generation, what they did, especially if they were transient, especially if their family was like going through a hard time, they didn't have like, you know, a legit residence or pots and pans, literally not a pot to piss in. They would take the cans and put the cans directly on the fire, directly on the stove, and they would eat the food out the cans. Because before there was a lining, which later on was not BPA, that probably isn't better. But the scientists think that has a large contribution to dementia and Alzheimer's in elderly people now, is because they would eat the food out the cans directly that were put on the stove.
That and chemtrails.
Or they were all vax injured.
Yeah.
Maybe they all did have the mark. Isn't that interesting how like now you have to have a vaccine, but back then it used to be like, I got my smallpox. I got the big scar right here. Plus, it's great for telling if you're dating a guy, she'll get it.
No, it's
She'll get
interesting.
it.
I had a conversation.
And they lie about their age, you know, because the mark on their arm, you're like, dude, you're 60. Don't lie to me and tell me you're 45.
I had a conversation with my mother about that same thing, about like the things I struggled with, and it's so different. Like I just can't, I'm having such a hard time relating to either of my parents anymore. It's just disturbing.
That's normal. That's normal.
But we were talking about my grandfather who had Parkinson's, and it ultimately killed him. They blamed it on the DDT that he was using when he was a gardener.
Could
have been.
Or it could have been him eating out of tin cans, or it could have been like asbestos, or I mean, who knows? Like they were exposed to so many freaking chemicals, and because the FDA and the companies, the EPA and everything else is like so hand in hand. Like they didn't have the internet to be like, you guys are fucking up. No one to be like, you're fucking up. We're so lucky. We're so lucky. Like as rough as it gets, as brutal and bullshitty and lying as these fucks are. We're so lucky to have the internet because at least we can call them out on it. Everyone's like, Walter Cronkite, he was the epitome of honest news, hard-hitting news. And I'm like, dude, Walter Cronkite's the guy that was doing the voiceover during the cremation of care ceremony that Alex Jones recorded.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the cremation of care ceremony where they burnt the effigy, supposedly, of a child so they would have to forget about their problems. So they wouldn't have to take responsibility for their fucked up actions. The cremation of care ceremony, that shit. Walter Cronkite's the one being like, this is what we do now while we worship Moloch.
Right. And that's
How
why
far back does it go?
That's why we sort of have to stop and consider for a fact that when all this information comes out about these public figures, we start to see all other public figures in a suspicious light. We're suspicious of their goodness. Are they portrayed as being really, really good, so they win our love and trust and affection? I don't know. I don't know.
Start of the evening, Donna.
Are we waving goodnight to someone? Is a spider going to sleep now?
Yeah,
Is he still
I
mute?
gotta go. My goats nag in the morning, whether I've been up at night or not. So time for me to go to bed. And absolutely, Jim. Email me at odinsalchemy@gmail, brother, and let's set that up quick.
Awesome. I'll do that.
But yeah, and then I gotta make sure that
If we need to start earlier for you on a Saturday night or on Wednesday, just let us know.
actually somehow it ends up working out because I end up being that's when I'm getting done with the lab and I come in to sit down and unwind and get the machines out of my head for a minute, and you guys were always going. I'm like, oh cool, we'll watch that. And so it actually was pretty cool.
Well,
But no, if you want me to be intelligent, make it earlier.
Right.
Nice. Sounds good.
I thought you
But
were plenty
love
intelligent.
you guys.
Nice.
Is that Odin's Alchemy at
Thank you.
gmail.com?
Oh yeah.
Yep, odinsalchemy@gmail.com, brother.
Okay, cool.
You got a producer that helps us out too sometimes in Telegram chats.
Oh
Shout out
yeah,
to,
Jared
Benjamin
is the
Balderson's.
bomb.
Great producer, Jared. Thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, he is I don't know what I'd do without him. He is the man. Makes everything look good, doesn't he? Absolutely.
Cool. It's good to have you for as short as
Yeah.
I've been
Sorry.
here.
I was like, woo.
Have a good night. Take good care of those
Yeah,
goats.
bud. You betcha. Yeah, between that and the puppies and the baby alpaca that we just had. So yeah, I'm kind of running ragged right now. Like it's midnight or 12:30 here, and they'll be nagging around at 6 in the morning, and that's if nothing wakes me up in the middle of the night. So
Post pictures.
thanks, guys.
To the Telegram.
It's a pleasure.
I want to see the alpaca.
You know what? If I can figure out how to get into that, I did kind of once. Jared's like, I see you. And then it didn't really kind of work. I don't know. They want me to text while I'm here to verify who I am. And I'm like, motherfuckers, I live out in the middle of the woods. I don't have cell phone. If I did, I wouldn't even be paying you for internet. Get out of here. So whatever. Have a good night, guys.
Night, Ben.
Well, thanks. Good night, darling.
Cheney, why is it that you were explaining, I heard you one time, why they had to have Princess die, because that was the actual, as the mother, because that's the actual bloodline that should have been it.
Usefulcharts.com is a great one on this.
Yeah, I just think that if there's a rightful heir to thrones and bloodlines matter, that Diana is the only one who is a true bloodline to England, and everybody else is Mountbattens
She's
or
right.
Germans.
It's true to the Spencer bloodline. The
So I
Churchill
think
Spencer
she
bloodline.
attaches to King Arthur. Which some people think Guinevere's womb could have been the real sword in the stone, which then you get to a whole nother bloodline talk.
Right.
But my favorite is that it wasn't just one divine birth. I like 100 or 1,000 or 10, but it wasn't just one visit that night. And that's been the whole hunt of all the DNA swabs from now to then. Like everything's been a constant search for that. Like it's never been about us getting the vaccines. The vaccines are the fake, like the comet is coming. Well, we're all like worried about the vaccine. It's all been the tests and the masks.
The PCR tests.
That's what I've always thought. The sickness. That's why it was really forced upon us to we weren't allowed to wear a handkerchief. We had to wear one of the blue N95s, and they really pushed that whole type of mask we had to wear, and how deep the swab had to go, because it was setting stuff up in our brains. It was making us sick. So
Also, Cheney, every time they give us a vaccine or they give us any sort of like blood, anything, that needle retains a bit of your DNA. And when they drop it in one of those things, they don't just put it in the trash. They don't incinerate it themselves. They put it in one of those, drop boxes, right? Who's to say that they're not cataloging your DNA off of these used needles?
yeah, I just think they've been on a hunt for something, or even if it's not like Christ per se, some people think like Earth is a biodome of a whole different bunch of alien species, and some alien species might be like a perfect mix, like the Liger of humanity that is really gifted or super powered, and they might be searching for these bloodlines.
I personally believe that what they're doing is that they're trying to find appropriate vessels for dark entities to be able to take up shop amongst like it's like a kidney. Like when you get a kidney, transplant, right? You got to make sure it matches, right? Like a blood donor or a kidney or a bone marrow transplant, right? They have to match, right? I think they're looking for someone for these dark entities to take up human residence in. And I think they try to remove the soul from human entities, human people that have, connections to the higher power. And they try to find places for these things to occupy. And I think there's a reason that, Britney Spears became famous as opposed to everyone else around her that was way more talented. It's because they needed someone to put in the spotlight that they could take up residency in, and the kidney fit. Just saying. My personal beliefs.
I think some batteries are juicier. Like the True Blood philosophy, like a Fae's blood tastes better than a human's.
Part of it
And-
too.
And
Well, we can-
yeah, I don't think it's about talent as much as like enchanting. It's like the idea of singing good is just one part.
We can return to the Matrix 4, and there is a graphic scene in which the meat suits, the flesh bodies of these vessels are used as weapons. Have you all seen this? You remember the scene where the programming,
bombs.
the message is sent out and they are diving through their glass windows out of their apartment buildings to hit the ground so they become human. I don't know what's the word for it, where you put something in a catapult and you catapult it out. They're just the cannonballs. They're human cannonballs that are just being lopped out of the windows.
You mean like you mean like what Genghis Khan did with Constantinople?
Well, it reminded me more of like the famous
Hot tar.
scene of like the Twin Towers that were where people were getting so hot that they jumped out of the windows, and you see people flying out, and they recreated that in the Matrix, and then all these bodies are just hitting the floor. And that's the let the bodies hit the floor, let the bodies hit
and
the floor.
then the guy's body
that's
hit
yes,
the floor.
that's the song that Rodney Asher uses in his Glitch in the Matrix documentary, talking about people who watched 1999's The Matrix and got it in their mind that they were living in a simulation, and one of these people was listening to the let the bodies hit the floor and committed an atrocity because he was wearing a trench coat and he was reenacting scenes he saw in the Matrix.
Well, we've seen that since the beginning of television, since the beginning of video. I mean,
Have
how many
you
people have
seen
seen
Rodney
Kennedy's
Asher's A
execution?
Glitch in the Matrix?
How many people have seen? How many people have seen? 9/11. How many people have seen? The Challenger explode. How many people have seen the moon landing, like the original one? Not a lot. It's a recording of a television, right?
Well, I saw it when it aired.
I saw the Challenger explode with
saw
my
the-
eyeballs.
I saw the Challenger explode. I was there too.
My first memory.
It's one of my first memories.
When
Thank
I was
you.
a baby, my dad sat me in front of the television and told me to watch this. It's important. And it was the last moon landing, 1972. I was still in diapers. It was my very first memory. And I still and since then, like the whole NASA thing was always a big thing in my house. Like the whole aeronautics and space was like sacred in my house because of that moment, I think.
Why is it
Like,
people
my
on
dad-
airplanes wear NASA shirts all the time?
People in airplanes?
Aeronautics. They love aeronautics.
Yeah, they love aeronautics.
Just
That's why
now
I
I'm talking
got
about
into it.
idiots on airplanes. Like you're sitting there, you're on the airplane, right? And going past you is like NASA shirt. NASA
There's
shirt,
a lot of
NASA shirt, NASA
pride
shirt.
in being an American, and NASA being an American space
Yeah.
agency, and America being the first country allegedly, supposedly, to have landed on the moon and winning the space race. So there's a lot of pride
National
and
pride, yeah.
nationalism in your country. And to be fair, when you are the working class and you build the country and your grandparents build the towns and the roads and connect the telegrams and do all these massive feats of human ingenuity, and then it should be celebrated.
I just have never seen a store that sells NASA products yet in an airport. I don't know if I'm missing something.
Orlando.
If I just haven't walked past it.
Orlando
I haven't seen
Airport.
it. I've been to
They're all
the I haven't
flying out
seen
of
it.
Orlando.
Well, yeah, because Orlando, right down the B line, is Kennedy Space Center. So they have
Right.
like the SpaceX
I don't
shuttle
remember
launches
seeing
there.
it.
Yeah, I think
Maybe I
Houston
just
does
blocked
too.
it out.
I'm pretty sure Houston does too.
Flew out of a lot of
Houston is a
airports.
huge NASA.
And it's hipster now. I've seen it at stores where they have the faux, like old ones that they
But
sell.
why is it I just see these people on airplanes?
They're like, I'm
It's
going to
very-
fly high today. It's their concert T-shirt.
Hubble hugger.
They're
Don't
like,
be
how
that guy."
else can I wear this?
Their
Nice.
coping mechanism
that
and
guy.
safety blanket to ride the friendly skies safely without high anxiety is to pretend that they're Buzz Lightyear and they're going to infinity and beyond, and they're not going to experience
I'm gonna start
turbulence,
looking
and
at
they're not
that
going to
guy.
crash.
I'm gonna start looking at that guy on a plane and be like, "Hey, buddy, anything goes down with one of those pilots, you
You're
got
up.
it right."
You're up, right?
Right. Well, here's the
I'm punching you in.
question. Here's the question. At what point will they become buzzed light years flying on the plane because they'll be offered, the jazz cabbage to ease the anxiety of the flight? Is that even a thing?
You can do whatever you
Yeah,
want
the
to at the
pilots-
lounge outside of the
Oh.
LAS.
Hey, have we
Las
talked
Vegas.
about? Have you guys talked about the pilot thing?
There's a lounge. You can smoke whatever you want.
Edibles on a plane to ease the
Edibles on a
anxiety.
plane. Oh, that's a great
Snakes on a
idea.
plane, motherfucker. Good night.
Have we talked about that lawsuit they're talking about, because all the pilots that are vaxxed, according to the FAA rules, they can't be vaccinated with
Johnson Johnson.
a vaccination that's not approved by the FDA or approved by the FAA.
First it was AstraZeneca, and then now I guess it's Johnson and Johnson. Don't worry, they're still making it. They're sending it to the poor people. They're
So
sending it to
this-
Africa. No worries.
It's like I saw an announcement. It was like a class action lawsuit they're announcing.
I'm classy about it.
Jim, what is a Hubble hugger?
Hubble hugger.
It looks like a
It's,
penis rocket.
It's a name that fans of NASA have given themselves.
That look like the
Hubble huggers.
wait, go Jim, go back one picture. That looks like the thing from 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Looks like they're rubbing the phallus, rubbing the magic
Mhm.
lamp, trying to
It
get a
looks like
genie.
double 2001: Space Odyssey.
So there's a fan club or an association of people who
Hubble
gather
hugger.
together and talk about the Hubble Space Telescope.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah,
Dun,
I
dun.
believe that.
Oh yeah, for sure. That exists.
The one thing that I struggle with are young people in general, but young people specifically who are really big into space sex and the launches and the craft and the Tesla and the Elon Musk and his big company and space exploration, and they are so invested in this idea. They have no idea about anything that we ever talk about. So they are just at the surface level celebrating in their lifetime the achievements of a private company putting people into a very high Earth orbit. Call it
Okay,
space.
so we have the Mile High Club for planes, right? What is it we call the Submarine Club for people that have apparently civilian-owned submarines? Thank you, Ghislaine Maxwell. What is it called when you bang 20,000 leagues under the sea?
It's
'Cause
the
there's
angle
not
of
a
the
name for it,
angle.
and we need one.
It's the
Mile
angle of
below.
the angle. What?
Mile Below Club.
Out below.
Go explore Marianas Trench
The
in
$10,000
your own way.
How much it's going to cost to even get aboard a private submarine? I guess I don't know. $10,000 and a small child.
Explore the Marianas Trench. I don't think that'd be a compliment if that was a euphemism.
Hey, but if it was Ginger or Marianas,
The
Um,
Abyss.
3-hour tour.
That's
I look at Marianas every time.
That's James Cameron, right? James Cameron sent his little submarine
I
thing
met him in
cameras to
Allspace
go see the
VR.
Titanic.
I
They
met
were
him in
going
Allspace
in-
VR,
Yeah.
To the Abyss.
and
Yeah,
I made a
there's-
whole
there's
bunch
a
of
lot of-
Titanic jokes.
There's a lot of people who realize space tourism is not all that's cracked up to be, and they're more interested in ocean exploration, and they've always been. So they go deep sea diving, and then they can go and find old Titanic. Why don't you go see the Titanic? That's more interesting than maybe going up into a high Earth orbit. Maybe.
Broken.
Really good friends. My best friend does metal detecting for fun,
Va-
so I've got
value
lots of
value for
problems.
value for value, penny for penny. What is going to give you more bang for your buck? Going in a submarine in a deep sea dive or into space?
I would have to ask Jeffrey Epstein, but he's not here to answer that question.
I'm sure the elongated muskrat will know.
Well, I'm thinking of that
It's
movie.
a hedgehog.
What is that movie where they go deep down into the ocean? Is it called The Abyss?
The abyss. Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a sort of supernatural experience that they have
Right.
with something, and perhaps something alien. I don't know. It was a big blockbuster movie.
That was a James Cameron thing too, wasn't it?
I think
Isn't
so.
that the first that it was
Yes,
a big
that was
milestone.
James Cameron.
Yeah, I remember it was a big milestone in the CG department when that
USOs.
Yes. From 1989.
Keep your
James Cameron
pantyhose
did.
on.
wow,
There you go.
89?
James Cameron
1989.
did an
Wow,
alt
that
space Q&A, and I happened to be there. And I asked a couple questions, and then I went somewhere after that with some friends of mine in alt space VR, and he followed me because he had more questions to ask me because I was ragging on the fact that Rose was a garbage person. And he was like, "Why did you think the character Rose was a garbage person?" I was like, "Dude, she could have provided for her whole family. She made her husband work all those years. She just threw that shit off the back of a boat. She's a piece of shit." I was like, all those suitcases, come on, dude. She's a garbage person. And
Was
like
she
I had to
based on
explain,
a real person?
that's what I asked him that. And he said that it was not based on a real person. He said it was just based on like what he thought. Listen to this shit. He said it was based on someone that what he thought someone from that period of time would behave like now. And I was like, do you even know your grandma? Were you friends with your grandma? Did your grandma like you? He's like, what does that have to do with anything? I was like, so no. He's like, no.
Wow.
They're talking about a
Hmm.
4K transfer personally done by James Cameron of his
Yeah,
movie
he's a garbage
The
person.
Abyss.
So
You think-
was he talking in his real voice or?
Yeah,
Do you
he's
think-
talking. He followed me. He did a talk that was like official, like that was publicized and like and everything, like in AltSpace VR in a room because Microsoft bought AltSpace VR, and he had like a publicized talk. You could probably look it up on the internet and find out when it was. I think it was like a year or so ago, not even.
So what
And
was his avatar?
I was bitch talking I was like, so because you get everyone in the crowd gets to raise their hand and ask questions. And I was like, why was Rose such a garbage person? She cheated on her fiance, the guy that paid for the trip. She brought that guy to dinner. I was like, and then like she's married to some dude, and like every night she's dreaming about this guy that's dead. I was like, I'd kill myself too. She's like an awful person. I was like, comments. And
So Alt
he thought it was
Space VR.
Alt
This
Space
is
VR.
is this owned
Yeah.
by Microsoft?
Yeah, it's not it's
Part
owned by
of
Microsoft.
Microsoft
Yeah.
bought it after.
Yeah. No, Microsoft bought it, and this is one of the first big talks for people they brought
Right.
in.
And that was part
After they
of
bought it.
Oculus
Yeah.
with the VR goggles.
Yes. But it was AltSpace VR that's bought by Microsoft that brought in James Cameron to do a talk. And
Okay.
I rattled him so hard that he followed me to my next like room I went to. Because like I guess he friended me and then followed me and then asked me out. Shit ton of
Okay,
questions.
and Jim is asking you, did he speak with his real voice? Was he on voice chat and he
Yeah.
was James Cameron
Yeah.
and you were
was-
talking to
it was
James
same
Cameron
dude.
on voice chat
Same dude,
in
same
VR?
VR, like yeah, everything was the same. Yep.
Okay.
What kind of
And he
avatar? did
followed
he
me to ask me a bunch of extra questions because he was so rattled by my opinion in front of all these people of Titanic and how I thought it was garbage.
It is garbage. I hate that movie. It's
So of course I went into like, yeah, it's dude. It's like, dude, like it betrays like the greatest generation is crap people. Like real life. If someone from that generation, right, had the heart of the ocean, she wouldn't fucking throw it off the back of a boat like a piece of shit. They wouldn't have done that. They save everything, buttons included. Like they
Yeah.
got tins of, those cookie tins? Nah, it's not a cookie tin. It's full of sewing shit. Like that's what they did. So yeah. So I like railed him on it and he followed me because he was like offended because no one had ever told him no. The man had never been told he's never been told like bad information. He's always been told
Well-
positive, like you're the best, you're the best, you're the best. And I was the first person I think that ever had told him, you're an idiot and it was wrong. He shouldn't have handled it that way to his face, but not even his face, to his avatar.
Is
And
his
so he asked me,
avatar there?
well, they're all like Lieutenant Dan. They ain't got no legs. So
Because it didn't show up, Ellen, when you were screen sharing the.
Yeah,
It's
I
good. James Cameron's a shill.
yeah, I try to block a lot of
Yeah.
the stuff.
I
they have on
called him
these
out for all of
websites.
his shit,
I think
dude.
so too.
I don't think anyone's ever told him no, though. So
Well,
got
he
me
was the
thinking,
only
I'm
one
like,
allowed to look at and probably cover up the fact that the Titanic was shot by a submarine.
boom, boom, boom,
Mhm.
boom. She's right because it fall. The Lusitania
Mhm.
did the same shit. Don't even get me started on the Lusitania.
Hey, we
I
got
did that
time.
one. I did a whole thing about that with fuck my brain.
So
with
do you
legs
remember
and,
this? Are you seeing the
buffalo.
screen here? This is
Yes.
James Cameron in a VR space under the ocean with a cephalopod swimming around here.
No, this was probably this is before that. This is his first. He did a talk thing, and so
Okay.
he followed me through a series of rooms because he friended
No,
me.
that's James Cameron right there.
Yeah, and then he had an avatar that went with this.
Where'd
No,
it
he had an
go?
avatar. It had no legs.
Okay.
Lieutenant Dan.
Yeah, it was Lieutenant Dan, like the rest of us. And he was standing up on a stage, and he had someone introduce him, and he did a Q&A, and I ripped his head off because I can't help myself.
Yeah, this is from Alt Space VR. I'm not really sure. This is like the VR that
Yeah,
you
there's
see in the
no
goggles.
one has legs. No one has legs in Alt Space VR. So, and if they do, it's
Well,
an interactive room someone made that is not that
Right.
person.
Because when you're sitting in a chair with a VR goggles on, you don't want to have legs because you're not moving in your chair, but you're moving in the world. And here's James Cameron with a VR headset on, looking like
what-
he's in front of a green screen.
I want you to see
For
what
this
VR headset
video.
he's wearing. That is not the Oculus Go.
Is it?
Or sorry, not the Oculus Quest 2.
It looks
It's not
like
the Oculus
is
Quest
it a
2.
Vive? Is it
No, I don't know what the
HTC
fuck that is
Vive?
because this was on Oculus Quest 2 because it was through VR, AltSpace VR, and AltSpace
Okay.
VR was only going through
With
Oculus.
specific partnerships from specific companies.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is all fake because no one has legs. No one has legs. No one, not
Right.
even James Cameron. So what that was is probably a room someone designed using that. That'd be great to see. I'd love to hear back what I said to him. I might need to check that out actually, because I roasted him hard. Not roasted, but like
This
playfully
is
fucked with
from
him.
2001, so it might have been another event. This is March 8th of 2021. This article was posted with that video I showed. I don't
The
know if that's the one that
article-
you were talking about.
The article might have been from 2021, but this was like, God, this was a year ago. At least a year ago. It had to have been. I'd have to check my headset because I saved, some stuff on there. I'd have to check. I roasted his ass though.
Yeah, the question then that comes to mind, and you were kind of asking it earlier, is after the event, if we're playing a video game, we can take a screenshot, we can record a video. If it's a VR
I can record in VR.
experience,
You can record.
yes, but the VR experience is 3-dimensional, and then you're trying to share a 2-dimensional video of a VR experience.
Well, AltSpace VR is available in 2D.
So you can play it on a flat monitor and
Yeah,
go
you
in
can-
there
you
like
can go
like
into
World
it,
of
yes.
Warcraft, like Second Life.
You can go into AltSpace VR right now on
Sure.
a computer.
Sure.
2D.
Will Facebook's metaverse have that same feature so people will not be required to wear VR goggles because
I
the
don't know,
whole
I
VR
drink water
goggle
normal.
thing does not seem to be a necessary element to visit a virtual world.
I drink water normal. I don't know.
You know, I haven't really seen much push for that yet. Have you? Or is it because I hate Facebook?
I know that their
or what?
cryptocurrency is doing pretty well. Let's see what it's up to right now. I have a whole bunch of money invested, so.
Facebook has a cryptocurrency.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? The
It's called
Libera?
Mana. It's called Mana.
Oh.
It's Decentraland.
Huh.
Yeah, it's currently at 330.
Interesting.
I've lost some money, but no
Wait,
biggie.
it's at $3.30, 33.
Yeah, that's
Called Mana.
one day. Here's 1 week.
It's called Mana.
Yeah, it's called Mana.
Like from
Oh my
heaven.
God, that is
Like the shit that's in the
that is
ark.
disgusting.
Like the shit that's in the fucking ark. Like the shit
Fucking
that they used to
turds.
power. Like the shit they used to power
Mm.
the what are they called on Easter Island that they said was in the eyes of
The Maui
the Maui.
statues.
hmm
Hmm.
Yep.
No, what are you saying about the eyes of the Maori?
Oh yeah. Well, they're powered by something called mana.
Those are called Mana.
It's called mana. It's like a power source.
And what is it?
And that's what they
It's
said.
a
That's
shell.
what the natives said. They used to walk around the island, and that there was
Well-
a big war, and that they cut the eyes out, and that's
Mhm.
why
Right.
they were no longer able to walk.
Yeah. Well, it was
And
supposed to be a
caused the
guardian.
detriment of the island.
Yeah, when the eyes
And it
were
caused
cut
the
out.
detriment- Yeah.
That's interesting. I've been reading on and kind of concentrating on Rapa Nui just recently. So
Dude, because
I'm
it
gonna
means
dig in
God's
there
belly
'cause
button.
it is. It is the navel of the earth.
Yeah. Returning to the topic of our title here is skip 5D, like the fifth dimension. Let's go to 6D, the sixth dimension. This is episode 60. It's the pun 66D. Yeah, we get it. Fifth dimension, sixth dimension, all of this metaverse and virtual world stuff is keeping us grounded, and it has nothing to do with astrally traveling anywhere or going to another dimension or escaping the third dimension.
Well, I mean, dimensionality speaking.
Right. So if we started
But-
talking about star seeds and people who believe that they know the origin of their
Hang on,
atoms
I gotta-
in their body.
I'll be white black. I gotta make a phone call real quick. My kids. So.
Sure. Yeah, it's just an interesting time we live in. And then the Matrix 4 releases some 20 years after the first film, and we were noting the similarities and differences between then and now, and the idea of simulation theory. And it's much more simply put that we are creating virtual worlds and simulations for us to go into, not necessarily the case that we are living in a video game ourselves. It's like a video game within a video game within a video game. Is that the question we're asking? I don't know that we would ask that question if we didn't have the Matrix and other filmmakers and people telling us to ask that question of ourselves.
It's a good point. You don't think about a simulation unless you've got simulations to compare it to.
Right. And that's what
Right.
the Disney Imagineers did. They engineered our imaginations. So we are engineered to have the imagination of a matrix, of a
Right.
simulation, of a video game. And those ideas were given to us and shown to us so we can understand that conceptual idea in our minds. And then we begin to ask the question, are we living in a simulation? And if these people are NPCs, then they are subhuman, and I don't have to treat them with any love or respect because they are NPCs. They're not player characters. They're here for me to kill them, to rob them, to steal them, to rape them, to do whatever I want with them because they're not real humans, they're NPCs.
That makes a person feel special when they're a player character. You feel like you own the world, I guess, in this little simulated reality situation.
Well, you may not be able to own a real life castle, but in this virtual world, you can own a castle and be king of your own castle and have a fancy title and your own crest and family coat of arms and your own lineage and your own deep lore that you create for yourself, which is far more interesting than your own family history, which you probably have no idea about.
Yeah.
So Gordy was saying he was having a difficult time relating to his grandparents because there's such a generational divide there.
Oh, I can relate to my grandparents way more than I can my parents.
Your parent, okay.
It's the parents that were like, well, especially now. I don't understand the naivety, I guess.
Mhm.
And like, Jesus, you people went through, and this is how you came out weak. Like,
Right.
we went through. I mean, my grandparents went through the Depression and real shit.
Yeah.
And they were much more capable, I think, like emotionally, even like they were emotionally tough. Now, to a detriment in a lot of ways, but they weren't fragile.
The
It's
boomers
the fragility of the like the mental fragility and the narcissism is just outstanding. That generation is, the narcissism is so prevalent. I don't know anybody
they
else's
got the
family.
world handed to them on a silver platter, and they got whatever they wanted. They did whatever they wanted to. You know, the whole "do as thou wilt" '60s generation. They did whatever they wanted to, and they got, they grew up and got the Cadillacs and the big houses and all that stuff.
You know what's terrible is they're all miserable. Like, I mean, not all, but that they just, maybe it's just my family, but they're all just complainers. Like, Jesus, you people haven't seen shit. I lived through a lot of your life, and it was traumatic, but it was trauma that you created yourself. And I guess it's just a cycle. I guess we just keep doing that over and over again.
It's the
Thanks, Alan.
reduce, reuse, recycle. Some people are garbage, some people are recyclable, and some people will be reduced. Some people will be reused. It's that little triangle: reduce, reuse, recycle. Some humans need to be reduced. Some humans need to go into the garbage can and maybe cremated and burned. It's like it's like, who's going to categorize each person? Judge not lest ye be judged. If I could find the quote, somebody might win a bingo for me quoting a Bible verse. What is the reference to that quote? Judge not lest ye be judged.
Something about stones and rocks and stuff, right?
Remove the plank from your eye first.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of Bible verses that our parents seem to quote and misquote and use to their advantage in their favor when they need to.
That's their boomer prerogative, I guess.
The prerogative, yeah.
Doing as they want to.
Luke 6:37-41. All of us need a teacher to see and understand new perspectives. No one knows everything. We've all heard the phrase, judge not lest ye be judged. But how do we do that? Be love. It's from the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5-7. Judge not lest ye be judged. The timeless maxim, judge not that ye be not judged, for with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged. And that kind of goes back to our conversation surrounding certain celebrities in certain dead pools, and whether or not certain people want other people to be dead and other people to not die. is that person's prerogative. And I don't know either way the time of anyone's death. And that's not what we're trying to predict or encourage. Celebrity dead
If you can
fools have
make
been
some
around
money
forever.
at it,
It's the gambling. It is the gambling.
How very boomer.
If you can make some cryptocurrency because you're gambling through cryptocurrencies, because you are allowed to gamble with cryptocurrencies.
is there a lot of that? I bet there's a lot of that now, huh?
I'd imagine that just the very act of converting a fiat
Right.
United States dollar into another cryptocurrency
Is
is by
gambling.
itself a gambling. And then
Absolutely.
selling your currency for a different currency at a point when you have made a profit seems to be a bit of a gamble and a bit of a game. And there's some people who get really mad that people can click a mouse button and then make $100, cash out and win and keep doing that. And some people say money should not be so easily made. You have to have the Puritan work ethic to earn it. Equal opportunity, I suppose, if there were opportunities equally for everyone. And the great resignation where everyone's encouraged to resign from their positions at their
I don't think it's
places of
people
employment.
quitting their jobs. I think it's women quitting their jobs.
You think, Frantic Missy, that women are staying home to
50% of the
ensure
work
the
population is
ensure the
women.
education of their children because the public school system has absolutely failed everyone?
No, I think 50% of the work population is women. I think women haven't seen their kids, but like for an hour a day for a good chunk of their kids' lives. And they feel like they're making up for lost time. And they're like, well, I don't need the extra vehicle. I don't need the extra gas. I don't need the extra insurance for that vehicle. I don't need to go buy out lunch every day of the week, right? I'll just be at home for my kids and I will save like what, $600, $700 a month when it's all said and done. I only make $1,200 a month, so I'll just not do it. So I think women just are refusing to go back to work.
Yeah.
And if their job won't work
33
with them, they've got their side projects. They got like their, I'm selling candles at the flea market. They got other stuff going on. So I think it's women that are just like, I'm not going to go back to working for a man that doesn't love me when I can be at home with my kids.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
that's what
33
I
The
think.
Branch in chat has been sharing a lot of great information saying that crypto is going to be a snare. It could be part of the mark of the beast system that will merge with the social credit score. Absolutely. There's no free trees in a mousetrap. The people that have been testing cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, since 2009 have, gained from their beta testing of that software to ensure that it works for everybody else. And then at some point it does become a well-oiled machine and a ledger that is immutable and cannot be changed. So every transaction and every debt exists forever, backed up on everybody's computers. And it's not as easy as losing a building 7 with paper documents when all the documents are digital and, on satellites hovering above your houses, keeping that information in the clouds and not on Earth where it could be flooded or burned or destroyed in that way. So they have all sorts of backup plans for all that information. So yes, it does become a trap and a dead end and a difficult future financially for everyone if that is the only option. A neo-feudalism, I suppose.
I don't think cryptocurrency is going to be neo-feudalism. I think cryptocurrency is the exact opposite. Isn't that the whole point? Depends on which currency it is, I guess,
Well, again, to be even more clear, when the central bank digital currency is an immutable ledger and all your mortgages and student loan debts and every little bill that you've ever had is on an immutable, unchangeable ledger for all
why I don't have
time
debt.
going forward,
No
then that is definitely a very difficult grip and trap and stocks and bondage and all the financial terms associated with debt and sin for being in debt to
Well, I think we need to teach our
corporations
next
and banks and
generation
businesses.
not to buy things they can't afford.
That was where I first heard that word debt, was at church. I remember that.
The
singing-
wages of
The wages of
sin.
sin.
The
Which
wages
is,
of
by
sin.
the way, the moon
let's
god
raise
for Samaria.
let's raise the minimum wages of sin.
The
Let's
Sumerian
raise
moon
the minimum
goddess
wages
is
of sin.
sin, by the way.
Yes, it's true.
Wish I was a liar. Wouldn't it make things easier? Wages of sin are death, and it's not what people think it is. I don't know, but then again, I don't think Revelation belongs in the Bible at all. So I mean, call me a radical.
Yeah, we're reflecting upon 1999 and 2019. You know, just 20-year difference and what has changed through the lens of the Matrix 1 to 2 to 3 in 2003, and then in 2021, the end of the year into 2022 with the Matrix 4, showing us simulation theory that the Matrix is a video game designed by Neo himself, and on and on. So the retelling
How
the
much
old
has video
stories in
games
new ways.
changed since then? That's crazy, right?
Absolutely. Nintendo GameCube, I think, launched in 2000. 2001 was a huge change for video games when the GameCube, the PlayStation, the Dreamcast launched, what, 9/9/1999? September 9th, 1999.
He was right on that. Right on the right on.
And then you get PlayStation 2, which is probably the most successful console of all time. And now we're on to PlayStation 5.
I think Xbox would argue with you, but that's only because they're trying to spray shit in the sky.
PlayStation 2 console sold more units than Xbox and GameCube worldwide.
I had a PlayStation and I had a PlayStation 2. But I'll tell you what I still have. I still have a Nintendo 64 and all the games.
Yes.
I still have, oh dude, I'm thinking about starting a Twitch channel where I just play Nintendo 64 games and talk about conspiracy theories. Jim's head just exploded.
I think Gordon's posting placenta casserole recipes in his Telegram group. I'm getting the alerts.
I hope it's stir fry.
I was pinning Chance's recipe that he made, because I encourage people to cook on the fly. You know, cook with intuition. Cook with what you feel like your body needs. In there, in the Telegram group, it's Kalina Alchemy. It's spelled weird, and I think I spelled it wrong now that I'm looking at it, because I don't know Latin, but it's Culinary Alchemy is the Telegram group. Or I'm sorry, no one is probably not. There's probably not that many people in there. I spelled the damn thing wrong.
I don't think
I need to change the name. Okay. Anyway,
Just call it dumpster diving, which is what it is.
Oh man, this is a sacred art.
Like freeganism, where people get all their groceries from the trash can.
Hey, that's cool.
Gotta have goals.
I mean, if you could do it, I guess that's your deal. I'd rather have goats and do the people.
I'd rather have goats.
Like those dudes that go around
The goats of Christmas past and the future.
cleaning up the sides of roads and stuff. That's cool.
We
There's
call
that-
those criminals in America.
Have you seen this guy that has the sheep who lives he's made like this shed out of his bicycle, and He does. I think it's up near Portland or somewhere. Jim.
Why does that not sound ridiculous?
Yeah, but well, I mean, yeah, I'm sure so he was homeless, but he rigged up this whole system.
Bicycle, sheep shed.
Yeah,
Totally Portland.
Yeah, it's pretty ingenious though. I mean, it's all
You say
completely
ingenious or ingenuous? Because I heard both.
ingenious. Well, it probably is both, but this dude is subsisting on grasses. It's amazing. He's just a subsistence guy, and he rents out his goats or sheep, I think they are, and he does wool stuff. There you go. Thank you, Jim.
Wow.
I'm getting hungry now.
I thought this was placenta cooking.
Can you flip through some of those pictures?
Yeah, am I going left or right?
Or left?
I was trying to gag if this placenta. Is this placenta cooking or not? I don't know.
This is
subsistence farming to the 10,000. We need our placenta here.
That's I mean, okay, yeah, go to the left there.
Always go to the left.
This is so Sean posted this.
Yep.
Mr. SB Alger made a borscht casserole or a borscht.
To the left, everything you own in a box to the left.
Go.
Cast iron.
Yes, chance found cast iron, glorious cast iron. This right here is a stuffed acorn squash that I did. Roasted those.
Oh my God. I thought you were showing placenta recipes. I was like, gross the fuck out. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
you can call it
That's
that.
cool.
No, I have
disregard. Sorry, Gordy Two Shoes.
No, I have to tag my recipes as placenta free because otherwise people are going to think it.
But
But
now,
this is
yeah.
I thought this thing was ruined. It was amazing. But you gotta
Dumb. You see that close up?
those
better
beautiful,
be those
beautiful
better
roasted
be
seeds,
like pumpkin
man.
seeds.
Those are the acorn seeds. You roast the acorn seeds, make some
The acorn squash, yeah. You roasted them separately on a pan and then added them later.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because if you cook them together in the squash, they don't cook the same evenly.
That's right.
What kind of pan was it? A Peter pan?
That is so, and again, shit tons of butter, man.
Mm-hmm.
But hurt.
So here's the pan that you roasted them on.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. There we go. There's my
Okay, I respect that. That's cool.
Roasting them.
Yeah, there's so
fantastic.
much
Use
food.
everything.
You buy it, you prepare it, use everything. Nothing needs to go to waste.
You roast acorn squash and I roast you. I'm sorry.
Ah,
It's the food chain.
hey, we need a soundboard, Jim.
It's making me
There's
very hungry.
yeah. There's another one. That's my fish and garlic lemon sauce. I
Hors d'oeuvres.
got lemon from my neighbor's
They're
tree
hors herbs.
and made lemon garlic sauce to go over
This is like
salmon.
grits
And
or quinoa.
no, it's
rice?
cauliflower rice.
Cauliflower
see.
rice.
You should get into
Oh,
grits, man.
man.
You'd like them.
Dude, I love grits, but
Grits are the shit.
grits
Cheese grits
have
are the
too much. So any
cheese
kind of
grits are
corn
awesome.
products have lots of carbs and lots of sugar. So it depends. I go in cycles with the corn, but I'm not. I don't have a
Do you
problem.
do this to them when they get kicked out the cycle?
Yeah, I kick them right out. Everybody. Hey, Jim, did you guys used to have shirts that say, surely not everybody is kung fu fighting? Did you actually sell those shirts? There we go.
Pinch out for a bigger view.
There's my owls.
See, those owls are totally following you.
Dude, they are. They're
I
here.
believe you. You know how I believe you?
Because I'm always talking
I've
about
seen-
it.
No, I've got a Chihuahua, and I've seen them fucking like show up in my backyard and not fucking leave. And I wouldn't swoop on my dog. He's just a little
Well,
guy. I put
it's
him aside.
happening to
Actually.
a lot of us. Jim has had some owl encounters. Legs from the FRC pod has all these connections to burrowing owls. A
Has it
lot
occurred
of
to
people are
you
starting.
that we are fighting evil?
Yeah, exactly. We are fighting evil.
We've passed the 5-hour
Ouch.
mark.
Pick my chair up.
5 hours, 13 minutes on the stream. We
Really took
had
me that long to
our,
figure out my chair's got a boost.
we had our intermission about 2 hours into the stream. I think we're at the winding down point.
I think so. Here, shall we drink from the fount of knowledge here? Fount
seeing
of
some-
wisdom.
I'm
that
seeing
is-
some bingo cards coming in.
Are
No
there?
no one's gotten anything yet. If you've played a bingo card and you've highlighted your stuff, we want to see it as well. Any participants, again, if we don't have a grand prize winner with a blackout, then we're going to look for the next winner, the next level of winner. So it always starts with, if you've blacked out every square, you're the winner above all the other winners. So we'll rank them. If no one's declared bingo in any of the traditional ways of earning a bingo, then participants who participate, show us your participation through your bingo card with the highlights on it. And then we can randomly draw a name or something to award a prize. So everybody has an opportunity. So there's got to be at least one winner every night, right? We put 6 hours into the stream here. We wanna give something away to somebody.
Does anyone mention is Ozzy Osbourne still alive?
I haven't spoken with them lately, so I don't know. He may be.
Has anyone mentioned we mentioned Tracy Timrin?
Now's the time to look at your bingo card and ask yourself, is there any way
I'm
I
looking
can
at someone's
influence?
past bingo card so I can try to help somebody win.
Right.
We mentioned Omicron, right? I showed my pet. Gordy told his owl story again.
Yes. Okay. So
I know.
Oh,
It never gets old.
But here's the
You have
thing,
one
I'm not going to tell somebody what they can highlight on their bingo card. They have to do it on their own. So we're not helping anybody. Even if I see a
Cosby.
bingo card come in, I'm like, oh, there's 3 more squares you could highlight. I cannot tell them what to highlight. You must play your bingo card on your own. You cannot be helped by the producers or the spiders or anybody live on the show to help you. And that is your reward to yourself for sticking it out and trucking long haul with us.
You guys want to see some crazy shit? So when you buy gummy bears, you think it's gonna like be a nice, like wholesome thing, right? When you buy some and it comes out like this.
Poles and holes gummy worms.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fucking they're German. I mean, it makes sense, but
Of course it is.
Oh yes.
isn't that crazy?
A lot of bachelorette parties have strange shaped gummies, I've heard.
Yeah, but sometimes there's rainbow ones trying to sneak up in all your shit.
Nah. We got set
Gordy-
up there.
Gordy has
Goldfish,
something
man.
to read. Maybe someone will have that on their bingo card where Gordy reads from a book.
Cuttlefish, bro.
Okay. This is again from All Endings Are Beginnings, Lindsay Sharman's channeled book.
This is our wind down meditation. If you're all wound up, frantic, Missy, maybe you want to mute yourself so we can have the quiet sound of Gordy's
Dulcet tones.
putting the spiders to sleep.
You are
People
the
are going to start
only.
turning. People are going to start turning into pumpkins. It's way past midnight.
It's way past
for many
midnight.
listeners.
This is a good time to go out and listen for owls. 2:30 in the morning is a good time. Okay. You are the only hope. Hanging in the balance is everything. I'm not talking about an election outcome or a pandemic or looming worldwide recession mixed with complete technocratic control matrices. I'm talking about your heart. You exist as the middle path. You are a human, halfway between gods and the core of the earth, halfway between the sun and the gases and abyss of the infinite nothing, halfway between heaven and dust. You are the center of everything, and your fate is the fate of the universe. And at the center of you, at the junction of the middle path, it is your heart, your vortex of a portal, of an opening that carries the hopes of literally everything. Is it still open? Do you still align with your highest truth? Are we still on the path to overcome all vestiges of darkness? Good, I thought so. Blast that portal vortex open with infinite love, unleashing the ultimate and final form of all that is. You are the only hope. Again, Lindsay Sharman hitting on everything that we talked about and prioritizing it into you. Thank you, Lindsay Sharman, every time.
Can I also read from a book?
What, you want to start a whole new podcast where you just read from Intergalactic?
This is from Intergalactic Totalitarianism, Authoritarian Tactics and Traits from a Galaxy Far, Far Away, and a Galaxy Not So Far Away, by Conspiracy Kyle, forward done by Charlie Robinson. And the title of the chapter is Arrogance. Arrogance displays regular negative attitudes, haughty, snobby, compulsively judgmental, and opinionated, omniscient, highly conclusive about things about the individual that has factually no inside knowledge, magical thinking, regularly tries to dump shame upon the others, and the weapon of guilt and hypersensitive criticism and rages when conflicted, confronted, and disapproved of. Michael Claire Nissan. Arrogance is another important characteristic of narcissism. Arrogance is defined as the quality of being unpleasantly proud and behaving as if you're more important than or no more than other people. Oftentimes, this inflated sense of importance comes at the expense of others. A narcissist who is feeling deflated may inflate by being diminishing, debasing, or degrading to someone else. Here in 2021, we've been seeing extreme arrogance exhibited by medical professionals in the media regarding the COVID situation. Basically, if you're a virologist or a medical doctor, you can openly speak about your thoughts on the virus, but you're also an everyday citizen pro of your opinions and the garbage that is unsubstantiated, you silence from, henceforth speaking misinformation. Arrogance is also, the point is that there are so many other books out there by people that we know and love.
There are. Very
and that was
true.
a douchebag chapter, and I didn't mean to pull that one out because there's so many better things that he has in here, such as one about brainwashing, and he talks about gun control. And this is all in regards to Star Wars and intergalactic, like, responsibility in regards to Star Wars, in regards to today's stuff. So, yay, the Conspiracy Kyle. I bought this book. I highly suggest you guys do it as well. It's on Amazon, like $10. Good read. He's #1 right now for fascism. Did you know there's a fascism like classification in Amazon?
Yes, Amazon has categories for every topic except the
Conspiracy
topics
Kyle
that
has #1.
you are not allowed to talk about.
So, support the empire. I love Lindsay. I didn't know she had a book. I'm going to buy it immediately. Is that on Amazon as well?
Yeah, I get them from her, of course, but she's got 4 different books, and I think she's giving one
I
away.
didn't know that.
Because
I don't want her to give me a book. I want to buy it from her. I want to support her.
She's this is part of her promotion is supporting her because she's doing the meditation things on throughout January. I think the first couple days of January, she'll give away one of her books if you get it, if you do the meditation. So I highly suggest meditation for everybody. And she is a great teacher and a great guide. So anyway, that's
Love
my
her
plug
meditation guides.
for tonight. I'm heading to bed.
I agree with you. I was just being a dick. Sorry.
And I will see you guys Wednesday. I'll see you in the Telegram probably in an hour.
Gordy, I think
All
there's a
right.
lag. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you a whole bunch. It's like a weird I can't hear you thing, but I just switched up my thing. So sorry for that.
No, it's
I
okay.
love Lindsay, and I'm going to find out if her stuff's on Amazon. If it's not, I'll buy it from wherever. So
Rogueways.org. Rogueways.org. Lindsay Sharman at Rogueways.
done.
There it is.
Thank you.
Jim, do we have some music to dance out to?
Dance. We're all exhausted.
We'll see. Yeah, it's we go until we have no more going to go. It's only every 20 years that we get a new Matrix movie. So I thought we'd talk about it for a little bit and spoil
They all
it.
burned it down tonight.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You might love it. You
I didn't
might
get to
not
finish it.
love it. You
so.
might hate it. It might make you fall asleep within the first half hour because of all the flashbacks. It's
No, I'm
just,
pissed because I have to finish a damn movie. So I hadn't
Yeah,
finished. I wasn't able to
it's-
finish it yet.
it's long. I was sitting in the theater and 2 hours into this thing, I'm like, I wish I could pause it so I could get up and stretch and use the bathroom and get something to eat. And no, I had to sit to finish it because all the best stuff happens in the last half hour. But you got to wait 2 hours to get to the good stuff.
But
And when
they
you're
did
watching
that
a
on
two and a half
purpose because they
two and a half
didn't wanna
movies in
make it.
2.5 hours movie in the theater makes me wish I would have paid for Amazon or HBO Max so I could pause it in my own living room anytime I wanted to. Jim's on mute.
I watched the first half of it and then I fell fast asleep because
Mm-hmm.
the nostalgia was so tiring. It was
Yes.
like a nostalgia thon because every like
Yeah.
a clip from one of the 3 previous movies.
Oh yes. The first 3 movies are replayed over and over and over and over again. And then finally you're getting to the new material and the new story element and you're like, it's been 2 hours, man. I need to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
When you're sitting in the theater, I remember watching the Lord of the Rings movie, The Return of the King, and I was sitting there and I'm like, how many endings to this movie are there? And it kept going on and on and on. I'm like, I paid full price for a ticket here and I want to see the end of the movie. But also my bladder
Been a long movie and I
and my
gotta
and my
pee.
comfort. My butt is numb and my feet are asleep.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
Not
good
to mention how
argument
sticky those
for
floors get. Just
it's a good argument for HBO Go and Disney Plus and all these services where you can sit at home and pause the movie at any time you want.
Yeah.
But
I hate them.
also I do not want to see theaters not exist anymore.
But you know, one thing that we can't pause,
YouTube live streams.
Nice whip, Mr. Cracksmith. 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 The whip structure was unaffected. Mr. Cracksmith. Nice whip, Mr. Cracksmith. The whip structure was unaffected. grazed over on him. The mate thought it was the eagle. Now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found it, and raised open. The cocaine spider figured building fence was more sucker. Captain the spider was lost.